Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0, how it all began. The Everglades is often called a river, not a swamp. It's technically a slow-moving sheet of water flowing from Lake Okeechobee south to Florida Bay, barely moving, barely dropping in elevation, creating a unique ecosystem that exists nowhere else on Earth. Sawgrass prairies stretch to the horizon, broken up by hammocks of hardwood trees draped in moss and air plants. Wading birds stalked through the shallows, great blue herons and white ibis and roseate spoonbills that looked like something from a fever dream with their pink plumage and spatulate bills. Alligators lounged on mud banks, their armor-plated bodies perfectly still as they waited for prey to make a fatal mistake. It was beautiful in a primal, indifferent way that reminded you humans were just passing through a landscape that had been here long before us and would be here long after we were gone. I navigated through the familiar channels toward 9 Mile Pond, a popular spot for kayakers and canoers that required regular monitoring. The population survey was routine work. Count the gators, note any unusual behavior or health issues, check nesting sites, look for signs of poaching or human disturbance. My mind was on autopilot as I cut the engine and let the boat drift into the pond, pulling out my binoculars and notebook. That's when I saw the first bodies. They were alligators, 3 of them, floating belly up in the shallow water near a mangrove island. That alone wasn't extraordinary. Gators died like any other animal, from old age or disease or fights during mating season. But these 3 were all mature adults, each at least 8 feet long, and they were close together in a way that suggested they'd all died around the same time. I pulled out my camera and started taking pictures, then maneuvered the airboat closer to get a better look. The smell hit me first. Not the normal smell of decay, which in the subtropical heat could get pretty intense pretty fast. This was something else, something chemical and wrong that made my eyes water and my throat burn. I grabbed a bandana from my pocket and tied it over my nose and mouth, then used a long pole to flip one of the gators over. Its belly was distended, bloated with gas, and the skin had taken on a grayish-purple color that didn't look like normal decomposition. More disturbing were the eyes. They hadn't clouded over the way dead eyes should. They were still clear, still almost reflective, with a milky sheen that made them look like polished stones. And the mouth was hanging open, showing teeth that seemed cleaner and whiter than they should be on a dead animal. I took more photos, documenting everything, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. The chemical smell was stronger now, and I could see an oily sheen on the water around the carcasses. Definitely contamination of some kind. I marked the location on my GPS and made detailed notes. This would need to be reported immediately. The State Wildlife Commission would want to do necropsies, figure out what killed these animals and whether it posed a threat to the rest of the ecosystem. As I started to back the airboat away, I noticed more dead fish floating in the shallows. Dozens of them, mostly bass and gar, their silver scales catching the morning light. And was that a raccoon on the mangrove island? I brought up my binoculars. Yes, definitely a raccoon lying on its side among the roots. The whole area was like a kill zone, everything dead or dying. My radio crackled, Dave's voice distorted by static. Marcus, you copy? Go ahead, Dave. Got a call from some kayakers at West Lake. They're reporting aggressive gator behavior. Said one charged their boat. You anywhere near there? West Lake was about 3 miles north of my current position. I can be there in 20 minutes, but Dave, I've got a situation here at 9 Mile. Multiple dead gators, dead fish, chemical contamination in the water. This looks bad. There was a pause. How bad? Environmental disaster bad. I think we found your illegal dump site. The smell alone is enough to make you sick. Christ, okay, document everything and get back here. We'll need to close that whole area and bring in hazmat. But check on those kayakers first. If there's an aggressive gator, we need to make sure nobody gets hurt. Copy that. I fired up the airboat and headed north, cutting through the network of channels and ponds that connected this part of the park. The sun was climbing higher now, burning off the last of the morning mist and turning the Everglades into a shimmering mirror of heat and light. Normally, I loved this time of day, when the park felt most alive, most itself. But now all I could think about was those dead gators with their strange milky eyes and the chemical smell that still seemed to cling to the inside of my nose. West Lake was another popular spot, a large mangrove-lined body of water with a marked canoe trail. When I arrived, I spotted the kayakers immediately, a couple in their 40s wearing matching sun hats and looking thoroughly rattled. They'd pulled their kayaks up onto a narrow beach and were standing well back from the water's edge. "You folks the ones who called about the alligator?" I asked as I beached the airboat. "That thing tried to attack us," the man said. His face was red, either from sun or adrenaline or both. "We've been coming here for years. We know how to stay away from gators, but this one came right at us, swimming fast like it was hunting us. It was making this sound," the woman added. She was hugging herself despite the heat. "Like a hissing, growling sound. Its mouth was open and we could see all its teeth." "Where did this happen?" They pointed toward the far end of the lake where the mangroves grew thick. "Back in one of the narrow channels, we paddled out of there as fast as we could." "Smart move. Alligators are more aggressive during mating season, which is in the spring, but there can be territorial males year-round who'll display aggressive behavior if they feel threatened." Even as I said it, I was thinking about the dead gators at 9 Mile Pond, thinking about the chemical contamination, thinking about the reports of people calling in sick. "Did either of you touch the water? Splash any on yourselves?" They looked at each other. "I mean, paddling, yeah, some water splashed on us. Why?" "I just found evidence of possible chemical contamination in the water system. It might be nothing, but if you start feeling sick, nauseous, feverish, any unusual symptoms, you should see a doctor right away. Tell them you were exposed to potentially contaminated water in the Everglades." The woman's eyes went wide. "What kind of chemicals?" "Don't know yet. We're investigating. Look, I need to check out this gator, make sure it's not still in the area posing a threat to other visitors. You two should probably call it a day, head home, maybe take a shower and wash those clothes. Just as a precaution." They didn't need to be told twice. They loaded their kayaks onto the roof of their SUV in record time and were gone within 10 minutes. Leaving me alone at West Lake with nothing but the sound of the breeze rustling through the sawgrass and the distant cry of an osprey. I grabbed my radio. "Dave, kayakers are clear. I'm going to check the area they indicated, see if I can locate this aggressive gator. Be careful. Always am." I took the airboat into the narrow channel the kayakers had described, cutting the engine once I was deep enough into the mangroves that the trees formed a tunnel overhead, their twisted roots creating a labyrinth at the water's edge. It was dimmer here, cooler, the kind of place that felt older than the rest of the park, like stepping back into the Cretaceous period when dinosaurs still walked the earth. The water was dark, stained brown by tannins from the vegetation, making it impossible to see more than a few inches below the surface. I drifted, listening, watching, looking for any sign of the alligator. The army had taught me patience, taught me how to sit still and observe, how to spot the tiny details that told you where the enemy was hiding. I applied those same skills here, scanning the banks, watching for bubbles or ripples that would indicate a submerged gator. There, movement in the water, maybe 30 feet ahead. Something big, something approaching fast. I gripped the pole I used for checking water depth, getting ready to fend off an attack if necessary. The shape beneath the surface was dark and massive, and it was coming right at the boat. Then it surfaced. It was an alligator at least 10 feet long, one of the bigger ones I'd seen in this area. But it was wrong. Even from 30 feet away, I could see that something was wrong with it. Its scales had the same grayish-purple discoloration I'd seen on the dead gators. Its eyes had that same milky sheen, and its mouth was hanging open, not in the normal defensive gape alligators use to regulate temperature, but wide. So wide the jaw looked dislocated and thick saliva or foam was dripping from its teeth. The gator wasn't swimming with the normal smooth motion of its species. It was thrashing, its movements jerky and uncoordinated, like something was wrong with its nervous system. And it was making a sound I'd never heard from an alligator before, a continuous low growl mixed with a hissing rattle that raised every hair on the back of my neck. It hit the airboat with shocking force, its massive head slamming into the aluminum hull hard enough to dent it. I staggered, nearly lost my balance, grabbed the side to steady myself. The gator pulled back and hit again, and this time its jaws closed on the edge of the boat, those massive teeth punching through metal like it was cardboard. It started shaking its head the way gators do when they're trying to tear meat off a carcass, except the carcass it was attacking was my boat. I jabbed at it with the pole, hitting it hard in the snout. Any normal alligator would have retreated at that, would have decided the fight wasn't worth it and sunk back into the water to find easier prey. This one didn't even seem to notice. It kept attacking, kept trying to climb into the boat, its front legs scrabbling at the sides, its claws leaving deep gouges in the metal. My service weapon was in my hand before I consciously decided to draw it. Years of military training taking over, muscle memory overriding thought. I fired 3 shots into the gator's head, center mass between the eyes where the brain was located. The shots were deafening in the enclosed space of the mangrove tunnel, echoing off the water and trees. The alligator dropped, its body going limp, and slid back into the water with a splash. For a moment there was just silence and the ringing in my ears and the smell of gunpowder mixing with the smell of the swamp. Then I heard it. More sounds, more of that horrible growling, hissing, coming from multiple directions. I looked up and saw them. 3 more gators, all moving toward the boat, all displaying the same wrong movements, the same discoloration, the same foaming mouths. They were converging on my position like they were coordinating, like they were hunting as a pack, which was not normal alligator behavior at all. I fired up the airboat's engine, the massive fan roaring to life, and got the hell out of that channel as fast as the boat would go. The gators tried to follow, but they were slow in the shallow water, and I had speed on my side. I didn't stop until I was back in open water, back where I could see in all directions and nothing could sneak up on me. My hands were shaking. I realized I was breathing hard, adrenaline dumping into my system the same way it used to in Afghanistan when contact was made and the bullets started flying. I forced myself to calm down, to breathe slowly and deeply, to think clearly. Something was very wrong in the Everglades. Those alligators weren't just aggressive. They were sick. Infected with something that was changing their behavior, making them into something that wasn't quite natural anymore. I grabbed my radio. "Dave, we have a serious problem." What followed was chaos. Dave wanted me to come back immediately, but I insisted on documenting everything first. I took video of the damaged airboat, of the dead gator floating in the channel, of the others that were still moving through the mangroves with that terrible jerky motion. By the time I got back to the Flamingo Visitor Center, it was almost noon and there were already 2 vehicles from the State Wildlife Commission in the parking lot, along with an unmarked sedan that I guessed belonged to someone from the CDC. Dave met me at the dock. "You okay?" Physically, yeah. Mentally, I'm not so sure. I told him everything, about the dead gators at 9 Mile Pond, about the chemical contamination, about the attack. Those things weren't acting like animals, Dave. They were acting like they were rabid or something worse. The CDC wants to talk to you. They've been getting reports of similar incidents all morning. Dead wildlife, aggressive behavior, people getting sick. They think it might be connected to those flu cases. The CDC agent was a woman in her mid-30s named Dr. Sarah Chen, no relation to Jenny despite the shared last name. She was wearing a dark pantsuit that was completely inappropriate for the Florida heat and carrying a tablet computer. We sat in Dave's office while I went through everything again, and she typed notes rapidly, her face growing more concerned with every detail I shared. "The chemical contamination you found," she said. "Can you show me the exact location?" I pulled up the GPS coordinates on my unit. She entered them into her tablet, studied something on the screen, then cursed softly. "What is it?" Dave asked. "That area is less than 2 miles from a property owned by WellCorp Pharmaceuticals. They have a research facility inland from there near the Ingraham Highway access point." The name rang a bell. WellCorp was a major pharmaceutical company, one of the biggest in the Southeast. Their CEO was a guy named Harrison Wells, some billionaire who was always in the news for throwing lavish parties and buying sports teams. The company itself had been in the news lately too, but I couldn't remember why. Something about drug trials or FDA approval or some other business news that I usually ignored. "You think they're responsible for the dumping?" I asked. Dr. Chen hesitated. "We've had WellCorp on our radar for months. There have been complaints from environmental groups about their waste disposal practices, allegations that they've been dumping untreated pharmaceutical waste into the wetlands to avoid the costs of proper disposal. But every time we try to investigate, their lawyers shut us down with injunctions and confidentiality claims." "They're poisoning the Everglades?" Dave's face was turning red. "We don't have proof yet. But if Mr. Rodriguez found chemical contamination in an area adjacent to their facility, and if that contamination is causing these behavioral changes in wildlife, then yes, that's exactly what they're doing." "What about the people getting sick?" I asked. "How does that connect?" "We're not sure yet. The CDC team in Miami is investigating whether there's a zoonotic component, whether whatever is affecting the wildlife can jump to humans. The symptoms people are presenting with are consistent with aggressive viral infection, high fever, confusion, violent behavior, rapid deterioration. Several patients have attacked healthcare workers. Hospitals are having to restrain them." A cold feeling was spreading through my chest. "Violent behavior, like the alligators?" "Possibly. We need to get samples from those dead gators you found, and we need to test the water for contaminants. Can you take us there?" "Not today," Dave said. "Park's closing early. We're evacuating all visitors as a precaution until we know what we're dealing with." "Then tomorrow, first thing. This is a potential public health emergency. If there's an infectious agent in the water and it's spreading to wildlife and humans, we need to identify it and contain it immediately." But we didn't have until tomorrow. None of us did. Because that night, while I was lying in my apartment in Homestead trying to sleep and failing, trying not to think about those milky eyes and those foaming mouths, everything went to hell. The emergency alert on my phone woke me at 2 in the morning. The harsh buzzing sound that usually meant a hurricane warning or an amber alert. Except this message was something I'd never seen before. It was from the Florida Department of Health and the CDC, Emergency Health Alert, dangerous infection spreading in Miami-Dade County. Avoid contact with symptomatic individuals. Symptoms include high fever, confusion, aggression, biting. If bitten or scratched, seek medical attention immediately. Do not attempt to restrain infected individuals. Call 911, this is not a drill. I turned on the TV. Every channel was showing the same thing. Chaos in Miami. shaky cell phone footage of people attacking each other in the streets, moving with that same jerky wrong motion I'd seen in the infected alligators. News anchors trying to stay calm while reporting that hospitals were overwhelmed, that police and fire departments were stretched beyond capacity, that the National Guard had been mobilized. The infection was spreading. Not just in the Everglades, not just in the wildlife. It was in people now, and it was spreading fast. I grabbed my phone and called Dave. It rang 6 times before he picked up, and when he did, his voice was rough with sleep and fear. "Marcus, you seeing this?" "Yeah. We need to get to the park. If this thing is spreading through South Florida, we need to secure our facilities, make sure nobody tries to use the park as a refuge. Park Service is implementing emergency protocols. Full evacuation, all facilities closed indefinitely. National Guard is setting up checkpoints on the main roads." "What about Jenny and the others who called in sick?" There was a long pause. "I don't know. I tried calling Jenny earlier after you reported what happened with those gators. She didn't answer." I felt sick. Jenny was in her 20s, healthy, fit. If she'd been infected with whatever this was, if it had gotten to her before the hospitals got overwhelmed, maybe she'd had a chance. But if she was at home alone, getting sicker, turning into one of those things on the TV. "I'm going into the park," I said. "I need to check the facilities, make sure everything is locked down. Marcus, it's the middle of the night and there's a curfew now. The emergency alert says to stay home. I'm a federal law enforcement officer. The curfew doesn't apply to me, and those are our facilities, our responsibility. I'm not going to sit here and watch TV while everything falls apart." I hung up before he could argue further, got dressed in my uniform, grabbed my gear. The service weapon felt heavier than usual on my hip, and I found myself checking and rechecking that it was loaded, that I had spare magazines, that everything was ready. The gestures were automatic, drilled into me from my time in the service. Check your weapon, check your gear, check everything twice because your life depends on it. The drive from Homestead to the park should have taken 40 minutes. It took over an hour because the roads were clogged with traffic, everyone trying to flee north, away from Miami and the infection spreading through the city. I could see the glow of fires on the horizon, could hear the distant sound of sirens and occasionally gunfire. The radio was chaos, different channels cutting in and out, conflicting reports, some saying the infection was under control, others saying it was spreading exponentially, that martial law might be declared, that the military was considering quarantine measures. I took the back roads, the routes I knew from years of patrolling the area, and finally made it to the park entrance. The gate was closed and locked. I used my key and drove through, making sure to lock it behind me. The park road stretched ahead of me, dark and empty, my headlights cutting through the blackness. On either side, the Everglades pressed in, millions of acres of wetland that suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like a threat. The Flamingo Visitor Center was dark when I arrived, no lights, no vehicles. I used my flashlight to check the perimeter, made sure all the doors and windows were secured. Everything seemed normal, almost peaceful if you ignored the smell. That same chemical smell from the contaminated water at 9 Mile Pond, except now it seemed to be everywhere, hanging in the air like invisible poison. I was checking the boat dock when I heard the sound, that horrible growling hissing that I'd heard from the infected alligators. But this time it wasn't coming from the water. It was coming from the building. I drew my weapon, the Glock feeling solid and familiar in my hand. The sound was coming from near the employee entrance, the same door I'd walked through 1,000 times. I approached slowly, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other, the way I'd been taught to clear buildings in urban combat training. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Check your corners, watch your back. The door was open, not broken, just open, like someone had unlocked it and walked inside. I stepped through. my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating desks and chairs and file cabinets. Everything looked normal. Then my light fell on the floor and I saw the blood. It was a trail of it, dark and thick, leading from the entrance to the back offices. And there were tracks in it, footprints, something dragging. I followed the trail, my heart hammering in my chest, my finger on the trigger. The body was in Dave's office. It took me a moment to recognize her. Jenny Chen, or what used to be Jenny. She was curled up under Dave's desk, her body twisted at wrong angles, her skin that same grayish-purple color I'd seen on the infected Gators. Her uniform was torn and stained with blood and other fluids I didn't want to identify. Her eyes were open, milky and reflective in the flashlight beam. For a moment I thought she was dead. Then she moved. It wasn't like a person moving, it was jerky, spasmodic, like a puppet being yanked by its strings. She crawled out from under the desk, her head tilted at an angle that should have broken her neck, and that sound came out of her throat, that awful growling hissing. Her mouth hung open and I could see her teeth, could see the foam or saliva dripping from them, could see something dark that might have been blood or might have been something worse. "Jenny," I said, my voice hoarse. "Jenny, it's me. It's Marcus." She lunged at me, not running, not walking, but this horrible scrambling crawl run that was faster than it should have been. I fell back, stumbling over a chair, and she was on me, her hands grabbing at my uniform, her face inches from mine, that mouth opening wide like she was trying to bite me. I pushed her off hard, and she hit the wall and rebounded like she couldn't feel pain. She came at me again, and this time I didn't hesitate. I fired, one shot, center mass, exactly where I'd been trained. She went down. But she got back up. The shot had gone through her chest. I could see the entry wound, could see the blood, but she got back up like nothing had happened. Like she couldn't die. Like the virus or infection or whatever the hell this was had turned her into something that didn't respond to the normal rules of human biology anymore. I fired again, this time aiming for her head. The shot was loud in the enclosed space, and Jenny finally dropped and stayed down. I stood there, breathing hard, looking at her body, trying to process what had just happened. I'd killed someone. I'd killed Jenny. A woman I'd worked with, eaten lunch with, traded stories with about our favorite hikes and the best spots to see wildlife. She was dead and I'd killed her, except she'd already been dead. That thing attacking me hadn't been Jenny anymore. It had been something else wearing her body, something wrong and unnatural that had to be stopped. My radio crackled, making me jump. Dave's voice. "Marcus, where are you? Are you at the park?" I grabbed the radio with shaking hands. "I'm at Flamingo. Dave, Jenny's here. She was infected. She attacked me. I had to put her down." There was a long silence. Then, "Are you hurt? Did she bite you, scratch you?" I checked myself quickly. My uniform was torn, but my skin was intact. "No, I'm okay, but Dave, this thing, whatever it is, it doesn't respond to normal gunshots." I hit her center mass and she kept coming. I had to shoot her in the head to stop her. Jesus Christ. "Marcus, you need to get out of there. The National Guard is implementing a full quarantine of South Florida. They're setting up a perimeter from Naples to West Palm Beach. Anyone inside the zone is being trapped inside, and anyone outside is being turned away. They're saying on the news that this is a Category 5 biohazard event." What does that mean? It means they're considering extreme measures to contain the outbreak. It means you need to get north now, before they seal the quarantine line. But even as he said it, I knew it was too late. I could hear it now. More of those sounds, that growling hissing coming from outside, multiple sources, and not just from the building. From the water, from the mangroves, from the darkness that pressed in on all sides. They were everywhere, the infected, and not just people. The alligators, the animals that had fed on the contaminated carcasses, that had been exposed to whatever chemicals WellCorp had dumped in the water. They were all changing, all becoming these horrible wrong things that wanted nothing but to tear and bite and spread the infection further. I moved to the window and looked out. In the darkness, I could see shapes moving, dozens of them converging on the visitor center. People and alligators and other things I couldn't identify. The outbreak wasn't just spreading, it was accelerating. And I was trapped in the middle of it, in the heart of the Everglades, surrounded by millions of acres of wetland that was rapidly becoming a prehistoric nightmare. My phone buzzed with another emergency alert. This one was worse than the first. Martial law declared in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. Mandatory quarantine in effect. All roads closed. Shoot-on-sight orders for infected individuals. National Guard authorization for lethal force. Seek shelter immediately. Do not attempt to flee the quarantine zone. The world was ending. And I was standing in a park ranger station in the Everglades, surrounded by infected with a Glock that held 15 rounds, and no idea if I'd live to see the sunrise. I heard glass breaking somewhere in the building. They were inside. There was an emergency supply cache in the back storage room, something the Park Service maintained for hurricane situations when rangers might need to shelter in place for extended periods. I ran for it, moving through the dark building by feel and memory. Hearing more glass breaking behind me, hearing that terrible sound getting closer. The storage room door was steel, designed to withstand hurricane-force winds. I got it open, got inside, slammed it shut, and locked it from the inside. There were no windows here, just concrete walls and metal shelving stocked with supplies. Water, MREs, first aid kits, emergency radios, flares, flashlights, batteries, and in a locked cabinet that required my ranger authorization code to open more weapons. Shotguns, rifles, extra ammunition. The Park Service didn't publicize it, but we maintained an arsenal for situations involving armed poachers or drug smugglers using the park as a transit route. I could hear them outside the door now, scratching, hitting, trying to get in. The steel held, but I didn't know for how long. I grabbed one of the emergency radios, tuned it to the Park Service frequency. Started trying to raise anyone who might be listening. This is Ranger Marcus Rodriguez at Flamingo Visitor Center. I'm trapped inside with multiple infected outside, requesting immediate evacuation. Does anyone copy? Static. Then a voice, male, distorted. Rodriguez, this is Shark Valley. We copy, but we can't help you. We're overrun here. The infected came through the park entrance about an hour ago. We've got casualties. We're trying to evacuate north, but the roads are blocked. It's chaos everywhere. What about National Guard? What about backup? National Guard is spread too thin. They're focusing on population centers, trying to evacuate Miami and Fort Lauderdale. The parks are low priority. We're on our own. Another voice cut in, this one female and panicked. This is Royal Palm. Our visitor center is burning. The infected are everywhere. Some of them are in the water. They're not even trying to get out. They're just floating there, waiting for people to come close. This isn't just an infection. This is something that knows how to hunt. A third voice. Ernest Coast Station. We've lost contact with the main entrance gate. Last transmission said they were being overrun. Multiple injuries, requesting instructions. And then Dave's voice, steady despite the terror underneath. This is District Ranger Kowalski. All stations implement emergency protocols, secure all facilities. If you have visitors, get them to safety if possible. If you're trapped, shelter in place. Help is coming, but it may take time. Stay calm, stay focused, and stay alive. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that help was coming, that this was a situation that could be controlled, that the military and the government and the CDC would swoop in with all their resources and fix this. But I'd spent enough time in war zones to know how quickly things could collapse, how fast chaos could spread, how easily the veneer of civilization could be stripped away to reveal the violence and terror underneath. I spent the next 3 hours in that storage room listening to the radio chatter as one station after another went silent. Royal Palm went first, the ranger there screaming about fire and infected and then just static. Ernest Co. lasted longer, but eventually their transmission cut off mid-sentence. Shark Valley held out until almost dawn, and then there was just silence. Dave kept transmitting updates every 30 minutes, his voice getting more strained each time. The National Guard had established a perimeter at the northern edge of Miami-Dade County. Everything south of that line was being written off as lost, contaminated beyond recovery. Military helicopters were evacuating key personnel and government officials. But there weren't enough aircraft to evacuate everyone. The roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles as people fled on foot, and the infected were spreading faster than anyone had predicted. The hospitals had collapsed, overwhelmed by casualties. The infection rate was somewhere around 80% for anyone exposed to bodily fluids from the infected. "Marcus," Dave said during his last transmission, "if you're still alive, listen to me. There's a WellCorp facility about 5 miles northwest of your position inland from the Ingram Highway access. That's where this started. That's where the contamination originated. The CDC got confirmation from whistleblowers inside the company. WellCorp was developing some kind of pathogen, something they claimed was for cancer treatment, but the research went bad. When their lab trials failed and they started seeing infections in their test subjects, they tried to cover it up. Ordered their security team to dispose of the infected specimens by dumping them in the Everglades. That's what you found at 9 Mile Pond. Infected animal carcasses." I grabbed the radio. "Dave, who ordered the dumping? Who's responsible?" CEO Harrison Wells himself. He knew the research was unstable, knew it could cause an outbreak, but he was desperate to recoup his investment. The company's been hemorrhaging money for years. Turns out Wells has been cooking the books, running WellCorp like a personal piggy bank. The drug trials were his last chance to make back what he'd stolen before the auditors caught up with him. When the trials failed, he decided to hide the evidence rather than face the consequences. Except you can't hide something like this. The virus got into the water system. The wildlife ate the infected carcasses. The infection spread, and now... His voice cracked. "Now we're all going to pay for one man's greed." "Where is Wells now?" "Last I heard, he had a helicopter at his facility. He's probably trying to evacuate, save his own skin while the rest of us die down here. Marcus, if you survive this, if you make it out, you need to find him. You need to make sure he pays for what he's done." "I'll make him pay," I said. And I meant it. The rage was building in me now, hot and fierce, cutting through the fear and exhaustion. This entire nightmare, everything that had happened to Jenny and the other rangers and the millions of people across South Florida, it all came back to one man's decision to prioritize profit over safety, to hide his crimes rather than face them. "I need to go," Dave said. "They're in the building. I can hear them coming up the stairs. Stay alive, Marcus, stay." Static. I called his name over and over, but there was no response. The radio channels were all silent now except for the automated emergency broadcasts that played on loop, warning people to shelter in place, warning them that the infection was spreading, warning them that the military was implementing extreme containment measures. Whatever that meant. The sounds outside my storage room had died down about an hour ago. Either the infected had moved on to find easier prey, or they were still out there, waiting silently for me to make a mistake and show myself. I couldn't stay here forever. I had supplies for maybe a week if I rationed carefully, but eventually I'd run out of food and water and I'd have to leave. Better to do it now while I still had strength, while I still had daylight coming. I checked my weapons. The Glock fully loaded with a full spare magazine. A Remington 870 shotgun, pump action loaded with buckshot. A Ruger Mini 14 rifle with 3 30-round magazines, enough firepower to fight my way out if I had to. I loaded myself down with as much ammunition as I could carry, grabbed extra water bottles and energy bars, stuffed everything into a tactical pack. Before I left, I did one more thing. I found paper and a pen in the supplies and wrote a note. If anyone found this place after I was gone, if anyone was still alive to care, I wanted them to know what had happened, who was responsible, where to find Harrison Wells. Then I unlocked the storage room door and stepped out into the ruins of the visitor center. The main room was destroyed, windows smashed, furniture overturned, blood everywhere. Bodies too, though I tried not to look too closely at them. Some were infected, showing the telltale signs of the grayish-purple discoloration and milky eyes. Others were normal, or had been before the infected got to them. There were gouges in the walls, claw marks, handprints made in blood. The smell was overwhelming, decay and chemicals and something else, something sweet and rotten that made me gag. I moved carefully, weapon up, checking every corner and shadow. The infected weren't smart, but they were persistent, and they seemed to have some kind of pack-hunting instinct that let them coordinate in basic ways. I'd seen it in the videos on TV, the way they'd surround prey, cut off escape routes, attack in waves. The morning sun was brutal when I stepped outside, the heat already building even though it was barely 8 a.m. The parking lot was full of abandoned cars, doors hanging open, windshields smashed. There was a body draped over the hood of one vehicle, torn apart so badly I couldn't tell if it had been human or infected. Probably both at different times. I could see the smoke rising in the distance, columns of black that marked where cities were burning. Miami, Homestead, Florida City, all going up in flames as the infection spread and civilization collapsed. The radio had mentioned fires starting from looting and riots, from overwhelmed power grids causing electrical failures, from desperate attempts to burn out infected zones. The whole of South Florida was becoming a pyre. My airboat was still at the dock, surprisingly undamaged. The infected had torn up the others, but mine had been pulled up onto the concrete, out of easy reach. Maybe they just hadn't noticed it. Maybe I'd gotten lucky. I loaded my gear, checked the fuel, and fired up the engine. The sound was deafening, echoing across the water, and I saw shapes start to move in response, infected, drawn by the noise. Time to go. I navigated away from Flamingo, heading inland toward the Ingram Highway access point and the WellCorp facility beyond. Dave had been right. If I was going to die down here in this nightmare, I was going to make sure Harrison Wells died first. He'd created this. He'd released this plague on the world, and he was going to answer for it. The Everglades looked different now. Where before it had been beautiful in its wildness, now it felt actively hostile. A maze of waterways and sawgrass prairies that hid thousands of infected. I saw them as I traveled, some in the water, some on the mud banks, some moving through the sawgrass in jerky packs. The infection had spread through every level of the ecosystem, alligators, pythons, even the birds. I saw an infected great blue heron trying to fly, its wings beating spasmodically, crashing into the water over and over. The virus didn't care what it infected. It just wanted to spread, to consume, to turn everything it touched into more of itself. I passed through 9 Mile Pond where this had all started for me. The dead gators were gone now, probably consumed by other infected. The water was thick with bodies though, fish and turtles and other things floating belly up. The chemical smell was even stronger here, strong enough that I had to wrap my bandana over my face again just to breathe. The contamination was everywhere now, leaching into the water table, spreading through the interconnected network of channels and streams that made up the Everglades. Even if the infection could be stopped, even if every infected person and animal could be destroyed, the poison would remain. This ecosystem was dead. It would take decades to recover if it ever could. The Ingram Highway was an old road, built in the early 1900s and long since abandoned except for maintenance vehicles and park rangers. It ran east to west through the southern Everglades, a narrow strip of crumbling asphalt that was more pothole than road. I beached the airboat near an access point and continued on foot, moving slowly and carefully, the rifle up and ready. The infected were thick here. I could see them through the trees, hear them moving through the undergrowth. Some were people or had been. Others were animals. They didn't seem to distinguish between species anymore. A pack of infected raccoons moved past me not 20 feet away, their jerky movements and milky eyes identical to the infected humans I'd seen. The virus had turned them all into variants of the same horrible thing. I stayed off the road, moving through the tree line where the hammocks of hardwoods provided cover. The military training served me well here. Move slow, stay low, use the terrain. Don't silhouette yourself against the skyline. Check your six. Watch your noise discipline. All the lessons drilled into me by drill sergeants and squad leaders who'd kept me alive in Afghanistan were keeping me alive here too. It took me 2 hours to cover the 5 miles to the WellCorp facility. I heard it before I saw it. The sound of a helicopter, the distinctive whoop, whoop, whoop of rotor blades. And then the facility itself came into view through the trees. A cluster of low concrete buildings surrounded by high fences topped with razor wire. Security towers at the corners, guards in tactical gear watching the perimeter. And on the helipad, a civilian helicopter, its rotors already spinning, ready for takeoff. I brought up my rifle scope and scanned the facility. The guards were shooting infected that got too close to the fence, single shots to the head that dropped them efficiently. Professional security, probably ex-military like me. They were forming a defensive perimeter around the helipad, protecting whoever was about to board that helicopter. Then I saw him. Harrison Wells. Even from several hundred yards away, I recognized him from the news photos I'd seen. Tall, silver-haired, wearing an expensive suit that was completely ridiculous given the circumstances. He was carrying a briefcase and surrounded by more security, moving briskly toward the helicopter. No panic, no fear, just the confident stride of a man who was used to having everything go his way. He was getting away, the man responsible for killing millions of people, for destroying South Florida, for unleashing this plague that would probably spread across the country and maybe the world. He was just going to fly away and leave the rest of us to die in the mess he'd created. Not if I could help it. I needed to get closer. The range was too far for an accurate shot, and even if I could make the shot through the fence and past his security, killing him from a distance wouldn't be satisfying enough. I wanted him to know. I wanted him to understand what he'd done, what he'd cost us. I wanted to look him in the eyes when I made him pay. The fence was the obvious problem. 12 feet high, chain link topped with razor wire, with a clear kill zone on either side. But I'd breached plenty of perimeters in Afghanistan, and this one wasn't that different. The key was finding a weak point, a place where the fence met a building or where drainage ran underneath. Facilities like this always had maintenance access points, ways for workers to move equipment and supplies without going through the main gate. I circled around to the east side of the facility, staying in the trees, watching for patrols. The guards were focused on the infected, which were pressing against the fence in growing numbers, drawn by the noise and movement. That worked in my favor. The more distracted they were, the easier it would be for me to slip in. I found what I was looking for near the back of the facility, a drainage culvert that ran under the fence, probably for managing water runoff during the wet season. It was narrow, maybe 3 feet in diameter, covered with a grate that was secured with a padlock. The lock was old and rusted. I shot it off, wincing at the noise, but betting that with all the shooting already happening at the fence line, one more gunshot wouldn't draw attention. The grate came away and I crawled into the culvert. It was tight, barely enough room to move, and the water inside was foul and stagnant. I tried not to think about what might be contaminating it, tried not to think about the infection spreading through the water system. I just focused on moving forward, pulling myself through the pipe with my elbows, my rifle dragging behind me. I emerged on the other side of the fence in a narrow space between two buildings that looked like they housed machinery or generators. The helicopter was maybe 200 yards away across an open courtyard. Wells was climbing aboard now, his security team forming a protective circle around the aircraft. They were getting ready to lift off. I ran, not toward the helicopter. That would be suicide. Instead, I ran toward the nearest building, a 3-story concrete structure that looked like it might be administrative offices. The door was locked, but a well-placed kick near the handle broke it open. I was inside before anyone saw me, moving up the stairs to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, looking for a window with a clear line of sight to the helipad. The 3rd floor was some kind of laboratory, workbenches covered with equipment, computers, filing cabinets, whiteboards covered with formulas and diagrams. And there, on one of the computers, a screen showing security camera feeds from around the facility. I saw the helipad, saw Wells settling into his seat, saw the security team backing away as the helicopter prepared to lift off. I smashed the window with the butt of my rifle and took up a firing position. The helicopter was maybe 150 yards away now, still on the ground, but the rotor wash was kicking up dust and debris. I could see Wells through the window of the aircraft, could see him putting on a headset, could see the pilot going through pre-flight checks. I aimed for the helicopter's engine compartment, the vulnerable spot where a lucky shot might disable the aircraft. I fired 3 rounds in quick succession, and at least one hit home because suddenly there was smoke pouring from the engine and the rotor speed started to decrease. The pilot aborted the takeoff, shutting down the systems, and the security team was running back to the helicopter to see what had happened. But Wells was already climbing out, his face twisted with rage, screaming orders at his security team. They fanned out, weapons up, searching for the shooter. I ducked back from the window, knowing I'd given away my position. The building's stairwell was my only escape route. I ran for it, hearing shouts from below, hearing boots on concrete as security teams stormed the building. I made it to the 2nd floor before they reached the 3rd, made it to the 1st floor before they reached the 2nd. But now, I was trapped. The main entrance was covered, and I could hear more teams converging on the building from outside. I needed a different strategy. Barricading myself in here and hoping for a lucky shot wasn't going to work. If I was going to get to Wells, I needed to think like he did. And men like Wells, men who'd built empires on greed and corruption, they all had the same weakness. They thought money and power could solve any problem. They thought they were smarter than everyone else. They thought they were untouchable. I found what I was looking for in a ground floor office. Maps of the facility showing every building, every access point, every utility tunnel and maintenance corridor. And there, marked in red, a bunker. An underground shelter designed to protect key personnel in case of chemical spills or other disasters. That's where Wells would go now that his helicopter was disabled. He'd retreat to the bunker, wait for another extraction, surround himself with security and walls and all the protection his money could buy. But bunkers were just another kind of trap, and I knew how to breach them. The utility tunnels were accessible through a maintenance door in the basement. I shot the lock and descended into a network of concrete corridors lit by emergency lights. Water pipes, electrical conduits, ventilation ducts, all the infrastructure that kept the facility running. And somewhere down here, according to the map, a tunnel that led directly to the bunker. I moved through the tunnels, listening for pursuit, but hearing only the hum of machinery and the distant sound of gunfire from above as security teams fought off infected at the fence line. The facility's defenses were failing. It was only a matter of time before the infected breached the perimeter, and when that happened, everyone inside would be trapped with thousands of those things. The bunker entrance was a reinforced steel door, the kind designed to withstand explosions and direct attacks. But it was designed to keep people out from the outside, not from the utility tunnels that ran alongside it. I followed the pipes until I found what I was looking for, a ventilation shaft that fed fresh air into the bunker. The grate was secured with screws, not locks. I used a multi-tool from my pack to remove them, pulled the grate away, and climbed into the shaft. It was a tight fit, barely wide enough for my shoulders, and I had to leave the rifle behind. Just the Glock and my knife now, and the knowledge that Wells was somewhere below me, probably feeling safe, probably thinking he'd gotten away with everything. The shaft opened into a small mechanical room inside the bunker, a space filled with air-handling equipment and electrical panels. I dropped down as quietly as I could, drew my Glock, and moved toward the door that led deeper into the shelter. Voices on the other side, security teams discussing patrol routes and defensive positions. I waited, listening, learning their patterns. Military training again. Patience, observation. Wait for the right moment. The moment came when 2 guards passed my position, moving toward the far end of the bunker to check on something. I slipped out of the mechanical room and moved in the opposite direction, toward what the maps had indicated was the command center, the place where Wells would be coordinating his evacuation. The bunker was more spacious than I'd expected, a series of interconnected rooms that included living quarters, storage areas, communications equipment, and medical facilities. Everything you'd need to wait out a chemical spill or biological contamination event. Except this wasn't a containable event anymore. This was the end of everything, and no amount of reinforced concrete was going to save anyone. I heard Wells before I saw him, his voice raised in anger, yelling at someone over a phone or radio. "I don't care what the National Guard says, you get me an extraction team here now. I'm paying you people millions of dollars precisely for situations like this, so do your goddamn job and get me out of here." I followed the voice to what looked like an executive suite, a comfortable room with leather furniture and wood paneling that was completely incongruous with the concrete bunker surrounding it. Wells was standing behind a desk, still in his expensive suit, yelling into a satellite phone. 2 security guards stood near the door, looking uncomfortable. I put a bullet through one guard's head before he even registered I was there. The second guard managed to start bringing his weapon up before I shot him twice in the chest. He went down and I stepped over his body, my Glock now trained on Harrison Wells. The satellite phone clattered to the desk as Wells raised his hands. His face had gone pale, his silver hair disheveled, his confidence finally cracking. "Don't shoot," he said. "Please, I can pay you whatever you want. Name your price." "You think this is about money?" I kept the gun steady, my voice cold. "You think you can buy your way out of what you've done?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a businessman. I run a pharmaceutical company. Whatever you think I did." "You ordered the dumping of infected specimens into the Everglades," I said. "You knew they were contaminated with an experimental pathogen. You knew it could spread, and you did it anyway to cover up your failed research and your financial crimes." His eyes widened. "Who told you that?" That's proprietary information, trade secrets. You can't prove..." "I don't need to prove anything. The whole world is ending because of what you did. Millions of people are dead or infected. South Florida is gone, and you were going to fly away and let the rest of us die while you hid in some compound somewhere, probably already planning how to spin this as someone else's fault. It wasn't supposed to spread like this," he said. And for the first time I heard something like genuine emotion in his voice. Fear, maybe, or regret. The researchers said the pathogen was contained. They said proper disposal would be too expensive and too slow. They said dumping it in the wetlands would let the natural ecosystem break it down. It was supposed to be harmless. Harmless? Have you seen what's happening out there? Have you seen what your harmless pathogen has turned people into? I didn't know. How could I know? The researchers were the experts. I just made the business decisions. You just made the business decisions, I repeated. You signed the orders. You authorized the cover-up. And when people started getting sick, when the outbreak started, you tried to run instead of trying to fix it. What was I supposed to do? Turn myself in? Get arrested? The company would collapse. The shareholders would lose everything. And that mattered more than all the people dying? He didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because we both knew the truth. To men like Harrison Wells, money was the only thing that mattered. People were just resources to be exploited, problems to be managed, collateral damage in the pursuit of profit. Please, he said, I'll do anything. I'll confess. I'll tell the authorities everything. I'll help them develop a cure. There is no cure. The CDC tried. The military tried. This thing spreads too fast, mutates too quickly. Your researchers created something that can't be stopped. Then what do you want from me? Justice, I said. I could have shot him right there, put a bullet in his head and watched him drop, watched the life leave his eyes. It would have been quick, painless, more mercy than he deserved. But quick and painless wasn't what I wanted. I wanted him to suffer. I wanted him to experience just a fraction of the terror and pain his greed had inflicted on millions of people. Strip, I said. What? Take off your clothes, the suit, the shirt, everything. Do it now. He did, his hands shaking, his face growing even paler. When he was down to his underwear, I gestured toward the door with my gun. Walk. Where are we going? Back to where this started. Back to the Everglades. I marched him through the bunker at gunpoint, past his dead security guards, through the utility tunnels and back up to the surface. The facility above was chaos now. The infected had breached the fence in multiple locations, overrunning the security teams. I could hear screaming, gunfire, the horrible sounds of people being torn apart. Wells was crying now, sobbing as I forced him to walk through the carnage, forced him to see what his decisions had wrought. We made it to where I'd left the airboat. The infected were everywhere, but they seemed more focused on the facility, on the fresh meat still inside. I shoved Wells into the boat, kept the gun on him as I fired up the engine and headed back toward the main channel. Where are you taking me? He asked through his tears. What are you going to do? I didn't answer. I just drove, navigating through the infected waters, past floating bodies and abandoned boats and alligators that moved with that horrible, jerky motion. The sun was setting now, the sky turning orange and red, painting the Everglades in colors that might have been beautiful if everything wasn't ending. We reached 9 Mile Pond as the last light was fading. The water was thick with bodies, the contamination visible as an oily sheen on the surface. And swimming through that contaminated water were dozens of infected alligators, their milky eyes reflecting the dying light. I cut the engine and let the boat drift. Wells was huddled in the front, naked and shivering despite the heat, his earlier arrogance completely gone. You dumped the infected specimens here, I said. The alligators fed on them. The infection spread through the food chain. This is ground zero for the apocalypse you created. Please, he whispered, please don't. I shot him in the leg. Not to kill, just to wound, to make him bleed. His scream echoed across the water, and I saw the alligators react, their heads turning toward the sound, toward the smell of blood. This is justice, I said. You fed the Everglades your poison. Now the Everglades gets to feed on you. I pushed him over the side of the boat. He hit the water, thrashing, screaming, trying to climb back in. But I pushed him away with the pole, keeping him at a distance, watching as the infected alligators converged on him. They hit him from multiple directions, their jaws clamping down on his legs, his arms, his torso. He was still screaming when they pulled him under and the water turned red, and then he was gone, consumed by the very ecosystem he'd poisoned. devoured by the monsters his greed had created. I sat there for a long time, watching the water, making sure he was dead, feeling empty, hollow. The revenge had been satisfying in the moment, but now it just felt pointless. Wells was gone, but the infection remained. The Everglades was still dying, South Florida was still overrun, and I was still trapped in the middle of it with nowhere to go and no hope of survival. My radio crackled, a new voice, military, broadcasting on the emergency frequency. Attention all civilians in the South Florida quarantine zone. This is U.S. Central Command. At 2100 hours tonight, military assets will implement terminal containment protocols for Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. This is a final evacuation warning. All surviving civilians should proceed immediately to designated extraction points. After 2100 hours, no further evacuations will be attempted. This is not a drill. Terminal containment protocols. I knew what that meant. I'd heard the rumors on the radio, the speculation from panicked news anchors trying to make sense of the government's response. They were going to sterilize the outbreak zone, probably with tactical nuclear weapons, small yield warheads that would incinerate everything within the blast radius without causing too much fallout. It was the only way to be sure the infection didn't spread beyond South Florida. The only way to create a fire break that might save the rest of the country. I checked my watch. It was 7:15 p.m. I had less than 4 hours to reach an extraction point, and I had no idea where those points were or if I could even make it through the infected hordes to reach them. The radio crackled again, listing coordinates for extraction points. The nearest one was at Florida International University, about 30 miles north of my current position. 30 miles through infected territory, through abandoned highways and burning cities, with no guarantee that the extraction point would still be operational by the time I got there. But it was the only chance I had. I fired up the airboat and started moving north, following the waterways as far as I could before I'd have to abandon the boat and continue on foot. The Everglades at night was a nightmare landscape, the darkness broken only by distant fires and the occasional flash of military helicopters sweeping the area with searchlights. I saw infected everywhere, thousands of them moving through the water and the sawgrass in vast herds. The infection had spread to every living thing in the ecosystem. This wasn't just a disease anymore, it was an extinction event. I made it about 15 miles before I ran out of navigable water. The channels became too shallow, too choked with vegetation and bodies. I beached the airboat and continued on foot, moving through the darkness with night vision gear I'd grabbed from the facility. The world through the night vision was a green nightmare, everything glowing with that eerie phosphorescence that made it hard to distinguish between the living and the dead. The infected were drawn to sound and movement, so I moved slowly, carefully, trying to avoid detection. But there were so many of them now that avoidance was becoming impossible. I had to fight my way through several groups, using the shotgun to blast through their ranks. The booming reports echoing across the wetlands and drawing even more infected to my position. By the time I reached the edge of the Everglades and the beginning of the urban sprawl that led to Miami, I was down to my last magazine for the rifle and maybe a dozen shotgun shells. My body was covered in scratches and bruises from fighting through the sawgrass and mangroves. My uniform was torn and stained with blood, some of it from infected I'd killed, some of it my own. The suburbs were burning. Whole neighborhoods engulfed in flames as fires spread unchecked through abandoned houses. The streets were clogged with cars that had been abandoned when the panic hit, their doors hanging open, their windows smashed. Bodies everywhere, some infected, some not, all of them testament to the complete collapse of civilization. I found a working vehicle about a mile in, an SUV with keys still in the ignition. The owner was slumped in the driver's seat with his head blown off, probably a suicide. I pulled him out, tried not to think about the desperation that would drive someone to that choice. and got behind the wheel. The engine started on the first try. I pulled out onto the street and started navigating toward FIU, using my GPS to plot a route through the chaos. The radio was still broadcasting evacuation coordinates, but the military voice was more urgent now, repeating that extraction would cease at 2100 hours, that anyone remaining in the zone after that time would be considered lost. I checked the time, 8:45 p.m., just over 2 hours to make it 15 miles through hell. The drive was a nightmare. The streets were impassable in many places, forcing me to drive on sidewalks and through yards and parking lots. Infected came at the SUV in waves, throwing themselves at the vehicle, clawing at the windows, trying to force their way inside. I hit dozens of them, felt the impacts through the steering wheel, saw their bodies tumbling away in the rearview mirror. At one intersection, I came across a group of survivors making a last stand, 20 or 30 people armed with whatever they could find, guns and baseball bats and improvised weapons, fighting off a horde of infected that numbered in the hundreds. I stopped long enough to lay on the horn to try to get their attention, to offer them a chance to come with me. Some of them tried. They broke away from their defensive position and ran for the SUV. But the infected were too fast, too many. I watched in horror as they were pulled down one by one, screaming, begging for help I couldn't provide. One woman almost made it, her hand slapping against the passenger window, her eyes meeting mine in desperate plea. Then she was gone, dragged back into the mass of infected bodies, and I had to drive away before they overwhelmed the SUV too. I passed through neighborhoods I recognized from before, places where I'd gone to shop or eat or just drive through on my way to work. All of them were gone now, consumed by fire or overrun by infected or simply abandoned. The city I'd known was dead, and something horrible was being born in its place. At 9:30 p.m., I ran into a military checkpoint, soldiers in full hazmat suits manning a barricade across the road. They had their weapons trained on the SUV as I approached, and for a moment I thought they were going to shoot me. Then one of them waved me through, directing me toward a cleared area where other vehicles were parked. "Civilian?" the soldier shouted through his suit's respirator. "Federal law enforcement, Park Service. You're cutting it close. Extraction is in 30 minutes. Get to the stadium. They're loading buses now." The stadium was FIU's football field, and it had been converted into a massive evacuation point. Military helicopters were landing and taking off constantly, ferrying people to safety. Buses were lined up outside, loading civilians for transport to the edge of the quarantine zone where more helicopters and trucks waited. The whole operation was chaos, but it was organized chaos, military personnel everywhere directing the flow, trying to save as many people as possible in the time remaining. I abandoned the SUV and ran toward the nearest bus, joining the crowd of terrified survivors pushing and shoving to get aboard. Someone grabbed my arm, an older woman with blood on her face, asking if I'd seen her husband. I hadn't. I didn't even know what her husband looked like, but I helped her onto the bus anyway, because what else could I do? The bus was packed, standing room only, people crying and praying and holding on to each other. Through the windows, I could see infected pressing against the stadium perimeter, thousands of them, held back only by razor wire and the constant fire from military positions. The fence was bulging inward in places, the weight of so many bodies threatening to collapse it. We didn't have much time. The driver was a young soldier who looked like he'd aged 20 years in the last few days. He got us moving as soon as the bus was loaded, driving fast through the cleared corridors that military units had fought to keep open. Behind us, the stadium perimeter was failing, infected pouring through the gaps, overrunning the positions. The soldiers fought to the end, buying time with their lives, giving us the precious minutes we needed to escape. We made it to the edge of the quarantine zone at 10:40 p.m., 20 minutes before the deadline. Beyond the checkpoint was a line of military vehicles and more helicopters, and beyond that was safety, or what passed for safety now. The northern edge of Miami-Dade County, the last bastion of civilization before everything to the south was obliterated. They processed us quickly, checking for bite marks or signs of infection, separating anyone who looked suspicious. 3 people from our bus were pulled aside, including the old woman I'd helped. She was crying, insisting she was fine, that she just had a cut from broken glass. But the soldiers weren't taking chances. Anyone with an open wound, anyone who might be infected, they were being held back. I wanted to help her, wanted to say something, but what could I say? That they should let her through? That she might not be infected? We both knew the truth. Even a small chance of infection was too great a risk. She had to stay. She had to die with everyone else in the quarantine zone. She saw me watching and nodded just once, accepting her fate. Then the soldiers led her away and I was pushed forward, loaded onto another bus that would take us to a refugee camp 50 miles north. I found a seat near the back and stared out the window as we drove away. Behind us, the sky was lit up by fire and explosions as the military fought to contain the outbreak, to buy a few more minutes for the evacuation to complete. Ahead of us was darkness and uncertainty, a future in a world that had changed forever. At exactly 2100 hours, the sky turned white. I didn't see the actual detonation. We were far enough away that the blast was hidden behind buildings and trees. But I saw the light, bright as 1,000 suns, washing out the night and throwing everything into sharp relief. Then came the shockwave, a wall of pressure that rocked the bus on its suspension and shattered windows and set off car alarms for miles around. The mushroom cloud rose slowly, majestically, a pillar of fire and smoke that climbed into the stratosphere. It was beautiful and terrible, the ultimate expression of human capability turned toward destruction. Somewhere in that cloud was everything I'd known. The Everglades, the visitor centers, the cities and neighborhoods and lives that had made up South Florida. All of it was gone now, vaporized in an instant, reduced to radioactive ash. But the infected were gone too. Millions of them destroyed by the blast, the infection burned out of them by nuclear fire. It was the only way to be sure, the only way to stop the spread. Sacrifice the few to save the many. It was a military equation, cold and brutal and necessary. The bus drove through the night, taking us away from the blast zone, away from the contamination. People were crying, praying, calling out names of loved ones they'd lost. I just sat there, numb, watching the mushroom cloud recede in the distance, feeling nothing. We reached the refugee camp at 3 a.m. It was a tent city set up on the grounds of what used to be a county fairground. Hundreds of tents and emergency shelters arranged in neat rows. Military personnel everywhere maintaining order. They had food, water, medical supplies, all the necessities of survival. What they didn't have was hope. The news was playing on television set up in the command tent. I watched as reporters tried to make sense of the nuclear detonation in South Florida, as military spokesmen assured the nation that the outbreak was contained, that the quarantine had held, that the infection had not spread beyond the blast zone. They were lying. I saw it in their eyes, heard it in the carefully worded statements that promised investigation and transparency and justice for the victims. They knew the truth same as I did. The virus had spread beyond South Florida. Wildlife had carried it into Georgia and Alabama, into the Gulf Coast. Infected birds had flown north before the quarantine was implemented, potentially spreading the disease along the entire Atlantic flyway. The nuclear strike had bought time, nothing more. The world was ending. Not all at once, not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, inexorably, as the infection spread from person to person, city to city, across the country, and eventually across the world. Within weeks, there would be outbreaks in every major population center. Within months, civilization as we knew it would collapse. Within a year, the infected would outnumber the living. I found an empty cot in one of the refugee tents and lay down, too exhausted to sleep, too numb to feel. Through the tent opening, I could see the mushroom cloud still glowing on the southern horizon, a permanent scar on the sky. The Everglades was gone. The river of grass had been drained forever, the ancient ecosystem that had existed for thousands of years destroyed in a fraction of a second. But it didn't matter, because the virus had already escaped. Harrison Wells had created something that couldn't be contained, couldn't be stopped, couldn't be undone. His greed, his arrogance, his willingness to sacrifice everything for profit, it had doomed us all. I thought about Jenny, about Dave, about all the rangers and visitors and innocent people who died in the outbreak. I thought about the old woman from the bus, pulled aside at the checkpoint, left to die in the blast. I thought about the millions of people across South Florida who'd been vaporized or burned or crushed by the nuclear strike, sacrificed because it was the only option left. And I thought about the future, about the world that would come after, where the infected ruled and the survivors cowered in camps and bunkers, fighting for scraps, watching as everything they'd built and believed in crumbled into dust. The military was already making plans. I could hear officers discussing strategies for defending the refugee camps, for rationing supplies, for dealing with potential outbreaks within the camps themselves. They were talking about fallback positions, about defensible terrain, about how long the ammunition would last if they had to fight every day. They knew, same as I did, that this camp was temporary, that eventually the infected would find us, that eventually we'd have to move again. Keep moving, never stopping, because the moment you stopped was the moment you died. A young soldier approached me, maybe 19 or 20, still wearing his hazmat suit, though the helmet was off now. He had that 1,000-yard stare I remembered from Afghanistan, that look of someone who'd seen too much too fast. "You were there," he said. It wasn't a question. "In the outbreak zone." "Yeah? What was it like?" I didn't know how to answer that. How do you describe the end of the world to someone who didn't experience it? How do you convey the horror, the terror, the sheer overwhelming wrongness of seeing people and animals transformed into mindless killing machines? How do you explain that feeling of watching everything you knew burning while you ran for your life? "It was hell," I finally said. "And it's going to spread. The nuclear strike didn't stop it, it just slowed it down." He nodded slowly. "I know. We all know. But the brass won't say it. They keep telling us to hold the line, that reinforcements are coming, that the CDC is working on a cure, but there is no cure, is there? No. There's no cure. So what do? Survive. That's all we can do. Survive for as long as possible." He laughed bitterly. "That's it? That's your advice? Just survive? You got a better plan?" He didn't answer. Just walked away, back to his post, back to the illusion of normalcy and order that the military was trying to maintain. I didn't blame him. The alternative was accepting that everything was lost, that this was just the beginning of a long, slow collapse into darkness. Better to cling to hope, even false hope, than to face that truth. I spent the next 3 days in the refugee camp, trying to come to terms with what had happened. The camp was overflowing with survivors from the South Florida outbreak, tens of thousands of people who'd lost everything. There were fights over food and water, arguments about tent space and supplies. The military maintained order with force, shooting looters and people who refused to follow quarantine protocols. It was martial law in everything but name. The news continued to deteriorate. Outbreaks were confirmed in Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Mobile, New Orleans. The Gulf Coast was experiencing the same spread pattern that had destroyed South Florida. Wildlife carrying the infection into populated areas, triggering chains of transmission that overwhelmed local authorities. The CDC admitted that containment had failed, that the infection was spreading faster than they could track it. The president addressed the nation, declaring a state of emergency, mobilizing the full resources of the military, promising that the government would defeat this threat. But I could hear the fear in his voice. He knew. They all knew. This wasn't something that could be defeated with military force or government resources. This was an extinction event, and all the speeches and promises in the world wouldn't stop it. On the fourth day, infected were spotted less than 10 miles from the camp. The military response was immediate. They loaded as many people as they could onto trucks and buses, abandoned the camp, and retreated further north. We became a mobile convoy, thousands of vehicles moving up I-75, military units fighting rearguard actions to slow the infected, buying time for the civilians to escape. I ended up on a military transport truck with about 30 other refugees. We drove through the night and into the next day, passing through towns and cities that were either evacuated or in the process of evacuating. The roads were clogged with traffic, everyone fleeing north, trying to stay ahead of the infection. But there was no staying ahead of it. The infected were everywhere now, spreading through the population faster than anyone could track, turning every city and town into a new outbreak zone. We made it to Georgia before the convoy was hit. Infected came at us from the woods on both sides of the highway, thousands of them, moving with that horrible coordinated hunting behavior that suggested the virus gave them some kind of collective intelligence. The military trucks opened up with machine guns, but there were too many targets, too many infected throwing themselves at the convoy with mindless rage. Our truck swerved to avoid a pileup, crashed through a guardrail, and rolled down an embankment into a drainage ditch. I was thrown clear, landing hard on wet grass, the wind knocked out of my lungs. Around me was chaos. The truck was on its side, people screaming inside, trying to get out. Infected were pouring down the embankment, attacking the survivors who'd made it out, tearing them apart. I ran. Didn't think, didn't look back, just ran into the woods, into the darkness, away from the screams and the gunfire and the sound of infected feeding on the dead and dying. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, and I collapsed in a ravine, gasping for air, listening to the sounds of the convoy being destroyed in the distance. I was alone again. No supplies, no transportation, no idea where I was or where to go. Just me in the darkness and the knowledge that the infection was spreading, that nowhere was safe, that everyone I'd tried to save was probably dead or dying or already transformed into one of those things. I thought about giving up, about just lying there in the ravine and waiting for the infected to find me, letting it end. Would it be so bad? Would it really be worse than what I'd already experienced? Worse than watching the world burn? Worse than knowing that humanity was finished? But I didn't give up. Maybe it was military training, the refusal to quit even when everything was lost. Maybe it was spite, a stubborn determination to deny the virus one more victim for as long as I could. Maybe it was just the simple animal instinct to survive, to keep breathing, to keep fighting even when fighting was pointless. I got up, found a stream and drank from it, not caring anymore if the water was contaminated. If I was going to die, I'd rather die of thirst than infection. I foraged for anything edible, found some wild berries that might have been safe, kept moving north, staying off the roads, traveling at night when the infected seemed less active. I passed through the ruins of small towns, places that had been evacuated or overrun. Empty houses with doors hanging open, cars abandoned in driveways, personal belongings scattered across yards like people had fled in panic. Sometimes I found supplies, a can of food here, a bottle of water there, a jacket in a closet that fit well enough. I took what I could carry and kept moving. The infection was everywhere now. I saw evidence of it in every place I passed. Bodies, both human and infected, left to rot in the Georgia heat. Burned out buildings where desperate people had tried to sterilize outbreak zones. Military checkpoints that had been overrun. The soldiers' bodies still in their defensive positions. The country was collapsing. Civilization was ending, and I was just one man walking north through the ruins, heading toward nothing, running from everything. Weeks passed. I lost track of time. Days blurred together into an endless cycle of walk, hide, scavenge, sleep, repeat. I saw other survivors occasionally, small groups traveling together for safety. I avoided them, trusted no one. Groups attracted attention, made noise, left trails. Better to be alone, to move silently, to pass through the landscape like a ghost. The weather turned colder as I moved north into Tennessee and then Kentucky. The leaves were changing, painting the mountains in brilliant colors that would have been beautiful if I'd had the capacity to care about beauty anymore. I found an abandoned cabin in the mountains and holed up there for a while, rationing the supplies I'd scavenged, trying to build up my strength. The radio still worked occasionally. Most stations were off the air now, but a few were still broadcasting, automated emergency messages and shortwave transmissions from other survivors. The news was universally bad. The infection had spread coast to coast. Major cities were completely overrun. The government had fragmented, different factions claiming authority while the infrastructure of civilization collapsed. There were rumors of safe zones in the Rockies, in Alaska, in remote areas where the population density was low enough that outbreaks could be contained. But mostly there was just silence, the great empty silence of a world that had stopped talking to itself. I thought about South Florida a lot, about the Everglades, about the nuclear strike that had vaporized everything I'd known. The radiation had made the area uninhabitable for generations, but it didn't matter because there was no one left to inhabit it. The infection had won. Harrison Wells had won in a way. His greed and negligence had brought about the end of human civilization. That was a kind of immortality, I suppose. He'd be remembered forever as the man who destroyed the world. On a cold November morning, exactly 1 year after the outbreak began, I climbed to the top of a mountain and looked out across the landscape. Smoke rose from a dozen different points on the horizon where communities were burning. The forests were empty and silent, no birds, no animals, just the sound of wind through the trees. Everything was dying. The infection had spread through the ecosystem like it had in the Everglades, killing or transforming every living thing it touched. I thought about the future, about what came next. Would the infected eventually starve once they'd consumed all available prey? Or would the virus continue to sustain them somehow, turning them into something that could survive indefinitely? Would there be any humans left in 10 years, 20, 100? Or would we go extinct, replaced by these new creatures that the Solanum virus had created? I didn't have answers. Nobody did. The world had changed in ways we couldn't understand, couldn't predict, couldn't control. We were living in the aftermath now, in the ruins of everything we'd built, watching as nature reclaimed the planet in this new, terrible form. Below me in the valley, I could see them. Infected. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, moving through the forest in loose packs. Hunting. Always hunting. The virus drove them to spread, to seek out new hosts, to consume and transform everything they encountered. They would find me eventually. They always found everyone eventually, but not today. Today I was still alive, still human, still fighting even if the fight was futile. I shouldered my pack and started down the other side of the mountain, heading deeper into the wilderness, away from the infected, away from the ruins of civilization. I didn't know where I was going, didn't know if there was anywhere safe left to go, but I kept moving anyway because that's all there was left to do. Survive for as long as possible, until the darkness claimed me too. The sun was setting as I made camp that night, painting the sky in shades of red and orange that reminded me of the mushroom cloud over South Florida. I built a small fire, rationed out my meager supplies, and sat watching the flames while the temperature dropped and my breath turned to mist in the cold air. Somewhere in the distance I heard them, that sound, that horrible growling hissing that had haunted me since the beginning. They were out there, always out there, getting closer every day. The world had ended, not with a bang but with a whimper, not all at once but piece by piece, person by person, city by city. And all because one man had decided that profit was more important than people, that covering up his crimes was more important than protecting the innocent. Harrison Wells was dead. I'd made sure of that. Fed him to his own infected alligators in the poisoned waters of the Everglades. But his legacy lived on. The virus he'd created, the infection he'd spread, the apocalypse he'd triggered. That would outlast all of us. That would be here long after the last human died and the infected inherited the earth. I stared into the fire and thought about nothing. Felt nothing. Was nothing. Just another ghost in a world of ghosts waiting for the inevitable end. The fire burned low. The night grew colder. The sounds got closer. And somewhere in the contaminated ruins of South Florida, in the drained and irradiated wasteland that used to be the river of grass, the Everglades was gone forever. But the virus remained, and the infected multiplied, and the darkness spread. There was no cure, no salvation, no hope, only the endless night and the things that moved through it, and the knowledge that we had done this to ourselves. This was the world now. This was all that was left. And I was still alive, still walking, still fighting the inevitable. For one more day. The next morning we held a council to decide what to do next. Without the research base, without any real destination, people were lost. Some wanted to head south to Texas, others wanted to try for the coast. A few suggested we just find a remote place and settle in for the long haul. In the end, we decided to head back toward Montana. Not to Glacier, that was ground zero, probably completely overrun by now, but to the mountains south of there. There were remote areas, old mining towns that had been abandoned decades ago. Places we could fortify and defend. It would be hard living, especially with winter coming, but it was better than wandering until we ran out of gas and supplies. We spent 2 days scavenging through Colorado Springs, gathering everything we could find. Food from abandoned stores, medicine from pharmacies, weapons and ammunition from gun shops and police stations. We saw infected everywhere, but they seemed sluggish in the cold weather. That gave us an advantage. We could move carefully, avoid the large groups, pick off stragglers silently with knives and hand weapons. We lost one more person during the scavenging, a young man named David who got separated from his partner and was overwhelmed by a group of infected in a grocery store. We heard his screams over the radio but couldn't reach him in time. By the time we got there, he was already one of them, stumbling around the store with gray skin and dead eyes. Maria put him down with a single shot to the head. Nobody cried anymore. We'd seen too much death. It had become routine, just another hazard of existence. On the journey back north, we started hearing radio broadcasts from a group calling themselves the Mountain Republic. They claimed to have established a safe zone in southern Montana, a community of survivors who'd fortified an entire valley. They were calling for people to join them, offering safety and security in exchange for labor and loyalty. It sounded too good to be true, but we were desperate enough to check it out. The broadcast gave coordinates that would put them somewhere near the Bitterroot Range. It was out of our way, but not by much. We voted and decided to investigate. If it was real, if there was actually a functioning community, it might be the answer we'd been looking for. We reached the coordinates 3 days later. What we found was disturbing. There was a community there, all right. About 200 people living in a collection of buildings that had once been a ski resort. They'd built walls out of shipping containers and wrecked vehicles, and they had guards at regular intervals carrying military weapons. But something felt wrong. The guards were too alert, too aggressive. They pointed their weapons at us as we approached and demanded we surrender all our weapons before entering. "That's not going to happen," I told them. The guard, a young man with a shaved head and a scar across his cheek, grinned. "Then you don't get in. Simple as that. Orders from the general." "The general?" Sarah asked. "General Marcus Briggs," the guard said proudly. "Former Army Ranger. He's in charge here, and what he says goes." I felt cold recognition. Briggs, the colonel from the quarantine operation at Glacier. He'd survived, apparently, and now he was running his own fiefdom. I remembered him as pragmatic but ruthless, the kind of officer who'd make hard choices without hesitation. I wasn't sure I wanted to put ourselves under his command, but we needed supplies and information. "We'll meet with Briggs," I said, "but we keep our weapons." The guard started to argue, but another voice cut him off. "Let them through." Briggs himself had appeared on the wall, looking down at us. He'd lost weight since I'd last seen him, and his face was harder, more lined, but his eyes were sharp and calculating as ever. "Henderson, I'm surprised you made it this far." "Likewise," I replied. He ordered the gates opened and we drove into the compound. As soon as we were inside, guards surrounded us and I realized we'd made a mistake. These weren't friendly faces, these were predators looking at prey. Briggs led us to what had been the resort's main lodge. Inside it was warmer, with fires burning in multiple fireplaces and groups of people huddled around them. But I noticed that most of these people looked scared, malnourished. Only the guards looked well-fed and confident. "Welcome to New America," Briggs said, spreading his arms. "Population 200 and growing. We have food, water, electricity from generators, and most importantly, security. The infected can't get past our walls." "And the price for all this security?" I asked. Briggs smiled. "Labor. Everyone works. We have farms. We have scavenging teams. We have construction crews building more walls and defenses. You work, you eat. You don't work, you get cast out." "Sounds like slavery," Maria said bluntly. Briggs' smile faded. "Sounds like survival. The old world is gone. Democracy, freedom, human rights. Those were luxuries of a civilization that had the resources to support them. We don't have those resources anymore. We have to make hard choices, and I'm the one making them." "What about the infected?" Volkov asked. "How do you keep them out?" "Patrols, guards, and a very simple policy. Anyone who gets bitten is executed immediately. No exceptions. We can't risk the infection spreading inside our walls." I looked around at the people in the lodge. Some of them were nodding in agreement, but others looked terrified. A woman in the corner was crying silently, and I wondered if she'd lost someone to Briggs' policy. "We appreciate the offer," I said carefully. "But I think we'll pass. We're heading further north up into the mountains." Briggs' expression hardened. "That's not how this works, Henderson. You came into my territory. You've seen our defenses, our setup. You know too much. I can't let you leave and potentially bring others back to attack us." "You're holding us prisoner?" Sarah asked incredulously. "I'm ensuring our security," Briggs replied. He nodded to the guards and they raised their weapons. "You have a choice. Join us, follow our rules, contribute to our survival, or die right now. Those are your options." We didn't have a choice. Not really. We agreed to join, but I was already planning our escape. That night, Briggs gave us a tour of the facility, showing off his domain like a proud warlord. He had teams working in shifts, scavenging parties that went out every day to nearby towns looking for supplies, agricultural teams that maintained greenhouses where they were growing vegetables, construction crews that were constantly expanding the walls, and then there were the punishment crews. These were people who'd broken Briggs' rules in some way, tried to steal food, shirked their work assignments, or challenged his authority. They were forced to do the most dangerous jobs, like clearing infected from nearby areas or disposing of bodies. They worked without proper equipment or rest, and their mortality rate was high. Briggs watched them work with cold satisfaction. "Discipline is essential," he said. "Without it, we'd descend into chaos. People need structure, need leadership. I provide that." I wanted to smash his face in, but I kept my expression neutral. We were outnumbered and outgunned. We'd have to be smart about this. Over the next few days, we worked our assigned jobs. I was put on a scavenging team. Sarah was assigned to the agricultural division. Volkov was made to work with the maintenance crews. They separated us deliberately, making it harder to coordinate. But we found ways to communicate, passing messages through other workers who were unhappy with Briggs' rule. There were quite a few of them. Briggs ran his community through fear, and while that kept people in line, it also built resentment. People were looking for a chance to rebel. They just needed someone to lead them. That someone wasn't going to be me. I wasn't interested in overthrowing Briggs and taking his place. I just wanted to get my people out alive. The opportunity came on the 5th day. There was a breach in the outer wall when a horde of infected attacked from the east. They'd been drawn by the noise of construction, and there were hundreds of them. Briggs ordered everyone to defensive positions, and in the chaos I managed to get to Sarah and Maria. Tom had been killed the day before in a scavenging accident, or at least that's what the guards said. I suspected he'd been murdered for complaining too much. "We're leaving," I told them. "Tonight, during the attack, while everyone's distracted." Sarah nodded. "Where's Volkov?" "Last I saw, he was at the northern gate with the maintenance crew. We need to get him." The infected hit the walls with tremendous force, and the battle was brutal. Gunfire echoed across the valley, and I could hear people screaming. The walls held, but barely. Briggs was on the front line, shooting infected with a rifle, shouting orders. For all his faults, he was a soldier. He knew how to fight. I made my way through the chaos to the northern gate, where Volkov was helping repair a section of wall that had partially collapsed. When he saw me, he understood immediately. "Now?" he asked. "Now," I confirmed. We slipped through the gate while the guards were focused on the eastern wall. Outside, the night was full of groaning and the sounds of violence, but we moved carefully, using every bit of stealth training I had. We made it to where we'd hidden our vehicles on the outskirts of the compound, supplies already packed in case we needed to run. Maria and Sarah were waiting there. "Where's Jenny?" Sarah asked. Jenny was one of the survivors from the Wyoming high school. Maria's face was grim. "She didn't make it. Got caught by a guard while trying to get supplies. They shot her as a deserter." I felt rage boil up inside me, but I pushed it down. We didn't have time for revenge. We needed to get out while we still could. We got in the vehicles and started driving, heading west into the darkness. Behind us, the sounds of battle continued. I wondered how many people would die tonight, how many would become infected. I wondered if any of them would be better off. We drove through the night and into the next day, putting as much distance as possible between us and Briggs' compound. We were down to 4 people now: me, Sarah, Maria, and Volkov. 4 survivors out of the 15 who'd started this journey. The radio brought us news that made everything worse. The government, what was left of it, had authorized nuclear strikes on major urban centers. Seattle had been hit, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles. The West Coast was being systematically destroyed in an attempt to stop the infection's spread. But it wasn't working. The infected had already reached the Midwest. Chicago was under siege. St. Louis had fallen. The virus was spreading faster than the bombs could fall. Some scientists on the radio were saying it was airborne now, that the virus had mutated and could be transmitted through respiratory droplets. That would explain how it had spread so quickly. If that was true, we were all infected already. We were all just walking time bombs waiting to die and turn. That thought haunted me. Every time I coughed, every time I felt a little warm, I wondered if this was it. If the next time I fell asleep, I wouldn't wake up human. Sarah and I had grown closer during the journey. In quiet moments, when we weren't fighting for our lives, we'd talk about the past. She told me about growing up in California, about her family who she hadn't been able to contact since the outbreak started. She'd tried calling, sent messages, but nothing. She had to assume they were dead or infected. I told her about Seattle, about my parents who I knew were gone. The city had been hit early in the nuclear strikes. Even if they'd survived the blast, the fallout would have killed them. We were orphans of the old world trying to survive in the new one. One night, as we camped in an abandoned farmhouse, she kissed me. It was desperate, hungry. The kiss of two people who knew they might not have tomorrow. We made love by firelight, seeking comfort in each other's touch, trying to feel something other than fear and despair. Afterward, as we lay together, she said, "When this is over, if it's ever over, what do you want to do?" I thought about it. I want to find a place where the mountains meet the sea, build a cabin, live quietly, maybe plant a garden. "That sounds nice," she whispered. "Can I come with you?" "I wouldn't want to go without you," I replied. It was a beautiful fantasy. We both knew it would never happen. We continued north, back toward Montana, but not toward Glacier. That area would be completely overrun by now. Instead, we aimed for the Bob Marshall Wilderness, one of the most remote areas in the lower 48. If we could get deep enough into the wilderness, maybe we could outlast the infection. Maybe we could find other survivors, build something new. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. On the way, we encountered more infected than ever. They were everywhere now, shambling through the forests, following the rivers, drawn by some instinct toward human habitation. We couldn't risk driving during the day because the noise attracted too many of them. So we drove at night with our lights off, using night vision goggles I'd taken from the equipment at Briggs' compound. It was slow, dangerous work. Twice we almost drove off cliffs. Once we got stuck in mud and had to dig ourselves out while infected approached from the tree line. But we kept moving. What else could we do? A week after leaving Briggs, we ran into another group of survivors. They ambushed us on a mountain road, using a fallen tree as a roadblock. When we stopped, armed men and women emerged from the forest on both sides. "Out of the vehicles!" someone shouted. "Hands where we can see them!" We got out slowly, hands raised. The leader was a woman in her 50s, weathered and tough-looking, with a hunting rifle slung over her shoulder. "What's your business here?" she demanded. "Just passing through," I said. "We're heading for the Bob Marshall Wilderness." She studied us, her eyes lingering on Volkov. "You're Russian," she said. "Duh," Volkov replied carefully. "Is that a problem?" "Depends. The Russians started this whole mess. Some folks around here would just as soon shoot you as look at you." "The Soviet Union started this," Volkov corrected. "A government that no longer exists. I had nothing to do with it." She considered that, then lowered her rifle slightly. "I'm Catherine. We have a camp about 5 miles from here. Small group, maybe 30 people. We're trying to survive the winter, maybe rebuild when this is over." "If it's ever over," Maria said. Catherine nodded grimly. "That's the question, isn't it? Some folks think this is the end times, that God's punishing humanity for its sins. Others think it's just bad luck and bad science. Me? I don't know what to think. I just know we need to keep living, keep fighting, because the moment we give up is the moment we let them win." I liked her immediately. She reminded me of Frank, that same stubborn determination to keep going no matter what. "Can we join you?" I asked. Just for a little while, we need to rest, resupply. Catherine agreed, and we followed her group back to their camp. It was well hidden in a narrow valley with natural rock walls on 3 sides and a single defendable entrance. They'd built cabins from lumber scavenged from an old logging camp, and they had a few working vehicles. It was more organized than I'd expected. That night they fed us a hot meal, venison from a deer they'd hunted and vegetables from their greenhouse. It was the best food I'd had in weeks. We sat around their fire and they told us their story. They were mostly locals who'd banded together when the outbreak started, along with a few refugees from towns that had fallen. They'd survived by staying mobile, avoiding large groups of infected and living off the land. Catherine had been a wilderness guide before the outbreak, and her knowledge had kept them alive. "What's it like out there?" one of the younger members asked. "Beyond Montana." I told them about Colorado Springs, about the nuclear strikes, about Briggs and his compound. I told them about the spread of the infection and the collapse of the government. Their faces grew darker with each revelation. "So there's no help coming," Catherine said. "No military rescue, no government relief. We're on our own." "We're on our own," I confirmed. The mood around the fire was somber after that. People drifted off to their cabins, leaving just the core group, me, Sarah, Maria, Volkov, Catherine, and a few of her lieutenants. "There's something you should know," Catherine said quietly. "We've been seeing military activity in the area. Helicopters flying over, ground patrols. They're not here to rescue anyone, they're doing something else." "Like what?" Sarah asked. Catherine pulled out a map and pointed to several locations. They've been setting up equipment at these sites, large devices on trucks guarded by heavily armed soldiers. "We sent a scout to get a closer look at one of them. He said it looked like some kind of bomb." My blood ran cold. "Nuclear weapons?" "That's what we think. They're preparing to destroy the entire region. Probably trying to create a dead zone where the infection can't spread." "But there are people still alive here," Maria protested. "Survivors who have nothing to do with the infection." "I don't think they care," Catherine said. "We're acceptable losses." Volkov had been silent during this conversation, but now he spoke up. "Where exactly are these devices located?" Catherine showed him on the map. His face went pale as he studied it. "These are strategic points. They're planning a ring of detonations that will create a massive blast zone covering thousands of square kilometers. Everything from Glacier National Park to Missoula will be obliterated." "When?" I demanded. "We don't know, but our scout said the soldiers were talking about a timeline. Days, maybe a week at most." We had to move fast. We had to get as far away as possible before the bombs fell. But even as I thought that, I knew it was hopeless. We couldn't outrun nuclear weapons. We didn't have the fuel, the time, or the distance. "There's something else," Volkov said slowly. "Those containment samples I've been carrying. If they're destroyed in a nuclear blast, the heat might aerosolize the virus. Instead of containing it, the explosion could spread it even further." "You've got to be kidding me," Sarah said. "Destroy them," Catherine ordered. "Right now. We can't risk that." "I can't," Volkov replied. "The case is locked with a biometric seal. Only certain people can open it, and I'm not one of them. It was designed that way to prevent theft or tampering. Then we need to get it somewhere safe before the bombs drop," I said. "Somewhere the blast won't reach it." "Where?" Maria asked. "There's nowhere safe within 1,000 miles of here." I thought furiously. Then an idea came to me, desperate and dangerous, but possibly our only option. "Glacier," I said. "We take it back to where it came from, back to the crevasse where we found it. We seal it in the ice deep enough that even a nuclear blast won't reach it." "That's insane," Sarah said. "Glacier is ground zero. It'll be the first place they hit." "Exactly," I replied. "Which means it'll be the center of the blast zone, the point of maximum destruction. But that crevasse goes down hundreds of feet. If we can get the case deep enough, the ice might protect it. Volkov considered this. It's possible. The ice would provide shielding from radiation and heat, and if the case survives, it might be recovered someday in the distant future when the area is safe again. It's the best shot we have, Catherine agreed. But you'll never make it. The area around Glacier is completely overrun with infected. It's a death trap. Then we die trying, I said. It's better than sitting here waiting for a nuclear bomb to turn us into shadows on the wall. We left at dawn with Catherine's blessing and what supplies they could spare. Sarah, Maria, Volkov, and I heading back toward the place where this had all started. The journey took 3 days of hard driving, avoiding infected hordes and military patrols. The closer we got to Glacier, the worse it became. The infection had transformed the entire region into a nightmare landscape. Every town, every building, every vehicle was either destroyed or swarming with infected. We saw herds of them, hundreds strong, moving like locusts across the land. They'd stripped areas bare of anything living, and now they were spreading outward, searching for food. We passed through West Glacier, or what was left of it. The town had burned to the ground. Bodies everywhere, both infected and human. The Hungry Bear diner where I'd eaten so many meals was just a collapsed shell. Frank's ranger station was gone. Everything I'd known, everyone I'd cared about, except the 3 people with me, was dead. We reached the trailhead to Grinnell Glacier at midnight. The parking lot was full of wrecked and abandoned vehicles. We added ours to the collection and geared up for the hike. Heavy backpacks with climbing equipment, weapons, ammunition, and the containment case that Volkov carried chained to his wrist. The trail was treacherous in the dark, but we didn't dare use lights for fear of attracting infected. We moved by feel and by memory, my training and familiarity with this terrain the only things keeping us from walking off a cliff. We saw infected on the trail. They were sluggish in the cold mountain air, easier to avoid than the fast-moving ones we'd encountered in the lowlands. We killed when we had to, silently with knives and ice axes, and hid the bodies off the trail. It took us 5 hours to reach the glacier. By the time we arrived, the sun was starting to rise, and I could see the extent of the devastation. The glacier had retreated even further in the weeks since the outbreak started. The crevasse where we'd found the containment case was wider now, deeper, more unstable. The ice was melting fast, accelerated by the fires burning across the region and the atmospheric changes from all the nuclear detonations. We roped up and prepared to descend. I would go first, setting anchors and clearing a path. Volkov would follow with the case. Sarah and Maria would stay topside, keeping watch for infected and providing support. I checked my gear one last time, then stepped backward over the edge of the crevasse and began rappelling down into the ice. The descent was harder than I'd expected. The ice was rotten in places, and several times I punched through thin sections and had to find new anchor points. The crevasse narrowed as I went deeper, the walls pressing in until I could barely fit through. At about 70 feet down, I reached a wider chamber, a space in the ice where the walls opened up. This would work. I set anchors and called up to Volkov. He descended carefully, the case banging against the ice walls as he came down. When he reached me, we were both breathing hard, our breath fogging in the frigid air. "This is it," I said. "We seal it here." We used climbing gear and ice screws to attach the case to the wall of the chamber, then began the process of sealing it in place. We had brought bags of cement mix that would freeze solid in the cold, creating a protective shell around the case. It took an hour of careful work, mixing the cement with glacial meltwater and applying it in layers. When we were done, the case was completely encased, frozen into the heart of the glacier. Unless someone came down here with power tools and a lot of time, it wasn't going anywhere. Volkov stood looking at his creation, and I could see complex emotions on his face. "This was my mission," he said quietly. "Recover the samples, bring them home. Instead, I've buried them forever." "You've saved them," I corrected. "If they'd been destroyed in the blast, they could have made things worse. Now at least there's a chance that someday, when this is all over, someone might be able to use them to understand what happened. To make sure it never happens again." "You're an optimist, Henderson," he said. "Most people would call that naive." "I call it survival," I replied. "If you stop believing there's a reason to keep going, you're already dead." We climbed back up to the surface to find Sarah and Maria fighting off a group of infected. They'd been drawn by the noise of our work, and now there were at least 20 of them shambling toward the crevasse. We dropped our packs and joined the fight, working systematically to put them down. By the time we were finished, we were all exhausted and low on ammunition. "We need to get out of here," Sarah gasped. "This place is crawling with them." But before we could move, we heard the sound of helicopters, multiple aircraft coming in fast from the south. We took cover behind rocks and watched as 3 military helicopters circled the glacier basin. One of them was landing, and I felt my stomach drop as I recognized the figure who emerged. Briggs. He'd found us. He had a full squad with him, 10 soldiers in combat gear with automatic weapons. They fanned out in a defensive perimeter as Briggs walked toward the crevasse. Somehow he'd tracked us, had followed us here. Maybe he'd been monitoring radio traffic, or maybe he'd just guessed where we'd go. Either way, we were caught. "Henderson!" he shouted. "I know you're here. Come out or I'll have my men flush you out with grenades." I looked at the others. We were outnumbered and outgunned. But we had the high ground and the advantage of cover. And we had something Briggs wanted. Information about where we'd hidden the samples. I stood up slowly, keeping my hands visible. "I'm here, Briggs." He turned to face me, and I could see the madness in his eyes. The last few weeks had broken something in him. He was still functioning, still capable, but there was a feverish quality to his movements that spoke of a man on the edge. "Where are the samples?" he demanded. "They're gone," I said. "Sealed in the ice where they can't hurt anyone." "You fool," Briggs snarled. "Those samples could have been our salvation. I have scientists at my compound who could have studied them, found a cure." "Your scientists?" I laughed bitterly. "You're running a slave camp, not a research facility. You don't care about a cure. You just want the power those samples would give you." "Power is survival," Briggs shouted. "In this new world, only the strong survive. Only those willing to make the hard choices, to do what needs to be done. Like executing people for getting bitten? Like working people to death?" Briggs pulled out his sidearm and pointed it at me. "You don't understand. You never did. The old morality is dead. We need new rules, new structures. I'm building that. I'm creating order from chaos, and you're just making it harder for everyone." "Then shoot me," I said. "Go ahead. But you'll never find those samples. I'm the only one who knows exactly where they are." It was a bluff. Volkov also knew, and so did Sarah and Maria. But Briggs didn't know that. He lowered his gun slightly, and I could see him calculating. "Where are they?" he asked. "Tell me, and I'll let you live. You and your friends. I'll even let you go. Just tell me where the samples are." I almost laughed. Did he really think I'd believe him? But before I could respond, the radio on his belt crackled to life. "Command, this is Eagle Eye. Multiple nuclear launch detections. ETA to target zone. 15 minutes. All units evacuate immediately." "This is not a drill." The blood drained from Briggs' face. "No, not yet. We were supposed to have more time." I understood then. He'd known about the nuclear strikes. Maybe he'd even helped plan them. But something had gone wrong, or the timeline had been moved up. And now, we were all about to die. "Everyone back to the helicopters," Briggs shouted. "Now!" His soldiers started retreating, but infected were coming from every direction now, drawn by all the noise and activity. A running battle erupted, Briggs' men firing in all directions as they tried to reach their aircraft. I grabbed Sarah and Maria and we started running too, heading south away from the glacier. Volkov was with us, moving with the trained efficiency of a man who'd spent his life in dangerous situations. Behind us, I heard Briggs screaming orders, heard the helicopter's engine starting up. And then I heard something else, the high-pitched whine of incoming ordnance. The first bomb hit the northern edge of the park, and even though it was miles away, the shockwave knocked us flat. The ground heaved like an earthquake, and the sound was indescribable, a roar that seemed to come from the earth itself. I looked back and saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, growing impossibly fast, blotting out the sun. The next few minutes were chaos. We ran blindly, stumbling over rocks and fallen trees, while more detonations lit up the sky. The military was using multiple warheads, creating overlapping blast zones to ensure complete coverage. I could feel the heat on my back, could see the trees around us starting to catch fire from the thermal radiation. Briggs' helicopters tried to lift off, but they were too slow. The blast wave from the second detonation caught them mid-flight, swatting them out of the air like insects. They spiraled down and exploded, adding their own fires to the growing inferno. We made it to a deep ravine and dove in, pressing ourselves against the rock face as the world ended around us. The wind was like a hurricane, full of debris and ash. Trees were being ripped up by their roots and thrown through the air. The temperature was rising fast, and I knew that even if we survived the blast, the firestorm that followed would kill us. Sarah was pressed against me, and I could feel her shaking. Maria was praying in Spanish. Volkov was just staring at the sky with an expression of awe and horror. This was what his government had created. This was the ultimate expression of the Cold War's mad arms race. The power to destroy the world, and the willingness to use it. The bombardment lasted for 10 minutes that felt like an eternity. When it finally stopped, the silence was almost worse than the noise had been. I raised my head slowly and looked out of the ravine. The landscape had been transformed into hell. Everything was on fire. The mountains themselves seemed to be burning, and the sky was the color of blood. Ash was falling like snow, covering everything in a gray blanket. "We need to move," I said, my voice rough from the smoke and dust. "The radiation will kill us if we stay here." We climbed out of the ravine and started walking south, away from the blast zones. Every step was agony. My lungs felt like they were being scoured with sandpaper. My skin was burned in places where the radiation had touched me. But I kept moving because the alternative was death. We walked for hours, maybe days. Time lost meaning. The sun was completely blocked by the smoke and ash that filled the atmosphere, creating a perpetual twilight. We passed through areas that had been completely flattened, where there was nothing left but rubble and bodies. We saw infected stumbling through the ruins, their flesh charred and melting from the radiation. They were dying finally, but it brought no comfort. We were dying too, just more slowly. On the third day, or what I thought was the third day, Maria collapsed. We stopped and tried to help her, but there was nothing we could do. She was suffering from acute radiation poisoning. Her hair was falling out in clumps, and she was bleeding from her nose and mouth. She looked up at me with eyes that were already losing focus. "Don't let me turn," she whispered. I nodded and pulled out my pistol. Sarah turned away, unable to watch. I put the gun to Maria's head and pulled the trigger. The shot echoed across the dead landscape, and then there was silence again. We buried her in the ash and kept moving. The next day we found Briggs, or what was left of him. His helicopter had crashed about 5 miles from where we'd last seen him, and he'd somehow survived the initial impact. But he hadn't survived the radiation. He was slumped against a rock, his skin covered in burns and lesions. When he saw us approaching, he tried to reach for his weapon, but he was too weak. "Henderson," he croaked. "Still alive?" I stood over him, looking down at the man who'd caused so much suffering in the name of survival. "Yeah, still alive." He laughed, a wet, painful sound. "We're all dead. Don't you see? The radiation, it's everywhere. We're all breathing it in, swallowing it. It's in our cells. We're just corpses that don't know it yet." He was right, and we all knew it. We'd received lethal doses of radiation, maybe not immediately fatal, but enough to kill us slowly over the next days or weeks. Our cells were already breaking down, our organs failing. "At least I tried," Briggs said. "I tried to build something, to save someone." "What did you accomplish?" I thought about the samples sealed in the glacier, buried under tons of ice and radioactive debris. Maybe someone would find them someday when the radiation had decayed enough to make the area safe. Maybe they'd use them to understand what had happened, to make sure it never happened again. Or maybe they'd stay buried forever, another secret the Earth kept. "I tried to do the right thing," I said finally. "That's all any of us can do." Briggs coughed, blood spattering his chin. "The right thing. Got everyone killed. My way, at least some people would have survived." "Slaves," I said. "Living in fear, that's not survival, that's just slow death." He stared at me for a long moment, then his eyes lost focus. He was dead. I felt nothing looking at his corpse. No satisfaction, no regret, just emptiness. We left him there and continued south. Volkov collapsed on the 5th day. Like Maria, he was suffering from radiation sickness, but he'd also taken wounds in the final battle that had become infected. He was burning with fever, delirious. Sarah and I made camp in the ruins of an old barn and tried to make him comfortable, but we knew he was dying. "Henderson," he whispered during a moment of lucidity. "The samples. Did we do the right thing?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I don't know if there is a right thing anymore." He smiled weakly. "Honest, I appreciate that." He pulled out a photograph from his jacket, creased and smoke-damaged. It showed a woman and 2 children, a family portrait from what looked like the 1990s. "My family," he said. "Wife and daughters. Haven't seen them in 20 years. Divorced. I chose my work over them. Biggest mistake of my life." "Maybe they're still alive," I said, though I didn't believe it. "Maybe somewhere in Russia." "No," Volkov said. "They're dead. Everyone's dead. This virus, it's everywhere now. Spread by the nuclear strikes, made it airborne. We destroyed the world trying to save it." He died an hour later, his hand still clutching that photograph. I took it from him and put it in my pocket. I don't know why. Maybe because I wanted there to be some record that these people had existed, that they'd been loved by someone. We buried Volkov next to the barn and moved on. It was just Sarah and me now, 2 survivors in a dead world. We walked for another week, heading south toward what we hoped would be less contaminated areas. But everywhere we went, we found the same thing: death and destruction. The nuclear strikes had created a cascade effect, spreading the virus further than anyone had anticipated. The infected were everywhere, but they were dying too, their bodies unable to function under the radiation load. In a way, the government's plan had worked. The infected were being killed off, but so was everything else. The entire northern hemisphere was becoming an uninhabitable wasteland. Sarah started showing symptoms of radiation sickness on the 10th day. I'd been expecting it. We'd both received massive doses, but it still hit me hard. She was my last connection to the world before, the last person who remembered me when I was just a ranger doing his job. Now she was dying and there was nothing I could do to stop it. We made camp in an abandoned house that had somehow survived the blasts. The roof was mostly intact, which was more than you could say for most buildings. I built a fire and heated some canned soup we'd scavenged. It tasted like ash and metal, but we ate it anyway. "Tell me about your cabin again," Sarah said, her voice weak. "The one by the ocean." I told her about the fantasy we'd shared that night so long ago, about the mountains meeting the sea, about the garden we'd plant, about the quiet life we'd never have. She smiled, her eyes closing. "Sounds nice." "It would have been," I said. "It would have been perfect." She died in her sleep that night. I held her body until the fire burned down to coals, then I carried her outside and buried her in the garden of the ruined house. I used a piece of wood as a marker, carving her name into it with my knife. Sarah Chen, wildlife biologist friend. I sat by her grave as the sun started to rise, or at least as much of a sunrise as was possible through the ash-choked sky. The world was gray and dead, and I was the last one left, the last survivor of a nightmare that had consumed everything. I stayed at that house for 3 more days, waiting for the radiation sickness to kill me. But it didn't, or at least not as quickly as I'd expected. I had symptoms, nausea, bleeding gums, hair loss, but I was still alive, still functioning. I didn't know why. Maybe I'd been further from the blast than the others. Maybe I'd just gotten lucky. Or maybe I was being kept alive by the universe's sense of irony, forcing me to witness the full extent of what we'd done. On the 4th day, I heard something on my radio. It was the first human voice I'd heard since Sarah died. "Any survivors in the Montana region? Evacuated. Shelter in Salt Lake City. If you can hear the head south. Government facility. Medical treatment available." The transmission was broken and full of static, but it was enough. There was still a government, still survivors somewhere, still a chance, however small, at a future. I packed what few supplies I had left and started walking south. I walked for weeks through the ruins of civilization. I saw cities reduced to rubble, highways choked with abandoned vehicles and bodies, fields turned to ash. I saw infected dying by the thousands, their bodies littering the landscape like some biblical plague. The virus was killing them faster than it could spread, burning itself out in a final apocalyptic surge. I saw survivors too, occasionally, small groups hiding in bunkers or fortified buildings, afraid to come out. I tried to help when I could, sharing supplies and information, but mostly I just kept walking, driven by some stubborn refusal to give up. I passed through what was left of Helena, of Butte, of Pocatello. Each city was a mass grave, a monument to humanity's failure. The nuclear strikes had been meant to contain the infection, but they'd only made things worse. The radiation had accelerated the virus's mutation, made it more aggressive, more deadly. And the thermal effects had spread contaminated debris for hundreds of miles, seeding new outbreaks in areas that had been clean before. The military's cure had been worse than the disease. By the time I reached the outskirts of Salt Lake City, I was barely alive. I'd lost so much weight that my clothes hung off me like rags. My hair was gone completely, my skin covered in radiation burns and sores. I was coughing blood, and every step felt like walking through cement. But I made it. The facility was a massive underground complex that had been built during the Cold War as a government continuity site. It was guarded by military personnel in hazmat suits who scanned me for infection and radiation contamination. The Geiger counters went crazy when they got near me. "Jesus Christ," one of the guards said. "You should be dead. The radiation levels you're putting out—" "I know," I interrupted. "How bad is it?" They looked at each other, and I could see the answer in their faces. "You've got days, maybe a week," one of them said finally. "We can keep you comfortable, but there's nothing we can do, I'm sorry." They let me in anyway. The underground facility was huge with multiple levels that went down hundreds of feet. They had thousands of survivors here, people who'd made it through the outbreak by being lucky or smart or just in the right place at the right time. They had food, water, medical facilities, even some working communications with other shelter sites around the country. A doctor examined me and confirmed what the guards had said. I was dying, my body breaking down from massive radiation exposure. They gave me drugs to manage the pain and nausea, but there was no cure for what I had. I was living on borrowed time. They debriefed me extensively, wanting to know everything about the outbreak, about the crash site, about the samples. I told them the whole story, from finding the body in the glacier to sealing the containment case deep in the ice before the nuclear strikes. The intelligence officer conducting the debriefing, a colonel named Martinez, listened intently. When I finished, he sat back and sighed. "You did the right thing," he said. "If those samples had been destroyed in the blast, the virus would have been spread even further. By protecting them, you gave us a chance." "A chance at what?" I asked. "Everything's dead. The world's dead." "Not everything," Martinez said. "Not yet. The infection is burning itself out. The nuclear strikes and the radiation are killing the infected faster than they can spread. Within a few months, maybe a year, the virus will be effectively extinct. Then we can start rebuilding." "Rebuilding what?" I asked bitterly. "The Northern Hemisphere is a radioactive wasteland. Millions are dead. Civilization has collapsed." "Yes," Martinez agreed. "But humans are remarkably resilient. We've survived extinction events before, ice ages, plagues, wars. This is worse, certainly, but some of us will survive. And those who do will remember, will learn from what happened, will make sure it never happens again." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think that something good could come from all this death and destruction. But I'd seen too much, lost too much. I couldn't find that hope inside myself anymore. They gave me a room in the medical wing, a small but clean space with a bed and a window that showed a video feed of the surface. I spent my last days there, watching the dead world outside and thinking about everyone I'd lost. Frank, Kyle, Maria, Tom, Jenny, Volkov, Sarah. All the people whose names I never learned, who died in the chaos of the outbreak. I thought about Briggs and his twisted vision of survival through slavery. I thought about Volkov and his doomed mission. I thought about Catherine and her group and wondered if they'd survived or if the nuclear strikes had killed them too. I thought about the virus itself, that microscopic nightmare created in a Soviet laboratory decades ago, frozen in time until climate change had released it. How many disasters would it take before humanity learned? How many times would we have to nearly destroy ourselves before we chose a different path? On my 7th day in the facility, I woke up feeling worse than ever. The doctor came to check on me and told me it would be today or tomorrow. My organs were failing, my immune system completely gone. I was basically waiting for my body to finish shutting down. "Is there anything we can do for you?" the doctor asked. "Any family we can try to contact?" I shook my head. "Everyone's dead." "I'm sorry," she said. She left and I was alone with my thoughts. I thought about that day at Grinnell Glacier when I'd first found the body. If I'd just left it there, if I'd never called it in, would things have been different? Would the virus have stayed frozen until natural melting released it gradually rather than all at once? Or would it have spread no matter what, an inevitable disaster waiting to happen? I'd never know. All I knew was that I'd tried. I'd tried to do what I thought was right, tried to protect the samples, tried to help people survive. It hadn't been enough. It had never been enough. As night fell, or what passed for night in the underground facility, I felt myself slipping away. My breathing was getting shallow, my heart irregular. This was it. The end of my story. I closed my eyes and thought about Sarah's fantasy, the cabin by the sea, the mountains and the garden, a life that could have been. And then I was there. I could see it so clearly, the ocean stretching out to the horizon, the mountains rising behind me. Sarah was there too, young and healthy, smiling. We were building something together, not just a cabin, but a future. A world where people learned from their mistakes instead of repeating them forever. It was a beautiful dream. I held on to it as the darkness came for me. As my heart beat its last few times, as everything that made me Thomas Henderson faded away. My last thought was a hope, fragile but real, that maybe somehow humanity would survive this, would rebuild, would remember what we'd lost and why we'd lost it, would choose to be better. Then there was nothing. But the world didn't end with me. 3 months after I died, the infection had largely burned itself out, exactly as Colonel Martinez had predicted. The combination of radiation, environmental collapse, and simple lack of viable hosts had killed off most of the infected. Small pockets remained, but they were isolated and manageable. The survivors emerged from their shelters into a changed world. The northern hemisphere was largely uninhabitable, the radiation levels too high for permanent settlement. But the southern hemisphere had been relatively spared, and evacuation efforts began in earnest. Millions relocated to Australia, South America, Southern Africa. The world's population, which had been nearly 8 billion before the outbreak, was now estimated at less than 1 billion. 90% of humanity had died in the space of 6 months. The political map was redrawn completely. Old nations dissolved, new ones formed from the remnants. The United States effectively ceased to exist as a coherent entity, splitting into multiple regional governments. Russia, China, India, all fragmented. The old world order was gone forever, but people survived. They always do. Settlements were established, farms planted, children born. Life, however changed, continued. The samples I'd sealed in the glacier remained there, buried under tons of radioactive ice and debris. The area around Glacier National Park was declared a permanent exclusion zone, too dangerous to enter for at least 100 years. But the government maintained monitoring stations around the perimeter just in case. They knew what was buried there. They knew that someday, when the radiation had decayed enough, someone would have to go back and retrieve those samples, to study them, to understand them, to make sure that if another outbreak ever happened, humanity would be ready. My story became a case study in the archives of the New World's scientific institutions. The ranger who'd found the original crash site, who'd helped track the spread of the infection, who'd fought to protect the samples and died trying to warn people about the nuclear strikes. They named a memorial after me in one of the new settlements in New Zealand. A park, ironically enough. A place where families could go and remember the world that had been lost. Remember the mistakes that had led to the catastrophe. Remember the importance of vigilance and responsibility, but memorials are cold comfort. They don't bring back the dead. They don't undo the damage. They're just stones and words, a way for the living to pretend they'll never make the same mistakes. The truth is, we will. Humanity has a short memory and a long history of repeating its worst impulses. The cycle will continue. Ambition, hubris, catastrophe, rebuilding, and then ambition again. The zombies won. Not in the way you might think. They didn't inherit the earth or establish some nightmarish kingdom of the undead. They simply existed long enough to show us what we really were. Fragile, arrogant, capable of creating horrors we couldn't control and refusing to take responsibility until it was too late. The virus didn't destroy civilization, we did that ourselves. The virus was just the catalyst, the match that lit the powder keg we'd been building for decades. Cold War weapons programs, climate change melting the glaciers, governments prioritizing control over transparency. military solutions to problems that required wisdom and restraint. We destroyed ourselves trying to save ourselves, and in the end, the zombies were just witnesses to our suicide. The mountains that I loved so much are still there, buried under radioactive snow, silent and empty. The glaciers continue to melt, slowly releasing whatever other nightmares we buried over the centuries. The water carries it all downstream, spreading the contamination further with each passing year. And somewhere, deep in a crevasse in what was once Glacier National Park, a metal case sits frozen in the ice, waiting for the day when someone is foolish enough or desperate enough to dig it up and start the cycle all over again. That's my story. That's how the world ended. Not with a bang or a whimper, but with the slow, inevitable collapse of everything we'd built, everything we'd believed in, everything we'd taken for granted. The zombies prevail because we let them. Because when faced with a crisis, we chose bombs over solutions, control over compassion, survival at any cost over survival with dignity. I died in an underground bunker alone except for the ghosts of everyone I'd failed to save. The world kept turning without me. Life continued, diminished but persistent. And the virus remains, locked in ice, waiting for the next time humanity forgets the lessons of the past and opens the door to its own destruction. That's how all our stories end, really. In the cold, in the dark, waiting for someone to make the same mistakes all over again. The dead walk among us not because of a virus, but because we've never learned to let go of the weapons and hubris that killed us the first time. We are the zombies. We always were. We just didn't realize it until it was too late. I woke up at 5:30 that morning to the sound of my alarm cutting through the darkness of my small apartment in Volcano Village, the same routine I'd followed for the past 3 years since taking the ranger position at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. The coffee maker gurgled to life as I pulled on my uniform, the green and gray fabric still crisp from yesterday's wash, and I stood at my kitchen window watching the pre-dawn glow illuminate the eastern sky beyond the silhouette of Mauna Loa. Life as a park ranger suited me far better than my previous existence as a Marine infantry sergeant, though some mornings I still woke up reaching for a rifle that wasn't there, my body jerking away from explosions that existed only in my memory. I'd done 2 tours in Afghanistan before deciding I'd seen enough of humanity's capacity for violence, and the volcanic landscape of the Big Island offered a different kind of danger, one that felt cleaner somehow, more honest in its indifference to human life. The mountains didn't care about politics or religion or which side of an invisible line you were born on. They simply existed, powerful and ancient, following rules written into the geology of the planet itself. I drove my Park Service truck down the narrow road toward the Kilauea Visitor Center as the sun broke over the Pacific, painting the volcanic landscape in shades of orange and red that made the black lava fields look like they were still glowing with internal heat. The radio chattered with morning reports from the other rangers, routine stuff about trail conditions and visitor counts, and a minor rockfall near the Thurston lava tube that would need some cleanup work. My assignment for the day was monitoring equipment along the eastern rift zone, checking seismographs and gas sensors and thermal cameras that kept constant watch over the volcano's restless sleeping form. It was tedious work most days, the kind of slow, careful attention to detail that drove some people crazy, but that I found meditative after years of hypervigilance in combat zones where every rock and shadow might hide an IED or a sniper. Here the dangers were predictable, measurable, contained within the observable patterns of volcanic activity that scientists had been studying for decades. I stopped at the visitor center to grab my field kit and run into my supervisor, James Kealoha, a native Hawaiian in his 50s who'd been working in the park since before I was born. He was pouring himself coffee from the staff room pot, his weathered face creased with the kind of lines that came from decades of squinting into volcanic gases and tropical sun. "Morning, Ryan," he said, his voice carrying that gentle island accent that I'd learned meant he was about to tell me something I wouldn't like. "Got a weird report came in overnight. Some hikers up near the Mauna Ulu trail said they saw dead pigs and birds near one of the vents, just lying there in the steam. Probably just got too close to the gases, but I want you to check it out when you're up that way. Take some photos, maybe collect a sample if it looks unusual." I nodded and filled my own coffee mug, adding the 3 sugars that barely cut the bitter taste of James's industrial strength brew. "Any idea which vent?" I asked. "The coordinates put it near that cluster of new fractures that opened up last month," he said, pulling out a laminated map and pointing to an area marked in red pen. "The ones where we had to reroute the trail because of the increased activity." That area made me frown because I remembered the meeting we'd had about those fractures. The way the geologists had seemed more concerned than usual about the chemical composition of the gases coming out of them. There'd been some talk about unusual readings, trace elements that didn't match the normal volcanic signatures. But the conversation had been cut short when one of the senior scientists had mentioned something about checking with environmental protection about possible contamination from old military dumping sites in the area. The park sat on land that had been used for various military purposes over the years, and there were always concerns about unexploded ordnance or chemical residue from decades of training exercises and weapons testing. I'd pushed it out of my mind at the time because it wasn't my area of expertise, but now the memory came back with an uncomfortable edge of worry. I spent the drive up the access road thinking about those dead animals, which was probably stupid because wildlife died near volcanic vents all the time, overcome by sulfur dioxide or carbon dioxide or just the intense heat of the gases venting from the Earth's interior. But something about James's tone had bothered me. That careful neutrality that people used when they suspected something was wrong but didn't want to start a panic without evidence. The road wound through older lava flows covered in pioneer vegetation, the hardy ferns and ohia trees that were slowly reclaiming the blackened rock, and I kept the windows down despite the sulfurous smell in the air because I liked feeling connected to the landscape rather than sealed away in air-conditioned isolation. When I reached the area marked on the map, I parked the truck and loaded my field pack with sample bags, a portable gas detector, my camera, and enough water for a half-day hike. The trail leading to the new fractures was marked with warning signs about dangerous gases and unstable ground, the kind of notices that most tourists ignored until they actually saw steam venting from cracks in the earth. I'd walked this route dozens of times over the past few weeks, monitoring the fractures as they slowly widened and occasionally released bursts of hot gas that set the vegetation smoldering. The landscape here was a mix of old Pahoho lava, smooth and ropey, interspersed with patches of lava that formed jagged clinker fields sharp enough to shred boots if you weren't careful about your footing. The smell hit me before I saw anything wrong, a thick putrid stench that cut through even the volcanic gases. The unmistakable odor of decay amplified by tropical heat and humidity. I pulled my bandana up over my nose and mouth and moved forward more carefully, my hand instinctively dropping to my hip where I used to carry a sidearm before remembering that park rangers didn't go armed unless they were specifically assigned to law enforcement duties. The dead pig was sprawled across the trail about 30 yards from the main vent cluster. A massive feral boar that must have weighed close to 300 pounds, its body bloated and covered in flies. But it wasn't alone. I counted 4 more pigs scattered around the area, along with what looked like a dozen birds. Some kind of Hawaiian honey creeper that I didn't see often in this part of the park. They were all arranged in a rough circle around one particular vent, a new fracture that cut through the old lava in a jagged line about 20 feet long. I took photos from multiple angles, documenting the scene the way I'd been trained to document potential hazards. then approached the vent itself with my gas detector held out in front of me. The readings were all over the place. The normal volcanic gases mixed with compounds I didn't recognize, chemical signatures that made the detector's screen flash warning symbols. I collected gas samples in the special canisters we used for lab analysis, sealing them carefully and marking them with location and time data. The vent itself looked different from the others I'd seen, the rock around its edges stained with colors that didn't belong in a volcanic environment, streaks of greenish blue and rust orange that reminded me more of industrial pollution than natural geology. When I knelt down to photograph the staining, I noticed something else that made my skin crawl in a way that had nothing to do with the heat or the smell. The pig closest to the vent had its eyes open, and they were clouded over with a milky white film that I'd never seen in any dead animal before. Its mouth was open too, lips pulled back from its teeth in what looked almost like a snarl, and there was dried blood caked around its snout and tusks. I moved to check the other pigs and found the same thing, that same white film over the eyes, the same aggressive posture even in death. The birds were harder to examine because they'd been dead longer and the insects had already done significant damage, but those I could see clearly enough had the same clouded eyes, the same strange positioning of their bodies. I was taking close-up photos of the nearest pig's face when its leg twitched, a sudden spastic movement that made me jump backward hard enough that I nearly fell over the rough lava behind me. My heart hammered in my chest as I stared at the corpse, telling myself it was just post-mortem muscle contractions, gases building up in the body cavity. Something perfectly natural that happened to dead things in the heat. But the leg moved again, a slow dragging motion like the pig was trying to stand up. And then the head lifted off the ground, and that clouded eye focused on me with an intensity that no dead thing should possess. I'd seen enough combat casualties to know what dead looked like, and this wasn't it. Even though every rational part of my brain insisted that nothing with that much bloating and insect damage should be capable of movement. The pig lurched to its feet with a squealing sound that wasn't quite right, higher pitched than normal pig vocalizations, and with an underlying rasp that reminded me of someone trying to breathe through a crushed windpipe. I backed away slowly, moving carefully over the uneven lava, keeping my eyes on the animal as it swayed on unsteady legs. Its movements were wrong, jerky and uncoordinated, like a puppet being manipulated by someone who didn't quite know how the joints worked. The other pigs were moving too, I realized, all of them struggling upright with that same disturbing lack of coordination. And the birds were flopping on the ground, their wings beating frantically against the rock. I turned and ran, my years of infantry training kicking in automatically as I moved fast over terrain that would have broken an ankle for someone less experienced. Behind me, I could hear the pigs crashing through the vegetation, their squeals mixing with the hiss of volcanic gases and the thunder of my own pulse in my ears. I made it back to the truck in what felt like seconds, but was probably closer to 5 minutes. My lungs burning from the combination of exertion and sulfurous air, and I was inside with the doors locked before I let myself think about what I'd just seen. My hands shook as I grabbed the radio, but I forced myself to take 3 deep breaths before keying the transmit button. "Ki aloha, this is Tanaka, come in." The radio crackled with static for a moment before James's voice came through. "Go ahead, Ryan." I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound completely insane. "I'm at the Mauna Ulu fracture site. The dead animals aren't dead. I mean, they were dead, but now they're moving. Something's wrong with them. They're aggressive. I need you to contact the Park Service hazmat team and maybe the Hawaii Department of Health. This isn't normal volcanic gas exposure." There was a long pause on the other end of the radio, long enough that I thought maybe the transmission had cut out, but then James came back on, his voice tight with concern. "Say again, Ryan. You're breaking up." I repeated the message, trying to sound calmer than I felt. and James confirmed he'd make the calls and told me to return to the visitor center immediately. The drive back down the mountain gave me time to second-guess everything I'd seen, to wonder if maybe the heat and the gases had affected my judgment, if I'd panicked over something that had a perfectly reasonable explanation. But I kept seeing those clouded eyes in my mind, the way the pigs had focused on me with clear predatory intent despite being obviously diseased or damaged. I'd hunted pigs in these mountains, knew their behavior patterns, and what I'd seen back there wasn't normal animal aggression. It was something else, something that made the old combat instincts in the back of my brain start screaming warnings. At the visitor center, I found James in his office along with two people I didn't recognize, a woman in a business suit who introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Chen from the Hawaii Department of Health, and a man in casual clothes who didn't introduce himself at all but who had the kind of bearing that screamed federal agent. They listened to my report with serious expressions, and Dr. Chen asked detailed questions about the gas readings and the condition of the animals while the man took notes on a tablet. When I finished, Dr. Chen exchanged a look with the man that made my stomach drop. "Mr. Tanaka," she said carefully, "I need you to understand that what I'm about to tell you is confidential and cannot be shared with anyone outside this office without explicit authorization. Can you agree to that?" I glanced at James, who nodded slightly, and I said yes, even though every instinct I had was telling me this was going to be bad. Dr. Chen pulled out her own tablet and brought up a series of documents marked with security classifications that I recognized from my time in the Marines. "3 weeks ago," she said, "we received reports of unusual animal behavior on the Big Island, primarily in areas near volcanic activity. The reports described animals that appeared dead or dying suddenly becoming aggressive and attacking other animals or humans. At first, we thought it might be rabies, but the progression is too fast and the symptom profile doesn't match any known strain. We've been quietly investigating, trying to determine the source, and our best working theory is that it's connected to contaminated groundwater near old military dumping sites that have been exposed or reactivated by recent volcanic activity." She swiped to a map that showed multiple marked locations across the island, and I felt sick when I saw how many of them were clustered around the park. "What kind of contamination?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The unnamed man spoke for the first time, his voice flat and official. "In the 1950s and 60s, several military research facilities on the Big Island conducted experiments with biological weapons and chemical agents. Most of the materials were supposed to have been properly disposed of or removed when the facilities were decommissioned, but recent geological surveys suggest that some storage containers were simply buried and forgotten. The current volcanic activity may have breached those containers, allowing the contents to mix with geothermal fluids and create new compounds we're still trying to identify." He paused, then added, "What you saw today matches the progression we've observed in other cases. The affected animals appear to die from exposure to the contaminated gases, but the agent causes a form of aggressive reanimation that we don't fully understand yet. They're driven to spread the infection through bites and physical contact." I sat there processing that information, my mind trying to connect it to the pigs I'd seen, the way they'd moved, the clouded eyes, the obvious aggression. "How many cases?" I asked. Dr. Chen's expression went even more grim. 47 confirmed incidents across the island in the past 2 weeks. Mostly animals, but we've had 3 human cases. All of them died within hours of exposure, and 2 of them reanimated with the same aggressive behavior patterns. We've managed to contain those situations, but we're deeply concerned about the potential for a larger outbreak if the contamination spreads or if more people come into contact with infected animals." She looked at James. "That's why we need to close the affected areas of the park immediately and initiate a comprehensive decontamination protocol." James nodded slowly, and I could see him mentally calculating the logistics of closing large sections of one of the most popular national parks in the system during peak tourist season. "How large an area?" he asked. Dr. Chen pulled up another map. "Everything within a 2-mile radius of the identified vent clusters at minimum. We'll need to establish quarantine zones, conduct testing of all water sources, and monitor anyone who's been in the affected areas over the past month." I felt my blood run cold. 2 miles around all those vents covers half the park, I said. "That includes the Kilauea Caldera, Devastation Trail, the Thurston Lava Tube, Chain of Craters Road. There are probably 500 tourists in those areas right now, and that's a slow day." The unnamed man's jaw tightened. "Then we need to begin evacuation procedures immediately while maintaining the appearance of a routine safety closure. We cannot afford to start a panic." That last sentence hung in the air like a threat, and I realized that these people weren't here primarily to protect park visitors or local residents. They were here to manage the situation, to keep a lid on something that had the potential to explode into a much larger problem. I'd seen that same attitude in Afghanistan, the way commanders would worry more about political fallout than about the lives of the people on the ground. And it hadn't ended well there either. The next 6 hours were a controlled chaos of closing roads, redirecting tourists, and trying to make it all look like routine maintenance rather than an emergency evacuation. I was assigned to help clear the Chain of Craters Road area, working with 2 other rangers to politely but firmly inform visitors that the road was closing early due to increased volcanic activity and elevated gas levels. Most people were disappointed but compliant, though a few argued about cutting their vacations short or demanded refunds they'd have to take up with park administration. By early afternoon, we'd cleared the main tourist areas and established checkpoints at the access roads, with law enforcement rangers checking vehicles and taking names of everyone who'd been in the affected zones. I was manning one of those checkpoints, logging license plates and answering the same questions over and over about when the areas would reopen, when I saw Harrison Wells drive through in his luxury tour van with a load of paying customers. Wells ran one of the most successful volcano tour operations on the island, a slick business that charged mainland tourists premium prices for guided experiences they could have gotten cheaper with any of a dozen competitors. I'd had run-ins with Wells before over his habit of taking clients into restricted areas or ignoring posted safety warnings when he thought he could get away with it, and I'd written him up more than once for violations that should have cost him his commercial operating permit, but that somehow always got reduced to minor citations after he made calls to his friends in the state tourism office. He rolled down his window with that practiced smile he used on customers and clients, all white teeth and fake concern. "What's the situation, Ryan?" My clients were hoping to see the lava lake today. I kept my expression neutral and my voice professional. "We've had to close several areas due to elevated gas levels and increased volcanic activity. The park administration will be issuing a statement later today about when we expect to reopen." Wells's smile didn't waver, but something sharp flickered in his eyes. "Come on, give me something more than that. I've got 20 paying customers here who flew all the way from the mainland for this experience. Is this a serious situation or just CYA paperwork?" I thought about those pigs, the way they'd moved, the classified briefing I'd just received, and I leaned down so the tourists in the van couldn't hear me. "Harrison, listen to me very carefully. Keep your clients away from the volcanic areas for the next few days, all of them. Don't try to sneak around the closures or find alternative routes. This is not the time to play games with safety regulations." Something in my tone must have gotten through, because his smile finally faltered and he nodded slowly. "That's serious?" he asked quietly. "That's serious," I confirmed. And he pulled away from the checkpoint without any more arguments. I didn't think about wells again until my shift ended and I was driving home through Volcano Village as the sun set behind Mauna Loa, painting the western sky in shades of red and purple. My body ached from the long day and my mind kept replaying images of those reanimated pigs trying to make sense of something that defied all reasonable explanation. I'd seen terrible things in Afghanistan, injuries and deaths that still haunted my dreams, but at least those had followed comprehensible rules of physics and biology. This was something else, something that violated the fundamental order of life and death. And I couldn't shake the feeling that today had been just the opening act of something much worse. My apartment felt too quiet when I let myself in, the silence pressing against my ears after hours of radios and crowds and emergency vehicles. I microwaved some leftover chicken and rice and sat at my small kitchen table staring at my laptop screen while trying to decide if I should write a detailed report of everything I'd seen, or if that would just cause more problems given the classified nature of the briefing I'd received. My phone buzzed with a text from James saying the park would be on modified operations for the next several days and to be prepared for extended shifts. Another message came in from the Hawaii Department of Health with an encrypted attachment that required a password they'd given me earlier, and when I opened it I found a medical briefing about exposure symptoms and emergency response protocols for what they were calling volcanic hemorrhagic syndrome. The document was full of medical terminology and epidemiological data, but the basic message was clear enough. Direct exposure to the contaminated volcanic gases could cause death within hours, followed by reanimation in approximately 60% of cases. The reanimated subject showed extreme aggression, loss of higher brain function, and a compulsion to bite and attack living creatures, spreading the infectious agent through saliva and blood. The condition was always fatal once symptoms appeared, and there was no known cure or treatment beyond isolation and eventual destruction of the reanimated subject. The document included images of infected animals and 2 human cases, and I had to close the laptop for a while after looking at them because they reminded me too much of casualties I'd seen in combat. That same terrible absence of the person who used to inhabit that body. I couldn't sleep that night, my mind too wound up with stress and the images from the briefing document, so I sat on my small lanai and watched the stars and listened to the sounds of the rainforest around my apartment. Somewhere in the darkness I heard the coughing roar of a feral pig, and it made me think about all the other pigs out there in the volcanic landscape, the ones that might have drunk from contaminated water sources or breathed contaminated gases. How many of them were already infected? How fast could something like this spread through the island's wildlife population? And what happened when it wasn't just pigs and birds, but the thousands of tourists who visited the park every day, most of them completely unprepared for any kind of survival situation beyond finding their rental car in a parking lot? The next morning brought news that made my dark speculations seem optimistic by comparison. I arrived at the visitor center to find emergency vehicles everywhere and James waiting for me with the expression of someone who'd been awake all night dealing with a crisis. "We've got a situation," he said before I'd even finished parking. Last night there was an incident at the Volcano House Hotel. 3 guests and 1 staff member were attacked by what witnesses described as a rabid dog. All 4 victims are currently hospitalized in critical condition, and the dog hasn't been found. But that's not the worst part. He gestured for me to follow him inside, where Dr. Chen and several other officials were gathered around a conference table covered in maps and reports. The witnesses' descriptions of the dog match symptoms of VHS, Dr. Chen said without preamble. "We think it was someone's pet that got exposed in the park before we initiated the closures. If it bit 4 people and if those people undergo reanimation, we could be looking at a cascade infection event." "Cascade infection?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I knew what she meant. The unnamed federal agent from yesterday, who I now learned was named Director Walsh, pulled up a projection model on the wall screen. Based on computer simulations using data from the animal cases, we estimate that if 4 human subjects reanimate in a population center like Hilo, and if each of them infects 2 additional people before being neutralized, we could see exponential growth leading to hundreds of cases within 72 hours. Hawaii's island geography means we can't rely on natural barriers to contain the spread. Once it reaches a certain density, the outbreak becomes mathematically unstoppable without extreme measures. I stared at the projection, watching the red infection zones spread across the animated map like spilled blood, and I thought about all the military briefings I'd sat through about worst-case scenarios in force multiplication and acceptable casualties. "What kind of extreme measures?" I asked, though again I suspected I didn't want to know the answer. Walsh looked at me with eyes that had clearly seen too much and cared too little. "That's above your clearance level, Mr. Tanaka. Right now your job is to help maintain the quarantine zones and assist with evacuating civilians from high-risk areas. We're establishing a coordination center here at the park, and we'll need rangers who know the terrain and can work under pressure." It wasn't a request, and I nodded because arguing seemed pointless and because honestly I wanted to be doing something rather than sitting in my apartment thinking about those pigs and that dog and what might be happening in the hospital right now. They split us into teams, sending some rangers to help with traffic control on the highways, while others established monitoring stations near the closed park areas. I was assigned to work with a CDC response team providing transportation and local knowledge while they collected samples and documented infection sites. My partner for the day was a young epidemiologist named Marcus who'd flown in from Atlanta that morning and who seemed both excited and terrified by what he was seeing. "This is unprecedented," he kept saying as we hiked through the lava fields toward another cluster of vents that had tested positive for the contaminant. I mean, the literature has cases of behavioral changes from pathogens like toxoplasma or cordyceps, but nothing that causes this kind of rapid necrotic reanimation with maintained motor function. It's like someone designed the perfect bioweapon. That thought had already occurred to me, and I mentioned the old military facilities and the buried biological weapons. Marcus went pale. "Jesus, if this is a weaponized pathogen that's been sitting underground for 50 years, mutating and mixing with geological compounds, we have no idea what we're actually dealing with. The original infectious agent could be something completely unknown, possibly engineered to resist normal treatments." We collected samples in silence after that, both of us thinking about the implications, and when we hiked back to the truck, I saw Marcus checking his phone obsessively, reading updates from his colleagues at the CDC. By midday, the situation had deteriorated further. The 4 victims from the Volcano House attack had all died, despite aggressive medical intervention, and 2 of them had reanimated in the hospital, attacking staff and other patients before being contained. The hospital had gone into lockdown, but not before a nurse who'd been bitten had fled the scene, possibly exposing her family and neighbors before anyone realized she was infected. The governor had called in the National Guard and declared a state of emergency for the Big Island, though the official story was that it was due to increased volcanic activity threatening populated areas rather than any mention of a biological crisis. I spent the afternoon helping establish roadblocks on the main highways, checking vehicles and looking for anyone showing symptoms of exposure or infection. The symptoms were obvious enough once you knew what to look for. High fever, confusion, aggressive behavior, bloodshot eyes that eventually clouded over with that distinctive white film. We had portable testing kits that could detect the pathogen in blood samples, but they took 15 minutes to process, and we had to physically restrain people who objected to being tested, which led to several confrontations that got ugly fast. One woman spit in my face when I tried to explain the testing procedure, and I had to strip off my uniform shirt and scrub my skin with disinfectant for 10 minutes while Marcus anxiously monitored me for any signs of infection. The fear was spreading faster than the actual virus. Rumors and panic rippling through the island as people heard conflicting reports and tried to make sense of what was happening. Social media was going crazy with theories about everything from terrorism to divine punishment, and the government's attempts to manage the narrative were only making things worse as people realized they weren't being told the full truth. I saw families trying to pile into cars with whatever possessions they could grab, heading for the ports and the airport, desperate to get off the island before whatever was happening spread further. The highways were becoming parking lots. Traffic backed up for miles as thousands of people tried to evacuate simultaneously. I was manning a checkpoint on Highway 11 near the town of Pahala when I saw Harrison Wells again, this time driving a different vehicle, a heavy-duty truck with what looked like supplies loaded in the back. He was alone this time, no tourists, and when he saw me, he pulled over into the inspection lane with an expression that was all business. No fake smiles. "Ryan," he said as he rolled down the window, "tell me straight. How bad is it?" I looked at the supplies in his truck bed, the crates of water and canned food and other survival gear. "Where are you going?" I asked instead of answering his question. He glanced in his rear-view mirror at the line of cars behind him, then back at me. "I've got a place in South Point, old family property with its own well and generators. I'm getting my people out there until this blows over." Something about the way he said "my people" bothered me. "What people?" I pressed. Wells hesitated, and I saw a calculation in his eyes, trying to decide how much to tell me. "Look, I know you don't like me, and that's fine. But I've been operating in this tourism market for 15 years, and I've got connections, resources, access to information. I know this isn't just some volcanic gas incident. I know people are dying and coming back wrong, and I know the military is preparing for something big. So I'm taking care of my investors and my key employees, getting them somewhere safe until the situation stabilizes." I felt my jaw clench. "What about your other employees? Your tour guides, your drivers, the people who actually do the work for your company?" His expression hardened. "I've got limited space and resources, Tanaka. I can't save everyone. The ones coming with me are the ones who bring the most value, the ones who helped me build the business. The others will have to figure it out themselves." I wanted to pull him out of the truck and arrest him for something, anything. But I had no legal grounds and no time to waste on Wells's moral failures when there were hundreds of other cars waiting to be processed through the checkpoint. "Get out of here," I said, stepping back and waving him through. He didn't thank me, just drove off toward the coast while I stood there feeling like I'd just let something poisonous slip past me. Later I would realize that this moment was when Wells stopped being just another entitled businessman and became something worse. Someone willing to exploit a catastrophe for personal gain while the world burned around him. The rest of that day blurred together into an endless succession of scared faces and frantic questions and the growing certainty that the situation was spiraling completely out of control. By evening, the CDC had confirmed 17 new cases of infection scattered across the Hilo area. All of them secondary transmissions from the original hospital victims, and contact tracing suggested there could be dozens more already infected and showing symptoms. The National Guard had established a cordon around central Hilo, trying to contain the outbreak within the urban core, but riots were breaking out as people realized they were being trapped in a quarantine zone with infected subjects. I watched videos on my phone of guardsmen in hazmat suits facing down crowds of panicked civilians, of gunfire echoing through residential neighborhoods, of buildings burning as the normal fabric of civil society began to tear apart. James called me in around midnight, asking me to come back to the coordination center at the park. I drove through darkness punctuated by distant fire glow and the occasional checkpoint. And when I reached the visitor center, I found Walsh and Dr. Chen locked in what looked like a heated argument with several military officers I didn't recognize. "The protocol is clear," Walsh was saying. "Once infection density reaches critical threshold, we implement containment level 7. There's no other option." One of the officers, a colonel with rows of combat ribbons on his uniform, shook his head. "You're talking about American citizens, Director. There has to be another way. Conventional quarantine, aggressive treatment, something other than what you're suggesting." Walsh's expression didn't change. "There is no treatment, Colonel. The infected subjects are functionally dead, driven by whatever's left of their brainstem to spread the pathogen as widely as possible. If we don't act decisively, this spreads to the other islands within a week, to the mainland within 2 weeks. I've seen the projections. We're running out of time." I cleared my throat and they all turned to look at me, and I saw the same exhausted desperation on all their faces. "What's containment level 7? I asked, though some part of me already knew. Walsh studied me for a long moment, then said, "Strategic sterilization of the infection zone. We can't let this reach the mainland, Mr. Tanaka. The numbers don't work. The human cost of action is terrible, but the cost of inaction is extinction-level catastrophe." I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. "You're talking about bombing Hilo," I said flatly. "You're talking about nuking American civilians." The colonel flinched at my bluntness, but Walsh just nodded. "A tactical nuclear device, yes, sufficient to eliminate all biological material within the primary infection zone and create conditions hostile to pathogen survival. The radiation fallout will be manageable with proper evacuation of outlying areas. It's a terrible choice, but we're out of good options." I looked at James, at Dr. Chen, at the other people in the room, and I saw varying degrees of horror and resignation on their faces. No one was arguing with Walsh because they all knew he was right, that the mathematics of exponential infection left no room for sentiment or hope or any belief in human decency. "How long?" I asked. "How long before this happens?" Walsh checked his watch. 96 hours from now if infection rates continue at current projections. Less if we see acceleration, more if we can implement effective local containment. We're working with the governor and state authorities to maximize civilian evacuation while maintaining the appearance of normal emergency protocols. The official story will remain volcanic hazard until the last possible moment." I walked out of that meeting feeling like I'd left something essential behind in that room. Some capacity for shock or grief that couldn't survive alongside the knowledge of what was coming. 96 hours. 4 days before they turned the big island into a crater. I drove home through the empty streets of Volcano Village, past the houses of people I knew, families and couples and solo residents who'd chosen this place for its beauty and isolation and volcanic drama. None of them aware that they were now living in a condemned zone. I wanted to warn them, to tell everyone to get off the island immediately. But Walsh had made it clear that unauthorized disclosure would be treated as criminal interference with national security operations. So I sat in my apartment and watched the clock tick toward morning and thought about the fundamental unfairness of a universe that could create something as beautiful as Hawaii, and then destroy it with contaminated volcanic gases and government decisions made in classified briefings. Sleep was impossible, so I made coffee and sat on my lanai watching the sunrise paint Mauna Loa in shades of gold and crimson. Somewhere in the distance I heard sirens, an ambulance or fire truck responding to some emergency that might or might not be related to the outbreak. My phone buzzed constantly with updates from the Ranger network. Reports of infected subjects spotted in different areas, National Guard units deploying to new positions, civilian casualties from panic-driven traffic accidents and looting incidents. The breakdown was accelerating, social structures collapsing faster than anyone had predicted, and I realized that Walsh's 4-day timeline was probably optimistic. I reported to the coordination center at dawn and found the place transformed into a full military command post, with armed soldiers checking IDs at the entrance and communications equipment crowding every available space. James was gone, sent home to be with his family for reasons that everyone understood but no one would say out loud. I was assigned to an evacuation support team, helping process civilians through checkpoints and load them onto military transport trucks that would take them to the ports where Navy vessels were conducting emergency evacuations of the islands. The official story was that the volcanic activity had become critical and posed an immediate threat to public safety, which was true in a technical sense, even if it left out the part about infected corpses hunting the living through the streets of Hilo. The evacuation was chaos given bureaucratic form, thousands of people crammed into processing centers with too few staff and too much fear. I saw families separated because some members had symptoms and others didn't, children crying as soldiers in hazmat suits took their parents away for testing that everyone knew was really a death sentence. I saw elderly residents of nursing homes being loaded onto trucks without their medications or medical equipment because there was no time and no room for anything beyond basic life support. I saw the worst of humanity in people who tried to bribe or threaten their way onto evacuation ships ahead of others who'd been waiting longer. And I saw the best of humanity in volunteers who gave up their own seats to help strangers escape. I was helping load a family onto a transport truck when I heard gunfire from somewhere in the direction of Hilo. Automatic weapons fire that went on for several seconds before stopping abruptly. The soldiers around me tensed and one of them got on his radio, speaking in quick military shorthand that I recognized from my own service time. When he finished, he looked at the sergeant in charge of our checkpoint. "The cordon is breaking down," he said quietly. "Multiple breaches in the northeast quadrant. Infected are getting through into civilian areas. Command is authorizing weapons-free engagement." The sergeant swore and started shouting orders, and within minutes we'd gone from orderly evacuation to emergency mobilization. Soldiers taking up defensive positions while we tried to get the remaining civilians processed and loaded as fast as possible. I saw the first infected subject about 20 minutes later. A woman in torn clothing staggering down the road toward our checkpoint with that distinctive jerky gait I'd seen in the pigs. Her eyes had that white film, and blood covered her face and arms, and when she saw us, she let out a sound that wasn't quite human. A gurgling snarl that came from somewhere deep in her chest. The soldiers opened fire immediately, multiple rifles barking in the tropical morning air, and the woman went down hard and didn't get back up. But she wasn't alone. Behind her came more infected, dozens of them spreading out across the highway and the surrounding lava fields, moving with that same terrible purposefulness toward any living thing they could see or hear or smell. The sergeant was shouting orders to fall back to secondary positions while maintaining fire discipline, and I found myself grabbing a rifle from a supply crate and checking the magazine out of pure muscle memory, my infantry training overriding the civilian identity I'd tried to build over the past 3 years. The infected kept coming, absorbing bullets and only going down when you hit them in the head or caused enough damage to disable their legs. They felt no pain, showed no fear, just kept advancing until they couldn't physically move anymore. We held the checkpoint for 30 minutes before the order came to abandon the position and withdraw to the coast. I piled into the back of a truck with a dozen other people, soldiers and rangers and civilian volunteers, and we drove through the erupting chaos of the Big Island's death throes. The roads were blocked in multiple places by abandoned vehicles and debris, forcing our driver to navigate around obstacles or simply push through them with the truck's heavy frame. I saw buildings on fire, bodies lying in the streets, National Guard units fighting desperate rearguard actions against waves of infected that seemed to be everywhere at once. The virus had spread faster than any containment model predicted, jumping from person to person through the crowded evacuation centers and checkpoints, turning the very process meant to save people into the vector that doomed them. We passed a school that had been set up as a temporary shelter, and I saw infected breaking through the perimeter fencing while people inside screamed and tried to barricade the doors. We couldn't stop, couldn't help, could only keep moving toward the coast and the promise of Navy vessels that might not even be there anymore. The radio was a constant stream of bad news, units reporting being overrun, evacuation ships departing early with partial loads to avoid being swamped by infected subjects who'd learned to be attracted to large gatherings of living humans. Director Walsh's voice cut through the chaos at one point, announcing that the timeline had been moved up, that sterilization would occur in 24 hours instead of 96, that all remaining personnel should evacuate to designated safe zones immediately. 24 hours. One day before they dropped the bomb and turned everything I'd known into radioactive glass and ash. We reached the coast near Kauai Harbor and found a scene that looked like something from a disaster movie. Thousands of people crammed onto the docks while Navy ships maneuvered offshore and small boats ferried passengers out in batches. The infected had followed the evacuation flows and were attacking from multiple directions, drawn by the concentration of living humans. Military helicopters circled overhead, door gunners firing into masses of infected subjects that just kept coming despite taking massive casualties. I helped people onto boats, physically lifting children and elderly residents over the railings, watching families get separated and reunited and separated again in the chaos. I was loading one of the last boats when I saw Harrison Wells standing near a private yacht that was anchored apart from the Navy vessels. He had maybe 15 people with him, well-dressed individuals who had the look of money and privilege, and they were boarding the yacht in an orderly fashion while security guards kept other people away at gunpoint. The rage that went through me was almost incandescent. While thousands of civilians were fighting for space on military transports, Wells and his wealthy friends were ensuring their own comfortable escape on a private vessel. I pushed through the crowd toward him, my rifle still slung across my back, and when he saw me coming, his expression went carefully neutral. "Ryan," he said as I got close enough to hear him over the chaos, "I'd offer you a spot, but we're at capacity." I stared at him, at the yacht that could easily hold twice as many people as were currently boarding, at the armed guards who weren't even infected with anything except human selfishness. "You could take more," I said, my voice shaking with anger. "Kids, families, people who actually need help instead of your investor buddies." Wells shook his head with what looked like genuine regret, though I suspected it was just another performance. "This vessel represents a significant financial investment, Ryan. I can't overload it beyond safe capacity. Insurance issues, liability concerns. These people paid for guaranteed evacuation as part of their premium tour packages. I'm simply fulfilling my contractual obligations." I wanted to hit him, wanted to throw him off the dock into the water and let him try to swim to safety like everyone else who couldn't afford a premium tour package. But more infected were coming down from the town, their groans audible even over the sound of helicopters and gunfire and human screaming, and I didn't have time to deal with Wells's moral bankruptcy when there were still people who needed help getting onto boats. "You're a piece of shit," I told him, which felt inadequate but was all I had energy for. He shrugged, already turning back to supervise the loading of his yacht. "Maybe. But I'm a piece of shit who's going to survive this." The next few hours were a blur of blood and exhaustion and the constant awareness of infected subjects pressing closer to the harbor. The Navy ships were pulling back, their captains unwilling to risk their vessels and crews by staying too close to the infected shore. The last boats were loading, soldiers firing continuously to keep the infected at bay long enough for final evacuations. I found myself on one of those boats, pulled aboard by a Marine who recognized my old unit patch on my torn uniform and wouldn't take no for an answer when I tried to stay behind to help load more civilians. "You done your part, Sergeant," he said. using my old rank despite me not having held it for years. "Time to get your ass to safety." The boat pulled away from the dock, and I watched the big island recede behind us. Watched the infected overrun the harbor and pull down the last few people who hadn't made it onto boats. I watched smoke rise from a dozen different fires across the landscape. Watched military helicopters making final strafing runs before they too pulled back to safe distance. Somewhere behind us, in the volcanic parks and residential areas and tourist districts, Director Walsh and his team were finalizing the coordinates for the tactical nuclear device that would end this nightmare by erasing everything within its blast radius. The Navy ship we boarded was already overcrowded with evacuees, people crammed into every available space below decks while medical staff tried to assess who might be infected and who was just traumatized. I found a spot on the deck near the stern and sat with my back against a bulkhead, watching the island get smaller as we moved farther out to sea. Other ships were visible in multiple directions, a flotilla of military and civilian vessels all fleeing the big island like rats leaving a sinking ship. Helicopters shuttled between them, and I saw several boats being turned away from the larger vessels after someone aboard tested positive for infection. Those boats were simply left behind, circling in the water while their passengers screamed and pleaded for someone to help them. Night fell and still we sailed away, the island now just a dark mass on the horizon marked by scattered fires. I'd lost track of time, didn't know if it was the same day or if we'd crossed into the next. Couldn't make my brain focus on anything beyond the immediate moment. Someone brought me water and a protein bar, and I ate mechanically while staring at nothing. Around midnight by my watch, though I wasn't sure my watch was even correct anymore, I felt the ship shudder slightly and saw sailors running to stations with urgent purpose. Over the ship's loudspeaker came an announcement that everyone should move to the side of the vessel facing away from the big island and shield their eyes. I stood up and moved to the port side with hundreds of other people, all of us understanding what was coming even if we didn't want to believe it. The Navy personnel were handing out dark glasses, the kind you'd use to watch a solar eclipse, and I took a pair and put them on and turned my face away from the island even though everything in me wanted to watch. The flash came first, so bright that I could see it even through the glasses and my closed eyelids, a white light that seemed to burn through everything and leave after images dancing across my vision. Then came the sound. A rolling thunder that built and built until it felt like it would crush my skull. And then the pressure wave that made the ship rock despite being miles from the blast site. I turned back and saw the mushroom cloud rising above where the big island had been. A towering pillar of fire and ash and vaporized earth that climbed into the stratosphere. The cloud spread out at the top in that characteristic shape that had haunted human consciousness since Hiroshima, a mark of our species' capacity to unmake the world. Around me, people were crying, screaming, praying, some of them trying to throw themselves overboard until sailors restrained them. I just stood there and watched the island die. Watched everything I'd known for the past 3 years get erased in a moment of military necessity. And I felt something essential break inside me that I knew would never heal. The mushroom cloud continued to grow, and as it did, I saw something that made my blood freeze. The blast had triggered volcanic activity just as the government had feared it might. Mauna Loa was erupting, venting ash and gases into the atmosphere, and through binoculars someone near me was using, I could see lava flows beginning to spread across what remained of the western slopes. The nuclear blast hadn't just destroyed the infected and the survivors still on the island. It had awakened the geological forces that had created Hawaii in the first place, and now those forces were adding their own fury to the devastation. Dr. Chen appeared on deck, looking like she'd aged 20 years in a single day, and she stood next to me watching the cloud. "The ash," she said quietly. "It's going to spread across the Pacific. affect weather patterns, ground flights, possibly trigger climate effects we can't predict. And if the volcano keeps erupting, if it triggers the underwater vents. She didn't finish the sentence, but I understood what she meant. The contaminated groundwater that had started all of this was now being vaporized and mixed with volcanic gases and spread across thousands of miles by atmospheric currents. The infection vector wasn't contained anymore. It was airborne. I spent the next several days in a haze of exhaustion and grief, barely aware of the ship around me or the other refugees who filled every space. We were taken to Oahu first, processed through military checkpoints that tested everyone multiple times for any sign of infection, then housed in temporary shelters while the government tried to figure out what to do with thousands of displaced Big Island residents. The news was everywhere, impossible to avoid. Coverage of the nuclear detonation and the official story about a catastrophic volcanic event that had required emergency response. Nothing about infected subjects or biological contamination, just vague references to toxic gases and unstable conditions that had necessitated the extreme measure. But people weren't stupid. Social media was full of videos and testimonies from survivors, first-hand accounts of the infected attacking people, of military units shooting civilians, of the government's lies and cover-ups. Conspiracy theories bloomed like toxic flowers, some of them accurate and others wildly off base, and the official denials only made people more certain that something terrible was being hidden. Hawaii's governor held press conferences trying to manage the situation, but her words rang hollow when everyone could see the mushroom cloud footage that had been captured from multiple islands and was now playing on every news network in the world. I was sitting in a shelter cafeteria 3 days after the evacuation, picking at a plate of food I didn't want when Marcus found me. The CDC epidemiologist looked even worse than I felt, his skin pale and his eyes red from too little sleep. "Ryan," he said, sliding into the seat across from me. "I need to tell you something. It's not classified anymore since everything's already public, but you deserve to know the full picture." I pushed my food away and waited for whatever new horror he was about to share. "The testing we've been running on the ash clouds from the eruption," he said. "The pathogen is still viable. It's been aerosolized by the heat and the blast, mixed with volcanic particulates, and it's spreading with the prevailing winds. We're seeing cases on Maui and Kauai now. People who never had direct contact with the Big Island but who breathed in the ash and developed symptoms." I felt my stomach drop. "How many cases?" I asked. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed me a map with red dots spreading across the Hawaiian Islands like a disease pattern. 40 confirmed, probably twice that many unreported. The incubation period seems shorter with the airborne version, maybe because it's more concentrated or maybe because it's mixing with other volcanic compounds. People are showing symptoms within hours of exposure. He looked at me with eyes that held no hope. "Ryan, I don't think we can contain this. Even if we evacuate the other islands, even if we establish quarantines around the entire Pacific, the ash is going to keep spreading, and every infected subject creates more vectors for transmission. The models are showing. Best-case scenarios are still extinction-level events." I sat there trying to process that information, trying to make it fit with any concept of a future that included human survival, and I couldn't do it. "What about the vaccine research?" I asked, grasping at the only thing that might offer hope. "Weren't they working on treatments at the CDC?" Marcus shook his head. "The pathogen mutates too fast. By the time we identify a target, it's changed enough that our countermeasures are ineffective. It's almost like it was designed to be resistant to medical intervention, which, given that it started as a military bioweapon, it probably was." He paused, then added, "I'm going back to the mainland tomorrow, taking my family and trying to get somewhere remote, somewhere the ash won't reach for a while. You should think about doing the same. But I had no family to evacuate, No close friends or loved ones who needed my protection. I'd built my post-military life around solitude and self-sufficiency, and now that existence was revealed as the hollow shell it had always been. I spent the rest of that day walking around the shelter, watching families hold each other and survivors share stories about what they'd lost. And I felt like a ghost moving through a world that didn't include me anymore. That night I found myself at a window looking out at Honolulu's lights and thinking about Harrison Wells, about his yacht and his wealthy clients and his absolute certainty that money and preparation would let him survive anything. The rage that thought sparked in me was cleaner than anything I'd felt since leaving Afghanistan, a focused anger that gave me purpose when everything else was falling apart. Wells was probably still out there somewhere, sailing between islands or heading for some remote property where he thought he'd be safe from the infection and the chaos. He'd profited from the disaster, exploited it, treated human suffering as a business opportunity. And more importantly, he'd known something was wrong before anyone else did. He'd known about the contamination, had probably known about it for weeks or months, and he'd covered it up to protect his tourism business and his profit margins. I found a computer terminal in the shelter's administrative area and started searching for information about Wells's business operations, his properties, his patterns. It took several hours of digging through public records and social media, but eventually I found what I was looking for. A reference to a private estate on the island of Lanai, one of the smaller and less populated Hawaiian islands, purchased through a shell company that I was able to trace back to Wells's tourism operation. If he was going to hole up anywhere, it would be there, someplace with enough isolation to avoid the infected masses, but with enough infrastructure to maintain his comfort. Getting to Lanai wasn't going to be easy with all the military restrictions and quarantine protocols in place, but I still had my park ranger credentials and I'd maintained enough contacts from my Marine days to pull together some resources. It took 2 more days of careful planning and calling in favors, but eventually I arranged passage on a supply boat that was making runs between the islands to deliver medical equipment and emergency provisions. The boat's captain was a former Navy man who agreed to drop me at Lanai after I explained I was doing follow-up investigation on potential contamination sites, which was technically true even if it left out the part about hunting down Wells for personal revenge. The trip to Lanai took most of a day, sailing through waters that looked normal on the surface but that felt haunted by everything that had happened. The big island was just gone, reduced to a radioactive crater that was slowly being filled by the Pacific Ocean, and the ash clouds from the continued volcanic activity had spread across half the Pacific Basin. News reports showed panic spreading on the mainland as people realized the contamination was heading their way. Governments implementing emergency measures that were too little and too late. Japan had closed its ports. California had declared martial law. Australia was turning away ships regardless of where they came from or what kind of humanitarian crisis was unfolding. We reached Lanai after sunset, and the captain dropped me at a small private dock on the island's southern coast with a backpack full of supplies and the rifle I'd carried off the big island. The island felt eerily quiet after the chaos of Oahu, just the sound of waves and wind moving through the palm trees. I had a map showing the location of Wells's estate about 6 miles inland near the island's central highlands, and I started hiking through the darkness with only a small flashlight to mark my way. The terrain was rough volcanic rock mixed with red dirt and scattered vegetation, and I moved carefully to avoid making noise or drawing attention from whatever might be watching. I reached the estate around midnight and found it exactly as ostentatious as I'd expected. A sprawling modern compound with solar panels and satellite dishes, surrounded by a stone wall that probably cost more than most people made in a year. Lights were on in the main building, and I could see figures moving behind the windows, people who thought they were safe behind their wealth and their walls while the world collapsed around them. I circled the perimeter looking for a weak point in the security, avoiding the cameras and motion sensors that Wells had probably installed to keep out exactly the kind of angry park ranger who might come looking for him. I found my way in through a service gate that led to the property's generator building, using skills I'd learned in the Marines for approaching hostile compounds without being detected. The generator was running, providing power to the estate's systems, and I could hear the hum of air conditioning units and water pumps. I moved through the grounds, staying low and using cover, making my way toward the main house while my heart hammered in my chest. This wasn't combat, not officially, but it felt like it. That same heightened awareness where every shadow might conceal a threat, and every sound might be someone about to raise an alarm. I reached the house and found a terrace door that opened easily, clearly not locked because the people inside felt safe enough in their compound that they didn't worry about intruders. Inside, I could hear voices and music, the sound of people having a party or at least trying to maintain some semblance of normal social activity. I moved through the house like a ghost, clearing rooms the way I'd been trained to clear hostile structures in urban warfare, until I found Wells in what looked like a study, sitting at a desk with a laptop and a glass of expensive whiskey. He was alone, probably taking a break from entertaining his guests, and when I stepped into the doorway with the rifle pointed at him, he didn't even look surprised. "Ryan," he said calmly, not moving from his chair. "I wondered if you'd survived. Glad to see you made it off the island." I kept the rifle steady, my finger resting on the trigger guard. "You knew," I said, my voice coming out rougher than I'd intended. "You knew about the contamination before anyone else did. You had time to prepare, time to set all this up while other people died because they didn't have any warning." Wells took a sip of his whiskey, still maintaining that infuriating calm. "I had suspicions," he corrected, "based on reports from some of my guides who'd seen strange animal behavior near certain vents. I made inquiries with my contacts in the state government and military, and yes, I became aware that there was a potential biological hazard. So I took reasonable precautions to protect myself and my key stakeholders." "Reasonable precautions," I repeated, tasting the words like poison. "You evacuated your investors while everyone else scrambled for space on military transports. You charged people for safe passage when you could have helped more for free. You covered up a contamination problem that might have been contained if someone had reported it earlier." Wells finally showed some emotion, a flash of anger crossing his face. "What was I supposed to do, Ryan? Alert the authorities and watch them shut down the entire tourism industry? Destroy the economy of the Big Island? My business employed over 300 people. My tour operations brought millions of dollars into local communities. I made a calculation that the risk was manageable, that we could monitor the situation and respond appropriately when necessary." I stepped farther into the room and Wells's hand moved slightly toward a desk drawer that probably contained a weapon. "Don't," I said quietly, and he froze. "You made a calculation," I continued, "a business decision. And then when everything went to shit, you saved yourself and your rich friends and left everyone else to die. How many people do you think would still be alive if you'd reported the contamination 3 weeks ago when you first suspected something was wrong?" Wells's jaw tightened. "You don't know that earlier reporting would have changed anything. The government already knew about the old military dumping sites. They already had monitoring systems in place. The outbreak was probably inevitable regardless of what I did or didn't do. He was probably right about that, but I didn't care. The rage that had been building in me for days needed an outlet. Needed to be directed at someone who represented everything that had gone wrong. The selfishness and short-term thinking and willingness to sacrifice others for personal gain. "Stand up," I ordered, gesturing with the rifle. "We're taking a walk." Wells's eyes narrowed. "Where are we going?" I smiled without humor. "Back to the Big Island, or what's left of it. I think you should see what your business calculations cost. Wells stood slowly, his hands raised, and I could see him thinking fast, trying to figure out an angle that would let him talk his way out of this. Ryan, be reasonable. Killing me won't bring anyone back. It won't stop the infection from spreading. You're angry and traumatized, and you want someone to blame, but I'm not the villain here. I'm just a businessman who tried to survive a catastrophic situation. I gestured toward the door with the rifle. Move. We walked through the house, Wells in front of me and my rifle pressed against his back, past rooms full of his wealthy guests who were too drunk or too focused on their own conversations to notice anything wrong. We went out through the terrace door I'd entered through, out into the tropical night where the stars were dimmed by the ash clouds spreading across the Pacific. I marched Wells through the estate grounds toward the service gate, my mind working through what I actually planned to do with him. I'd come here for revenge, for some kind of justice, but now that I had him, I wasn't sure what that looked like. Taking him back to the big island was impossible. The island was gone, destroyed, radioactive. Turning him over to authorities was pointless. There were no functioning authorities anymore, just emergency responders trying to manage an apocalypse. Killing him would be easy, justified even by any moral calculation I could make. But it would also make me exactly what the Marines had trained me to be, a weapon pointed at human targets. We were halfway to the service gate when I heard the sound that had haunted my nightmares since the Big Island. That distinctive gurgling snarl that meant infected subjects were nearby. Wells heard it too, and his body went rigid. "What was that?" he asked, his voice finally showing real fear. I scanned the darkness beyond the estate walls and saw movement, multiple shapes moving with that jerky, inhuman gait. "The infected," I said. "They're here." Wells twisted to look at me, his face pale in the dim light from the house. "That's impossible. Lanai's been clear. We checked. We've been monitoring." But impossible or not, the infected were coming, climbing over the wall or finding gaps in the security perimeter, drawn by the lights and sounds of Wells's estate like moths to a flame. I could see at least a dozen of them, probably tourists or locals who'd been infected by the airborne pathogen from the volcanic ash. The quarantine measures hadn't worked. The evacuation protocols had just spread the infection faster. And now there was nowhere in the Hawaiian Islands that was safe from the virus that humanity had created and then lost control of. I grabbed Wells and started running back toward the house, shouting warnings to the people inside. The infected were fast, faster than they should have been after days of decay and muscular breakdown, and they were spreading out to surround the estate. Wells's guards came running with their weapons, civilian security types who'd probably never faced anything more dangerous than drunk tourists, and I watched them go down under waves of infected subjects who absorbed gunfire that would have stopped normal humans. The screaming started then, Wells's wealthy guests realizing that their walls and their money and their careful preparations meant nothing against a biological nightmare that didn't care about social hierarchy or economic status. I lost Wells in the chaos, saw him running toward the house while infected subjects pursued him from multiple directions. I brought up my rifle and started firing, dropping infected with careful headshots while backing toward the terrace. The Marines had taught me to be efficient under pressure, to aim small and miss small, and I put down 6 infected before my magazine ran dry. I reloaded and kept firing, covering a group of civilians who were trying to barricade themselves inside the house. And I thought about Walsh's projections and his sterilization protocols and how all of it had been too little too late because humanity's response to existential threats was always too little too late. The estate was being overrun, infected pouring through gaps in the perimeter faster than we could seal them. I saw Wells again, up on the second-floor terrace, trying to climb to the roof while infected subjects broke through the glass doors behind him. He was screaming for help. His perfect composure finally shattered, and I had a clear shot that would put him down before the infected reached him. My finger tightened on the trigger, and for a moment I imagined pulling it, watching Wells fall and knowing that at least one person who deserved to die for their choices would get that justice. But I didn't fire, not because Wells deserved mercy, but because watching him face the consequences of a world he'd helped create felt like a more appropriate ending than a quick bullet. I turned away and focused on getting the civilians organized, herding them toward the estate's garage where there were vehicles that might let us escape. Behind me, I heard Wells's screaming stop abruptly, replaced by the wet sounds of feeding that I'd learned to recognize and hate. More infected were coming through the house, their numbers growing as they infected Wells's guards and guests and turned them into additional vectors. The quarantine failure was complete, the infection spreading through this pocket of wealth and privilege the same way it had spread through Hilo's streets and the evacuation centers. We made it to the garage and piled into 3 vehicles, civilians crammed into spaces meant for luggage and equipment. I took the lead vehicle, a heavy Land Cruiser that Wells had probably used for his premium off-road tours, and we crashed through the service gate and out onto the island's dirt roads. Behind us, the estate was a chaos of lights and screaming and bodies, another node in the expanding network of infection that was consuming Hawaii piece by piece. I drove through the darkness with the headlights off, navigating by memory and moonlight, trying to get distance between us and the infected before they could organize pursuit. We ended up at the island's small airport, a facility that served inter-island flights and private charters. The place was deserted, the staff probably already evacuated or fled, and the handful of planes on the tarmac looked like they hadn't flown in days. I gathered the survivors, maybe 20 people total, and we broke into the airport terminal looking for supplies and communications equipment. The radios still worked, patched into the emergency frequencies that connected the Hawaiian Islands, and what we heard confirmed my worst fears. Maui was falling. Kauai was under siege. Oahu was implementing martial law and mandatory isolation protocols that were already failing. The infection had spread to every population center in the islands, carried by refugees and ash clouds and the simple mathematics of exponential growth. One of the civilians, a woman who'd been some kind of executive at Wells's company, started organizing the survivors into working groups, assigning tasks and resources with the kind of managerial efficiency that was pointless now, but that gave people something to focus on besides despair. I let her do it because keeping busy was better than thinking about the implications of what we were hearing on the radio. Every few hours there were updates from military command, orders to evacuate certain areas or defend certain positions, followed by reports that those areas were lost and those positions overrun. The virus was winning, had been winning from the beginning because humans were fundamentally unprepared to deal with a threat that turned our own bodies and social structures against us. Over the next 72 hours, we watched Lanai fall apart from our position at the airport. The infected spread across the island in waves, hunting down the remaining civilians who thought isolation would protect them. We saw helicopters overhead occasionally, military or civilian evacuation flights that wouldn't land because the risk of infection was too high. The radio traffic became more fragmented, more desperate, with entire units going silent mid-transmission or calling for support that never arrived. On the 3rd day, we heard the announcement that changed everything. The CDC had confirmed that the pathogen had reached the mainland United States, with cases reported in California and Oregon and Washington. The woman from Wells's company, whose name I'd learned was Jennifer, stood next to me listening to that broadcast and said quietly, "It's over, isn't it? Not just Hawaii, but everything." I wanted to tell her she was wrong, that humanity would find a way to adapt or develop immunity or create some kind of treatment. But I'd seen the projections and I'd read the medical briefings, and I knew she was right. The virus was too infectious, too resilient, too well designed to be contained by conventional means. Even if we developed a vaccine, even if we isolated infected populations, the pathogen would find a way to spread through the billions of humans who now covered the planet in dense urban clusters that were perfect breeding grounds for disease. That night, I sat alone on the airport's observation deck, watching the lights of fires spread across Lanai's landscape as the infected burned through the island's remaining population centers. I thought about Ryan Tanaka, park ranger, who'd woken up 2 weeks ago thinking his biggest problems were tourist violations and equipment maintenance. I thought about Staff Sergeant Tanaka, Marine, who'd survived 2 combat tours by being better at violence than the enemy. And I wondered which version of myself was better equipped for the world that was emerging from the ashes of the old one. A world where the only law was survival and the only morality was doing whatever it took to see another sunrise. Jennifer found me around midnight, bringing coffee she'd brewed on one of the airport's emergency generators. "We're going to try to take one of the planes," she said. "There's a Cessna that looks flight-ready, and one of the survivors used to be a pilot. We're thinking we head east toward the mainland, try to find somewhere the infection hasn't reached yet." I looked at her, at the hope still visible in her eyes despite everything we'd seen, and I didn't have the heart to tell her that nowhere was safe, that the infection was probably already spreading through West Coast cities while they scrambled to implement quarantines that wouldn't work. "What about fuel?" I asked instead. She smiled grimly. "That's the problem. The plane has enough range to reach the mainland if we can refuel at one of the smaller Hawaiian islands that might still have functioning airports. It's a long shot, but it's better than sitting here waiting for the infected to find us." I agreed to help because dying while trying to escape felt more dignified than dying while huddled in an airport terminal, and we spent the next day preparing the Cessna and gathering supplies. The pilot, a retired airline captain named Tom, ran through his pre-flight checks with the kind of focused competence that suggested he was glad to have a concrete task to work on instead of contemplating our collective doom. We loaded the plane with everything it could carry: food, water, medical supplies, weapons, and the 20 survivors who were still alive and uninfected. It was overcrowded and over the weight limit, but Tom said he could make it work if we got lucky with winds and weather. We took off at dawn, the Cessna struggling into the air with its overloaded cargo, and I watched Lanai fall away beneath us, the island now just another infected zone in a Pacific that was rapidly becoming a dead ocean. Tom set course for Molokai, the nearest island that still had airport facilities, and we flew low over water that looked pristine and normal, hiding all evidence of the catastrophe unfolding across the region. The radio chatter was almost non-existent now, just occasional automated emergency broadcasts and the rare human voice calling out coordinates or casualty reports or final messages to loved ones who probably weren't alive to receive them. Molokai's airport was abandoned when we landed, the buildings empty and the fuel tanks accessible if you were willing to break into the pump controls. We refueled as fast as we could, everyone working with the urgency of people who knew they were exposed and vulnerable, and we were almost ready to take off again when the infected arrived. They came from the surrounding buildings and vegetation, drawn by the sound of our engine and the smell of living humans, and suddenly we were fighting for our lives again while trying to complete the refueling process. Tom got the engine started while the rest of us held off the infected with the rifles we'd brought from Lanai, and we barely made it back into the air before they could reach the plane. The flight to the Big Island's airspace was tense and silent, everyone processing how close we'd come to being overwhelmed. Tom pointed the plane southeast toward the general direction of the California coast, and I stared out the window at the clouds and tried not to think about what we'd find when we reached the mainland. Below us, the Pacific stretched endlessly, hiding the radioactive crater that had been the Big Island and the ash clouds that were spreading the infection across thousands of miles. I'd spent years thinking that leaving Afghanistan meant leaving violence behind. but I realize now that I'd just been between wars, that humanity's capacity for self-destruction was the one constant I could count on regardless of where I went or what I did. The fuel held out longer than expected, Tom's careful calculations and favorable winds carrying us most of the way to California before we started running low. He brought the plane down at a small airport near the Oregon-California border, a facility that served mostly private pilots and crop dusters, and we found it deserted just like Molokai had been. The difference was that here we could see signs of recent habitation, abandoned vehicles and scattered supplies, and the evidence of people who'd fled in panic rather than in any organized evacuation. The infected were here too, lurking in the buildings and hangars, and we had to fight our way to the fuel pumps through zombies that had once been American citizens going about their normal lives. We refueled and took off again, heading south along the coast, and through breaks in the clouds I could see cities burning, highways jammed with abandoned vehicles, and military positions that looked like they'd been overrun. The infection had spread faster on the mainland than it had in Hawaii, the higher population density and interconnected infrastructure turning advantages into vulnerabilities. Every airport, every highway, every population center was a vector for transmission, the infected spreading the virus through the very networks that were supposed to enable human civilization. Tom's voice came through the headset, tight with stress. "I'm seeing reports on the emergency channels that the CDC is recommending complete social isolation. No gatherings of any kind. Martial law in all major cities. They're talking about additional strategic sterilization sites if containment fails." I felt sick. More bombs, more cities erased, more people sacrificed in the hope that somehow, somewhere, humanity could stop the exponential growth of the infection. But I'd seen the projections, knew the mathematics, understood that every intervention came too late because we kept underestimating how fast the virus spread and how impossible it was to enforce quarantines in a world where billions of people were all competing for the same limited resources. We flew south through California, watching the state collapse beneath us, and Tom eventually landed the plane at a small airfield in central California that looked like it might have missed the worst of the outbreak. But looks were deceiving, and within hours of landing we were fighting infected again, the virus having spread even to rural areas that should have been isolated from the urban centers. We lost 3 people in that fight, including Tom, the pilot who'd gotten us this far only to be bitten while trying to help someone else escape. We had to put him down after he turned, and watching Jennifer pull the trigger on someone who just saved all our lives felt like a violation of something fundamental, some code that said people who helped you deserved better than a bullet in the skull. The remaining survivors scattered after that, each person or small group going their own way in the desperate hope that separation would improve their odds of survival. I ended up with 4 others, strangers bound together by shared trauma and the simple fact that we'd been standing near each other when Tom died. We moved through the California landscape like refugees in our own country, avoiding roads and populated areas, scavenging for supplies from abandoned buildings, and constantly watching for signs of infected or hostile survivors who decided that morality was a luxury they couldn't afford anymore. We heard about the second wave of nuclear strikes on day 10 after leaving Hawaii. Military broadcasts announcing that Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Seattle had been designated for strategic sterilization due to uncontrollable outbreak levels. The bombs fell that night, and from our position in the mountains, we could see the flashes light up the western horizon like a sunset happening in the wrong direction. 3 cities gone, millions of people erased, and the infection still spreading because the virus didn't care about borders or bombs or human desperation. I thought about Director Walsh and his projections, his calm acceptance that extreme measures were necessary. He'd been right about the mathematics, but he'd been wrong about the effectiveness of those measures. The nuclear strikes hadn't contained the outbreak in Hawaii, and they wouldn't contain it on the mainland either. The pathogen was too resilient, too widely distributed, too capable of spreading through multiple vectors. Even if we bombed every infected city, the virus would survive in refugees and in ash clouds and in the wildlife that was now serving as reservoirs for the disease. Over the following weeks, I watched America die through the broken lens of emergency broadcasts and rumors from other survivors. The government evacuated to secure facilities somewhere in the mountain west. The military fragmented into local units trying to protect whatever they could. Civilian authority collapsed in most areas, replaced by warlords and gang leaders and desperate communities trying to survive behind walls and checkpoints. The infected kept spreading, kept multiplying, kept overwhelming every defensive position because defending against an enemy that felt no pain and feared no death was impossible without infinite resources and perfect discipline. I ended up in a survivor camp in the Sierra Nevada mountains. A collection of maybe 200 people who'd managed to find a relatively defensible position with access to water and hunting grounds. We spent our days foraging for supplies and our nights huddled around fires while listening to the sounds of infected subjects prowling the forests around us. Someone had a hand-crank radio that could still pick up automated broadcasts, and through those broadcasts we learned that the infection had spread globally. Cases reported on every continent, governments falling, billions of people displaced or dead or transformed into the shambling corpses that now outnumbered the living. I thought about Harrison Wells during those long nights, wondered if he'd survived the attack on his Lanai estate or if he'd been torn apart by the infected subjects he'd probably helped create through his cover-up of the contamination problem. Either way felt like justice of a sort. The karmic satisfaction of watching someone face consequences for their choices. But that satisfaction was hollow because Wells dying didn't bring back the Big Island or the millions of people who'd perished in the outbreak or the civilization that was crumbling into dust around us. Winter came early that year, the ash clouds from the nuclear strikes and volcanic eruptions affecting global weather patterns in ways the climate models hadn't predicted. The temperature dropped, snow fell in places that rarely saw it, and the crops that some survivor communities had been trying to grow failed in the unseasonable cold. Starvation became as big a threat as the infected, and I watched communities tear themselves apart over food and resources, watched people I'd started to care about make terrible choices in the name of survival. The camp in the Sierras held together longer than most, but eventually we too fractured under the pressure of too many people and too few supplies, and I left one morning before the violence could escalate into something I'd have to participate in. I spent the next several months alone moving through the ruins of California like a ghost, and I saw things that made my time in Afghanistan look like a humanitarian mission. I saw infected humans hunting the living with pack tactics that suggested the virus was somehow enhancing coordination, even as it destroyed higher brain function. I saw survivor communities that had descended into cannibalism or slavery or ritual sacrifice to gods they thought might save them from the apocalypse. I saw the last gasps of organized civilization in the form of military patrols that still tried to maintain order, though their numbers were dwindling and their resources nearly exhausted. I made it to the coast eventually, drawn by some half-formed idea of finding a boat and sailing somewhere the infection hadn't reached, though I knew rationally that no such place existed anymore. The coastal cities were burning ruins, looted and abandoned, and the infected owned the streets in numbers that made any attempt at reclamation suicidal. I stood on a beach north of what used to be San Francisco and looked out at the Pacific Ocean, at the water that had carried the ash clouds from Hawaii and the infection to the mainland, and I thought about how appropriate it was that the ocean that had seemed so clean and eternal had become a vector for humanity's extinction. I'm writing this now in the ruins of a lighthouse. Using paper and a pen, I scavenged from a gift shop that used to sell overpriced souvenirs to tourists who thought they'd live forever. The infected are getting more active as night falls, their moans echoing up from the rocks below, and I know I'll have to move soon or fight them off with the last of my ammunition. I've been keeping a journal since leaving the Sierra Nevada camp, documenting what I've seen and heard, partially because some instinct tells me that someone should record this even if no one survives to read it, and partially because writing helps me process the impossible reality of what's happened to the world. The virus continues to evolve. Recent observations from the few remaining radio broadcasts suggest it's adapting to colder climates, spreading through new animal hosts, possibly becoming airborne in ways that make even isolation pointless. The infected are lasting longer before their bodies break down, some of them surviving months in that reanimated state, driven by whatever remains of their neural system to hunt and feed and spread the pathogen to new hosts. Humanity's response has been everything I expected. Too slow, too fragmented, too focused on short-term survival to mount any kind of coordinated resistance. I think about the Big Island often, about those first days when I thought we could contain the outbreak with checkpoints and quarantines and medical protocols. The naivety of that thinking is staggering now, though it was understandable given that we had no frame of reference for something like this. We'd prepared for pandemics, for terrorist attacks, for natural disasters, but we'd never seriously contemplated a scenario where the dead came back to hunt the living with tireless determination. Our entire civilization was built on assumptions of predictable mortality, controllable disease, rational threats that followed comprehensible rules. The virus violated all of those assumptions, and our responses were too constrained by old ways of thinking to adapt fast enough. If Wells was alive somewhere, I'd tell him that his business calculations were perfect examples of what doomed us. Short-term thinking, externalized costs, the belief that personal wealth and preparation could insulate anyone from systemic collapse. But Wells is probably dead, torn apart by the infected or consumed by one of the many other ways the apocalypse kills people. His death wouldn't prove anything anyway because the lesson of his life was never about individual accountability. It was about systems, about how a culture that rewards exploiting others inevitably creates the conditions for its own destruction. The sun is setting now, painting the Pacific in shades of red and orange that would be beautiful if they didn't come from ash clouds and nuclear fallout. The infected are climbing the rocks toward the lighthouse, dozens of them drawn by some sound or scent or just the random pattern of their hunting behavior. I have maybe 20 rounds left for the rifle, a knife that's seen too much use, and the certain knowledge that eventually, probably soon, one of these encounters will be the one where I make a mistake or get unlucky or just run out of energy to keep fighting. I used to think that leaving Afghanistan meant leaving death behind, that I could build a quiet life surrounded by volcanic beauty and do work that mattered without carrying a rifle. The irony of ending up here, in another impossible situation where violence is the only language that gets understood, isn't lost on me. Maybe this was always where I was headed, the wars in the Middle East just training for the war that would consume the whole world. Or maybe that's me trying to find pattern and meaning in randomness and chaos, the human brain desperate to believe that things happen for reasons rather than just happening. I think the worst part of all this isn't the death or the violence or even the knowledge that humanity is probably extinct within a generation. The worst part is the loneliness, the awareness that I'm experiencing the end of everything my species has built, and there's no one left to share that experience with in any meaningful way. The survivors I've encountered are too focused on day-to-day survival to think about larger implications. Too traumatized or desperate to engage with questions about meaning or legacy or what it means to be the last humans watching civilization collapse. I suppose that's a luxury, thinking about philosophical questions when your next meal isn't guaranteed and death stalks you every moment. But humans are meaning-making creatures, and dying without understanding why feels like a double extinction. The infected have reached the lighthouse door now, their fists hammering against the old wood, and I need to decide whether to fight them off or save my ammunition for later. The rational choice is to conserve resources, but rationality seems less relevant when every choice is just delaying the inevitable. I pick up the rifle and check the magazine and think about Staff Sergeant Tanaka, who once believed he was fighting for something important, something worth the cost. And I think about Ryan the park ranger, who thought he'd found peace in volcanic landscapes that turned out to be incubating humanity's extinction. Both versions of me were wrong about almost everything, but at least they tried. At least they kept moving forward even when the situation was hopeless. I'm going to stop writing now and go deal with the infected outside, and if I survive the night, I'll add more to this journal tomorrow, and if I don't survive, then maybe these pages will outlast me for a few days or weeks before the paper dissolves in the rain or burns in one of the wildfires that keep sweeping through the dead forests. The story doesn't have a happy ending because happy endings require a future. And the future belongs to the virus now, to the infected who will spread until they've consumed every possible host and then eventually starve and decay and return to the earth that spawned them. The Hawaii that I knew is gone, vaporized in nuclear fire or buried under ash and infected corpses, and the rest of the world is following the same trajectory, just slower and with more denial about the inevitable conclusion. But I'm not ready to give up yet, even knowing how the story ends. Because giving up means admitting that Wells and Walsh and all the others who made terrible choices were right to prioritize their own survival over any consideration of collective good. I'm not naive enough to think my resistance matters in any meaningful sense, but I'm stubborn enough to keep fighting anyway. To keep moving forward through the ruins while looking for some evidence that humanity deserved to survive even though we clearly didn't. Maybe that's my role in this final act. The witness who documents our species' end, not to justify what came before, but to at least acknowledge that we were here, that we tried, that we failed in ways both spectacular and pathetic. The door is starting to splinter under the weight of infected bodies, and I can see their clouded eyes through the cracks. That same white film I first saw on the dead pigs in the volcanic landscape that feels like it existed in another lifetime. I raise the rifle and take aim, and I think about the volcano goddess Pele, who the native Hawaiians believed lived in Kilauea's fires, creating and destroying in endless cycles. Maybe she saw the contamination and the infection as just another expression of the volcanic forces that built the islands from empty ocean, fire, and violence, giving birth to land that would eventually be consumed again. Maybe our extinction is just another phase in the planet's long indifference to which species dominates for a geological eye blink before being replaced by something else. The first infected subject breaks through the door and I fire. The rifle's recoil familiar and steadying, a physical sensation that grounds me in the moment rather than the existential horror of the larger situation. The body falls and another one takes its place and another after that, and I keep firing with the mechanical precision that years of training drilled into me, making every shot count because ammunition is now more valuable than gold or diamonds or any of the other things humans use to treasure. My mind is clear, focused only on the immediate tactical problem, and for these moments I'm not Ryan Tanaka contemplating the apocalypse, but just a soldier doing what soldiers do, which is survive the next 30 seconds and worry about everything else later. I empty the magazine and reload, my last magazine. And I think about Harrison Wells and whether he would have learned anything if he'd survived to see the full scope of what his cover-up helped create. Probably not. People like Wells are constitutionally incapable of accepting responsibility for systemic failures because accepting responsibility would require acknowledging that their success was built on exploiting others rather than on any innate superiority. He would have blamed the scientists for creating the bioweapon originally, blamed the government for inadequate disposal protocols, blamed the infected for being infected, blamed anyone and everyone except the man who covered up contamination reports because protecting his business was more important than public safety. The infected keep coming, more of them than I thought possible in this remote location, and I realize they must have heard the gunfire and been drawn from miles around. A congregation of dead flesh animated by pathogen-driven instinct to hunt and feed and spread. I switch to the knife when the ammunition runs out, fighting in close quarters with techniques that would be brutal, even if my opponents could feel pain or fear injury. But the infected don't stop coming, don't falter, don't show any sign of the self-preservation that makes normal combat possible. They'll keep attacking until I'm overwhelmed or until I manage to destroy enough of them to break the assault, and right now the latter seems increasingly unlikely. I take a wound, infected teeth sinking into my left forearm before I can pull away. And I feel the warmth of my own blood mixing with the cold certainty that this is it. This is how I join the ranks of the dead who walk. The pathogen is in my bloodstream now, minutes away from starting the cascade of necrosis and reanimation that I've seen destroy so many others. I keep fighting anyway because stopping means dying right now rather than in an hour. And spite demands I take as many of them with me as possible before the virus shuts down my higher functions and turns me into another shambling corpse. The bite is burning now, infection spreading fast, and I can feel my thoughts starting to scatter. My vision narrowing to a tunnel that focuses only on the immediate threat in front of me. I climb the lighthouse stairs, infected subjects following me up the spiral, and I make it to the top where the old beacon used to rotate before all the power stations went dark. The view from here is spectacular. Miles of coastline and ocean and smoke rising from burning cities. The world ending in fire and teeth and the stubborn refusal of the dead to stay dead. I think my last clear thought is about the Big Island. About those volcanic landscapes that used to bring me peace. About the false security of believing that nature's dangers were somehow more honest than human ones. The virus proved that wrong, showed that nature doesn't care about honesty or justice or any of the meanings we try to impose on it. The volcano didn't care whether it was erupting clean magma or contaminated gases. The pathogen doesn't care whether it's infecting people who deserve death or people who deserve life. Everything just happens according to physical laws that have no moral dimension, and our extinction is no more tragic or meaningful than the extinction of any other species that couldn't adapt fast enough to a changing environment. The infected reach the top of the lighthouse and I'm out of weapons except my body, and I think about jumping, about denying them the satisfaction of tearing me apart, even though satisfaction is a human emotion they no longer possess. But I don't jump because even now, even knowing what I'm about to become, some part of me believes that bearing witness matters, that consciousness should persist until the last possible moment to observe and record and understand, even if that understanding dies with me. So I stand at the railing and watch the sun set over the dead Pacific, and I wait for the virus to finish its work. And I accept that this is how the story ends, not with triumph or redemption or any of the traditional narrative satisfactions, but with one more body added to the billions that have already fallen. The transformation, when it comes, is both sudden and gradual, my sense of self eroding even as my body remains functional. And my last semi-coherent understanding is that the virus doesn't kill the host so much as it rewrites them, turns them into a vehicle for spreading itself through the remaining population of living humans. I can feel myself becoming something else, something that hungers without understanding why. And I realize this is what awaited everyone eventually, this dissolution of identity into pure biological imperative, death without the dignity of true ending. And then I'm not thinking anymore, not in any way that I would recognize as thinking, just existing as hunger and movement and the drive to spread the pathogen to whatever living tissue I can reach. The journal falls from my hands, pages scattering in the ocean wind, and Staff Sergeant Ryan Tanaka, USMC, who survived Afghanistan to become a park ranger only to die in the apocalypse he tried to understand, is gone, replaced by something that wears his face but has no connection to the person he used to be. The infected subjects that followed me up the lighthouse stairs accept me as one of their own, and together we descend to hunt for living humans who might still exist somewhere in the ruins of California, the virus using our bodies as hosts to continue its spread across a planet that humanity once believed we owned. The story has no moral, no lesson, no redemption. There's just the virus and the infected and the steadily shrinking number of living humans who still think survival is possible. And eventually there will be only the virus and the infected, and then eventually only the virus, and then eventually nothing at all when the last hosts decay beyond the pathogen's ability to reanimate them. Hawaii is gone, America is gone, human civilization is gone, and in the long geological timescale that volcanoes measure their existence by, none of it will have mattered any more than the extinction of the dinosaurs mattered, or the cooling of the Earth's core will matter when it eventually happens. We told ourselves stories about meaning and purpose and the special nature of human consciousness. But in the end, we were just another species that existed for a while before being replaced by something else. Something simpler and more efficient at the basic task of spreading genetic material through available hosts. The lighthouse stands empty now except for scattered journal pages and the shambling forms of the infected who wait for some instinct or stimulus to drive them back into the hunt. The Pacific Ocean continues its eternal rhythm, waves breaking against rocks that will erode slowly over millennia, while the surface churns with the immediate chaos of weather and contamination and the ash clouds that still spread from the volcanic eruptions triggered by the nuclear strikes. Somewhere in that ocean is the crater that used to be the Big Island, radioactive and dead, a memorial to humanity's final desperate attempt to contain something that was always going to spread beyond any possible containment. And somewhere in the ruins of what used to be human civilization, other survivors are having their own final moments of clarity before the virus takes them, writing their own journal entries or making their own last stands or simply giving up and accepting the inevitable transformation that awaits everyone who isn't lucky enough to die from causes unrelated to the infection. This is how the world ends, not with a bang, but with a bite. Not with nuclear fire consuming everything, but with nuclear fire only managing to make the situation worse, spreading contaminated ash and triggering geological events that amplified the disaster instead of containing it. Director Walsh and his projections and his strategic sterilization protocols were all exercises in human hubris. The belief that we could control nature if we just applied enough violence and determination. But nature doesn't negotiate and doesn't compromise and doesn't care about human plans or human survival. The volcano erupts when geological pressure demands it. The virus spreads when biological opportunity allows it. And humans die when they encounter forces they can't understand or overcome, which in this case was a contaminated volcanic vent mixing military bioweapons with geological processes in ways that no one predicted and no one could stop. If Harrison Wells was here, if he could see what his business calculations cost not just Hawaii but the entire world, I like to think he might feel some remorse, some understanding that short-term profit maximization and externalized costs and the exploitation of others for personal gain ultimately destroys the systems that make profit and gain possible in the first place. But he probably wouldn't learn anything. Probably would just blame others and rationalize his choices and maintain until his own transformation that he'd done the best anyone could under impossible circumstances. That's the human condition in summary. brilliant enough to create civilizations and stupid enough to destroy them through the accumulated weight of individual choices that prioritize self-interest over collective survival. The infected Ryan Tanaka, the thing that wears my face and carries my memories in degraded neural pathways that no longer support conscious thought, shambles down the lighthouse stairs and out into the California night, joining the growing mass of infected subjects that now outnumber the living by ratios that make any kind of recovery impossible. The virus has won, is winning. Will continue to win until every possible host has been infected and converted and used to spread the pathogen to the next possible host. And then eventually the infected will decay, their bodies breaking down despite the virus's attempts to preserve them, and the pathogen will retreat into animal reservoirs or environmental niches where it will wait for the next opportunity to spread, the next species foolish enough to create the conditions for pandemic transmission. The story that began with volcanic contamination and military bioweapons and Harrison Wells' cover-up ends with me standing over a journal I no longer remember writing. Pages torn and scattered by ocean winds, words describing a world and a person who don't exist anymore except as biological artifacts. The infected don't read and don't remember and don't care about documentation or meaning or any of the things that made humans human. They just hunt and feed and spread, and eventually they'll stop even doing that when there's nothing left to hunt and nothing left to infect, and the world can finally rest in whatever equilibrium emerges from the ashes of what we destroyed. But that's not today. Today the infected still hunt, the living still run, and the virus still spreads across a planet that will continue to spin through space regardless of which species dominates its surface. The ocean will continue its patient erosion of coastlines. The volcanoes will continue their slow building of new land from old magma. And somewhere in the genetic archives of the surviving species, humanity's DNA will persist as raw material for evolution to work with if conditions ever again favor the emergence of conscious, tool-using organisms who tell themselves stories about meaning and purpose and the special nature of their existence. This is the end of my story, the end of Ryan Tanaka's story, the end of humanity's story on this particular version of Earth in this particular timeline. There are no more words left to write, no more observations left to make, nothing left except the biological imperative to hunt and spread and persist until even that becomes impossible. The infected that used to be me walks into the ruins of California, and the journal lies forgotten on the lighthouse floor, and the sun rises on another day in the apocalypse. And the world continues its indifferent rotation while carrying the evidence of our failure to survive the challenges we created for ourselves. The next stories I decided to drive back out to the lake. I told myself I was just doing my job, making sure the area was secure, but really I needed to see for myself. The afternoon sun turned the exposed salt flats into a blinding white expanse. I drove along the Western Shore Road past the old brine shrimp harvesting operations and the mineral extraction sites. Wells Mineral Extraction had the largest operation out here, dozens of evaporation ponds and processing facilities spread across thousands of acres. I'd met Harrison Wells once at a public hearing about lake management. He was exactly what you'd expect from a mining CEO. Expensive suit, practiced smile, dead eyes. He'd stood up and given a speech about how his company was helping the local economy, creating jobs, contributing to the community. All while his operations sucked millions of gallons from the lake and left toxic residue in their wake. I'd wanted to ask him about the reports of chemical dumping, but the moderator had shut down that line of questioning. Now, as I approached the Wells facilities, I noticed something odd. There were more security vehicles than usual, armed guards at the gates. I slowed down and pulled out my binoculars. The guards were wearing full hazmat suits, not the light-duty ones you'd use for regular chemical handling. These were level A suits, the kind you wore when dealing with the most dangerous substances. I took photos with my phone, zooming in as much as I could. One of the guards noticed me and started walking toward the fence. I drove away before he could get close enough to ID my vehicle. My radio crackled with static, then cleared. It was Janet again. "Thomas, you need to come back now." "What's wrong?" "They're evacuating the hospital, the one in the news. They're saying it's not contained anymore." I turned the truck around and headed back toward the station, but I kept the radio on. The news was breaking across all frequencies now. The mystery illness had spread beyond the hospital. People were attacking each other in the streets. The descriptions were chaotic and contradictory, but certain words kept appearing. Biting, violent, uncontrollable. I thought about the samples on my desk, the gray-green water from the lake, Miguel's warning, the hazmat suits at the Wells facility. Oh God. I called Karen. She didn't answer. I called again and again. Finally, she picked up. "Tom, I can't talk right now. There's something happening at Emma's school." "What do you mean?" "One of the teachers got sick. She attacked a student. The police are here, but they're telling us to shelter in place. I'm trying to get to Emma, but they won't let anyone in the building." "Karen, listen to me. You need to get out of there, get Emma and go home. Lock your doors." "What are you talking about?" "Just trust me, please. Something's wrong, something bigger than just the hospital. You need to get Emma somewhere safe." I could hear sirens through her phone, lots of them. "Tom, I have to go. They're opening the doors." The line went dead. I tried calling back, but it went straight to voicemail. I was still 40 minutes from Salt Lake City. I pushed the accelerator down and watched the speedometer climb past 90. The radio was pure chaos now. Multiple stations reporting violence across the city. The National Guard was being called in. All hospitals were on lockdown. Interstate 15 was closed due to accidents and riots. The words they weren't using yet, the words everyone was thinking. Outbreak, epidemic, pandemic. I knew what this was. I'd trained for it. During my time at Dugway, I'd worked with samples of experimental bioweapons, including one codenamed Trixie. It was a hemorrhagic fever variant engineered to be highly contagious and fast-acting. The infected became violent and aggressive, their higher brain functions shutting down while the amygdala went into overdrive. They'd attack anyone and everyone, driven by a need to spread the infection through bites and scratches. We'd been told all samples were destroyed after the program was shut down in the 90s. We'd been lied to. I reached the ranger station and ran inside. Janet was there with 2 other rangers, all watching the TV in the break room. The news showed helicopter footage of Salt Lake City. Smoke was rising from multiple locations. Cars were abandoned in the middle of streets. People were running in all directions. "Thomas, what's happening?" Janet asked. She was 26, fresh out of college, usually cheerful and optimistic. Now she looked terrified. "I don't know for sure, but we need to secure this station, lock all the doors, get everyone who's still in the park to evacuate. The Park Service is saying we should maintain normal operations." "Fuck the Park Service, look at that!" I pointed at the TV. A reporter was screaming as the camera shook violently. In the background, figures were running, stumbling, attacking. The feed cut out. I tried Karen again. No answer. I called Emma's cell phone. A man answered. "Hello? Who is this? Where's my daughter?" "I'm Officer Reynolds, Salt Lake PD. Who am I speaking with?" My blood turned to ice. "Thomas Miller. I'm Emma's father. Is she okay?" "Sir, I need you to stay calm. There's been an incident at the school. We're evacuating everyone we can, but the situation is complicated." "What's your relationship to Karen Miller?" "She's my ex-wife. She was supposed to pick up Emma. Where are they?" "Sir, I'm going to need you to come to the University of Utah Medical Center. Ask for Officer Reynolds when you get here." "Why? What happened? Is Emma hurt?" "Just come as quickly as you can, sir." The line went dead. I stood there, phone in my hand, the world tilting around me. Janet was saying something, but I couldn't hear her. All I could think about was Emma, 12 years old, loved soccer and reading, wanted to be a veterinarian. She was supposed to be safe at school. I grabbed my keys and ran for the truck. Janet followed me outside. "Thomas, wait! You can't go into the city. They're shutting down all the roads. My daughter's there. Let me come with you. You shouldn't go alone." I looked at her. She was scared but determined. "Okay, get in." We took Highway 89 north, trying to avoid the interstate. The radio was reporting roadblocks and military checkpoints going up everywhere. The governor had declared a state of emergency. People were being told to stay in their homes, but nobody knew what they were staying inside for. The word zombie hadn't been used yet, not officially. But I'd heard it in the background of one news report, someone screaming it before they were cut off. Traffic was building as we got closer to the city. Everyone had the same idea: get home, get to family, get somewhere safe. I swerved onto the shoulder and kept driving. Other cars followed my lead. Within minutes, both lanes and both shoulders were packed. We were crawling forward at 5 miles per hour. Then I saw it. Up ahead, traffic had stopped completely. People were getting out of their cars, running, screaming. And from between the vehicles, figures were emerging. They moved wrong, jerky and uncoordinated, but terrifyingly fast. They fell on the fleeing people like animals, tackling them, biting, tearing. "Oh my God," Janet whispered. I threw the truck into reverse and started backing up, but there were cars behind us now. We were boxed in. The infected were getting closer. I could see them clearly now. Blood covered their faces and clothes. Their eyes were wide and vacant, seeing nothing but registering movement and heat. Their mouths hung open, teeth bared, constantly making a wet, snarling sound. "Get in the back," I told Janet. "My emergency kit, there's a rifle." She scrambled over the seat while I watched the infected approach. There were maybe a dozen of them moving through the stopped cars. One of them, a woman in a business suit, crawled over a sedan's hood and grabbed a man trying to flee. She bit into his arm and he screamed, a high-pitched sound of pure terror and agony. Janet handed me the rifle. It was a Remington 700, good for putting down injured wildlife. I'd never imagined using it on people, but these weren't people anymore. I could see that in the way they moved, the complete absence of humanity in their faces. I rolled down my window and took aim. The first shot hit the woman in the business suit in the shoulder. She spun around but didn't fall. She ran toward the sound of the gunshot, toward us. I fired again. This time I hit her in the head and she dropped instantly. The gunshots attracted the others. They all turned and came at us, mouths open, snarling. I fired again and again. Janet was screaming. I hit 2 more in the head, killed them, but the others kept coming. One reached my window. I could smell the blood on it, see the gore coating its teeth. It reached for me and I shot it point blank. Brain matter splattered across the truck's side panel. When the rifle clicked empty, I dropped it and started the truck in reverse again. I didn't care about the cars behind us anymore. I put the truck in 4-wheel drive and climbed over the hood of a Honda Civic, crushing the metal, driving across the median and into the opposite lanes. They were empty. Everyone was trying to get into the city, not out of it. Not yet. Janet was crying in the passenger seat. I kept driving, heading back south, away from Salt Lake City, away from Emma. "We have to go back," I said, but I knew it was impossible. The highway was completely blocked. The infected would have overrun everything by now. "We have to find another way." I turned onto a side road and pulled out my phone. The map showed back roads that might get us into the city from the east. It would take hours. I tried calling Officer Reynolds again. The number just rang and rang. "Thomas, look," Janet said, pointing at her phone. She was on Twitter. The videos were everywhere now. Attacks in downtown Salt Lake City. The track's light rail stations overrun. The airport in chaos. Someone had posted a video from inside a grocery store where infected shoppers were attacking other customers, blood spreading across the white tile floors. The comments were full of the word, zombies. I knew better. These weren't the Walking Dead from movies. This was a disease, a virus that attacked the brain and turned people into violent, mindless killers, but the result was the same. The dead getting up and killing the living, who then got up and killed more. An exponential infection rate that could overwhelm a city in hours. And it had started from the lake. I was sure of it now. The contaminated water, the samples sitting in my station, Wells Mineral Extraction and their hazmat-suited guards. They'd found something in the lake bed, something that had been dormant in the salt and mud for decades, and the drought had concentrated it, reactivated it. Maybe they'd even been drilling specifically for it. Maybe Harrison Wells knew exactly what he'd uncovered. We drove east through the suburbs, trying to circle around to the hospital. The radio was reporting that the infection had spread to multiple cities now. Ogden to the north, Provo to the south, small towns throughout the valley. How had it moved so fast? Then I remembered the mineral shipments. Wells Mineral Extraction sent truckloads of processed materials all over the country every day. If the virus was in the lake water, it was in those shipments. We were looking at the end of everything. The back roads were clogged with cars now, too. Everyone was fleeing. I saw a fight break out at an intersection, people screaming at each other, pushing. One man pulled out a gun and fired into the air. The crowd scattered. This was how civilized society collapsed. Not all at once, but in pieces as fear and panic eroded every social norm. I turned onto 2100 South and headed east toward the university. The hospital was on campus. We were maybe 20 minutes away. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange and red. Beautiful and terrible. I thought about Emma, tried not to imagine what might have happened to her, to Karen. Officer Reynolds had told me to come to the hospital, which meant they were alive. They had to be alive. "Thomas, stop!" Janet screamed. I slammed on the brakes. In front of us, a crowd of infected was pouring out of a shopping center. At least 50 of them. They saw us immediately and started running. I threw the truck into reverse, but there were more behind us. We were surrounded. "Hold on!" I yanked the wheel and jumped the curb, driving through a parking lot. The infected followed. I could hear them thudding against the truck bed, their fingers scrabbling at the windows. One grabbed the side mirror and held on, its face pressed against Janet's window, teeth scraping the glass. She screamed and I swerved hard, shaking it loose. We crashed through a wooden fence and into someone's backyard. A dog barked frantically from inside the house. I kept the pedal down, driving across the lawn and through another fence into an alley. The truck's suspension was shot, every bump sending a painful jolt through the frame. But we were moving, and that was all that mattered. The alley opened onto a residential street. Quiet, empty, almost normal if you didn't know what was happening everywhere else. I slowed down, trying to catch my breath. My hands were shaking on the wheel. Janet was hyperventilating beside me. "Breathe," I told her. "Slow breaths, in through your nose, out through your mouth." She tried. It took several minutes before she could speak. "What are we going to do?" "Get to the hospital, find my daughter, then we figure out the next step. And if she's not there?" I didn't answer. Couldn't. The thought of Emma infected, Emma attacking people, Emma with those empty eyes and blood-covered mouth. I pushed it away. She was fine. She had to be fine. We drove in silence for a while, navigating the empty streets. A helicopter passed overhead, military by the sound of it. I wondered if they were evacuating officials or preparing to gun down the infected. Both, probably. Through gaps between houses, I could see smoke rising from downtown. Fires burning out of control. My phone rang. Karen. I answered immediately. "Tom, Tom, are you there? I'm here. Are you okay? Is Emma with you? We're at the hospital, but Tom, it's not safe here. They're bringing in so many infected people. The quarantine is breaking down. We need to get out. I'm coming. I'm maybe 15 minutes away. Where exactly are you? Emergency department, 4th floor. They set up a safe area for families, but Tom... Her voice broke. Emma was bitten. The world stopped. Everything went silent except for the sound of my own heartbeat, loud and slow in my ears. What? At the school. One of the infected got into her classroom. She tried to run and it grabbed her, bit her arm before the police shot it. They brought her here, but the doctors are saying... They're saying everyone who gets bitten turns. They're saying there's no cure. No. The word came out as a whisper. No, no, no. She's showing symptoms, Tom. The fever, the aggression. They have her restrained, but they're saying it's only a matter of hours. We need to say goodbye while she's still herself. I was pressing the accelerator without realizing it. The truck surged forward. Janet grabbed the door handle as we took a corner too fast. I'm coming right now. Don't let them do anything. I'm coming. I hung up and drove like a maniac, running stop signs, swerving around abandoned cars. The hospital was on the east side of the university campus. I could see it now, a tall building with lights blazing in every window. The parking lot was packed with emergency vehicles, military Humvees, police cars, ambulances, people in hazmat suits moving between them. I pulled up to the entrance and jumped out. A National Guard soldier stopped me. Sir, you can't park there. My daughter's inside. She's been bitten. Something changed in his expression, pity mixed with fear. Go ahead, but be quick. They're evacuating soon. Janet followed me inside. The lobby was chaos. Injured people everywhere, some clearly showing signs of infection. Medical staff were overwhelmed, running between patients. I heard screaming from deeper in the building. Gunshots. Someone was yelling orders, but nobody was listening. I found the stairs and ran up to the 4th floor. The safe area was at the end of a long corridor behind a hastily erected barricade of gurneys and equipment. 2 police officers stood guard. I gave them my name and they let me through. Karen was sitting in a plastic chair, her head in her hands. She looked up when she heard my footsteps and her face crumbled. I held her while she sobbed. Where is she? Karen pointed to a room at the end of the hall. They have her isolated. Tom, she's not herself anymore. I walked to the door. It had a small window reinforced with wire mesh. I looked through and saw Emma lying on a hospital bed, straps holding down her arms and legs. Even from here, I could see the tremors running through her body. Her skin was pale and covered in sweat. Her eyes were closed, but moving rapidly beneath the lids. I opened the door and went inside. Emma's eyes snapped open. For a second, just a second, I saw recognition in them. Dad? I'm here, baby, I'm here. Then her expression changed. The fever took over and she started thrashing against the restraints, snarling, trying to bite. I stood there watching my daughter turn into something else, watching the person she'd been disappear behind the disease. A doctor came in behind me. Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to ask you to leave soon. We're evacuating all non-essential personnel. What about her? The doctor didn't answer. Didn't need to. I could see it in his face. They were going to leave her here, leave all the infected here, maybe lock the building and hope they died on their own. Maybe something worse. No, I said, I'm not leaving her. Mr. Miller, you don't understand. I used to work at Dugway Proving Ground. I know what this is, the Trixie virus. It was supposed to be destroyed, but it wasn't. It's been dormant in the lake in the salt deposits. The drought concentrated it and someone found it and weaponized it again. The doctor stared at me. You're saying this is biological warfare? I'm saying it's too late to matter what it is. It's already spreading. Those mineral shipments from the lake go everywhere. processing facilities, industrial sites, water treatment plants. It's in the water supply by now. We're looking at a complete societal collapse within days. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. He knew I was right. Everyone knew, even if they weren't admitting it yet. "Is there anything we can do for her?" I asked, looking at Emma thrashing on the bed. "No, I'm sorry. Once the symptoms start, the virus has already replicated throughout the nervous system. It's irreversible." I sat down next to the bed and took Emma's hand. She tried to bite me but couldn't reach through the restraints. I sat there holding her hand while she snarled and fought, while the person I loved more than anything in the world vanished completely. Karen came in eventually. We sat together, not speaking, watching our daughter die without dying. Hours passed. The hospital grew quieter as staff evacuated. The sounds of chaos from outside grew louder. Explosions, constant gunfire, screaming that never seemed to end. Finally, a soldier appeared at the door. "We're pulling out. Everyone needs to evacuate now." "Give us a minute," I said. "Sir, I mean now. We're sealing this floor." I looked at Emma one last time. Her eyes had turned completely bloodshot. Foam and blood mixed at the corners of her mouth. She'd bitten through her own tongue. Whatever she'd been, she wasn't anymore. I stood up. Karen didn't move. "Karen, we have to go. I can't leave her. She's already gone. Don't say that. Don't you dare say that." The soldier was getting agitated. 30 seconds. I'm sorry, but those are my orders." I pulled Karen up. She fought me, screaming Emma's name. The soldier helped me drag her out of the room. As we reached the door, I looked back one more time. Emma was staring at us, straining against the restraints so hard I could hear them creaking. Her mouth opened and that wet, snarling sound came out. The soldier sealed the door behind us with a mechanical lock. We wouldn't be able to open it again. None of them would be able to get out. The infected patients would either die of dehydration eventually, or someone would come back and put bullets in their heads. That was the kindest outcome they could hope for. We evacuated with the last group of medical staff and military personnel. The parking lot was mostly empty now, except for military vehicles. Bodies lay scattered across the pavement. Infected and healthy, you couldn't tell the difference anymore. Everyone was dead. "Where are we going?" Janet asked. She'd been waiting in the lobby, surrounded by other refugees from the hospital. "I don't know. Somewhere away from the city, somewhere defensible." Karen was in shock, moving mechanically, her eyes empty. I put her in the truck's back seat. A soldier ran past us, screaming into his radio. "They're in the north wing. The quarantine failed. They're everywhere." I looked at the hospital and saw figures moving behind the windows. The infected from inside were loose. Some were patients who'd turned. Others were probably staff who'd been bitten. They pressed against the glass, leaving bloody handprints, their mouths open in silent screams. We got in the truck and drove. I didn't have a destination in mind. I just drove west, back toward the lake, because it was away from the city, and that was all that mattered. The radio was reporting that the National Guard was establishing a perimeter around the metropolitan area. They were shooting anyone trying to leave. Orders from FEMA, total quarantine. Nobody in, nobody out. But it was too late for quarantine. The infection was already everywhere. As we drove through the suburbs, I saw it spreading in real time. Whole neighborhoods were burning. Cars crashed into houses and buildings. The infected ran through the streets in packs, chasing down anyone they could find. And everyone they caught became another infected, adding to the swarm. We passed a gas station where a group of people was trying to make a stand. They'd barricaded themselves inside and were firing through the windows at the infected surrounding them. I wanted to stop and help, but there were too many. We drove past, and I watched in the rearview mirror as the infected broke through the door and poured inside. The gunfire stopped. "We need supplies," Janet said. Food, water, weapons, medical supplies. We can't just drive aimlessly. She was right. I saw a sporting goods store ahead, its parking lot empty. I pulled up to the entrance. The front windows were shattered, but the store looked abandoned. "Wait here," I told Karen, but she didn't respond. She was staring at nothing, lost in her own mind. Janet and I went inside. The store had been looted, but not completely. We found camping supplies, water purification tablets, first aid kits. The gun counter had been cleaned out, but there was ammunition scattered on the floor. I filled a duffel bag with everything useful. Janet grabbed freeze-dried food and water bottles. A noise from the back of the store made us freeze. Footsteps. Shuffling. We heard that wet, snarling sound. "Time to go," I whispered. We ran for the exit. 3 infected came around a corner, their clothes torn and bloody. They saw us and charged. I threw a camping stove at the closest one and it stumbled. Janet and I made it to the truck and I hit the gas before they could reach us. We drove west into the night. The city behind us glowed orange from fires. I could still hear explosions, distant but constant. The military was bombing sections of the city, trying to contain the spread. It wouldn't work. Nothing would work. Around midnight, we reached the edge of the Great Salt Lake. The ranger station was dark but intact. I pulled up and we went inside. Everything was as we'd left it that morning, a lifetime ago. The sample containers sat on my desk, glowing slightly in the darkness. I picked one up and looked at the gray-green liquid inside. This was where it had started. This was ground zero. I carried the samples outside and hurled them as far as I could into the lake. They splashed and sank, disappearing into the toxic brine. It was a meaningless gesture. The virus was already everywhere, but it felt important to destroy them, to throw them back where they'd come from. "What are we going to do?" Janet asked. "Survive, for as long as we can. And then? Then we'll figure it out." But I knew there was nothing to figure out. The world had ended. Maybe not everywhere, not yet, but it would. The virus was too contagious, too fast, too perfect at what it did. Someone had created the ultimate bioweapon and now it was loose. Every city, every town, every isolated farmhouse would eventually fall to it. I went back inside and turned on the radio. The emergency broadcast system was running on loop. "Stay in your homes, avoid contact with infected individuals, help is coming." But between the automated messages, I could hear other transmissions. Military channels, police bands. They were all saying the same thing. Total containment failure, requesting immediate evac. Position being overrun. Karen finally spoke. She was so scared, Tom. At the end, before she turned completely, she knew what was happening to her. She knew she was dying and there was nothing anyone could do. I put my arms around her and we stood there in the dark ranger station holding each other while the world burned. Janet was crying quietly in the corner. Outside, the lake lapped at the shore, its poisoned waters spreading the infection with every wave. I thought about Harrison Wells, about his mining operation and his hazmat-suited guards. He'd known. He'd known exactly what was in that water and he'd continued drilling anyway. Maybe he'd even been planning this. The ultimate monopoly. Cause the collapse of civilization and be the only one with the resources to survive it. I was going to find him. I was going to make him pay for what he'd done. For Emma. For everyone. But first we had to survive the night. I found 3 sleeping bags in the storage room and set them up in the main office. We pushed desks in front of the doors and windows, creating a barricade. Janet found a battery-powered lantern and we sat in its dim glow, not speaking, each lost in our own thoughts. Around 3 in the morning, we heard vehicles outside. I looked through a gap in the barricade and saw trucks pulling into the parking lot. Not military. Civilian trucks, but heavily modified with armor plating and mounted weapons. About a dozen men got out, all armed, all moving with military precision. One of them was Harrison Wells. I'd only seen him that one time at the public hearing, but I recognized him immediately. Expensive outdoor gear, silver hair, that practiced smile even in the middle of an apocalypse. He was directing his men to search the area. "What's he doing here?" Janet whispered. "The samples. He knows I collected them. He's here to make sure no evidence survives." We watched as Wells' men spread out, checking the buildings. They were professional, thorough, private military contractors probably. One of them approached the ranger station. I grabbed Janet and Karen and we moved into the back office, hiding behind filing cabinets. The front door burst open. Boots on the floor, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. "Clear," someone called out. "Check the office," another voice replied. They were coming our way. I pulled out the rifle I'd reloaded earlier. 8 rounds. Not enough against a dozen armed men. But maybe I wouldn't need to fight them all. Maybe I just needed Wells. The footsteps got closer. The door to the back office opened. A man in tactical gear swept his flashlight across the room. The beam passed right over our hiding spot, but didn't stop. Didn't see us. "Clear," he called, and they moved on to search the other buildings. We stayed hidden until we heard the truck start up again. I risked a look and saw them leaving, heading north along the shore road, toward Wells' mining facility. "We're following them," I said. "Are you insane?" Janet grabbed my arm. "There's a dozen of them heavily armed and we have 1 rifle. He's responsible for all of this, for Emma, for everyone who's died. I'm not letting him get away with it." "Tom, he didn't create the virus," Karen said softly. "It was already there. He just found it. And instead of reporting it, instead of making sure it stayed buried, he saw an opportunity to profit. He's as guilty as whoever weaponized it in the first place." I gathered up our supplies and loaded them into the truck. Janet and Karen got in without arguing. They knew I was right. Someone had to pay. Someone had to be held accountable, even if it changed nothing, even if the world was already over. We followed the shore road north, keeping our headlights off, navigating by moonlight. The alkali flats stretched out on either side, white and dead under the stars. I'd driven this road hundreds of times over the years, watching the lake recede further and further, the salt deposits growing like a cancer. I'd known something was wrong with the water. I'd taken samples and filed reports and trusted the system to handle it. The system had failed. Wells' facility appeared ahead, lit up like a small city. Generator-powered lights illuminated the evaporation ponds and processing buildings. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter. Beyond the facility, I could see what looked like a small compound, probably where Wells and his executives lived. I parked the truck behind an abandoned pump station about a quarter-mile away and studied the facility through binoculars. The security was tight, but not impossible. Most of the guards were focused on the main gate. The eastern side, where the evaporation ponds were, had less coverage. "I'm going in alone," I said. "If I'm not back by dawn, take the truck and head for Nevada. Get as far from here as possible." "I'm coming with you," Janet said. "No. Someone needs to stay with Karen, and someone needs to survive to tell people what happened here." "Tom," Karen said, "kill him. For Emma." I took the rifle and as much ammunition as I could carry. The salt flats crunched under my boots as I approached the facility from the east. The evaporation ponds were massive, hundreds of feet across, filled with brine at various levels of concentration. The smell was overpowering, chemical and sharp. This was where they processed the lake water, extracting the valuable minerals and leaving the toxic waste. I reached the chain-link fence and cut through it with bolt cutters I'd found in the truck. Slipped through and moved from pond to pond, using the pipework as cover. A guard walked past 20 feet away but didn't see me in the shadows. The main processing building was ahead. That's where Wells would be. That's where he'd keep whatever records he had about the virus. I needed proof. I needed the world to know what he'd done, even if the world was ending. I reached the building and found a side door propped open for ventilation. Inside, the machinery was running on automatic, pumps and filters processing tons of brine. The air was thick with mineral dust. I moved through the building, checking each room. Voices ahead. I pressed against a wall and listened. Shipments reached every major city. The contamination is complete. By this time tomorrow, the infection will be nationwide. That was Wells. His voice was calm, almost cheerful. And the cure? Another voice asked. Safe in storage. We'll wait until the military and government structures collapse completely. Then we emerge as the only source of treatment. We'll rebuild civilization on our terms. They had a cure. They'd had one all along. Wells hadn't just found the virus by accident. He'd cultivated it, released it deliberately, killed millions of people as part of a plan to seize power. I stepped around the corner, rifle raised. Wells was standing at a table covered with maps and documents. 4 other men were with him, all armed. They turned as one. Thomas Miller, Wells said, smiling. I wondered if you'd survive. You took samples from the marina this morning. I couldn't let those reach any real laboratory. You did this on purpose, all of it. Of course. Do you have any idea how much the lake was worth? Not the minerals on top, but what was underneath. We found the original Dugway Proving Ground disposal site. Tons of biological agents, sealed in containers, buried under the salt in the 60s. The drought exposed them. And when I analyzed what was there, well, I saw an opportunity. You murdered millions of people. I liberated them from meaningless lives, from pointless suffering. The old world was broken. I'm building a new one. He gestured and his men raised their weapons. I fired first. Got one in the chest before diving behind a piece of equipment. Bullets tore through the metal around me. I rolled and fired again, hit another one in the leg. But there were too many. I was pinned down. Then I heard gunfire from a different direction. Janet and Karen had followed me. They were firing through the windows, forcing Wells' men to split their attention. I used the distraction to rush forward, tackling Wells and sending us both crashing into a table. We fought. He was older but strong, enhanced by whatever military training he'd had. He got his hands around my throat and squeezed. I drove my knee into his stomach and broke free, grabbed a wrench from the floor and swung it at his head. He blocked with his arm and I heard bone crack. More gunfire, screaming. The building was chaos. I didn't know if Janet and Karen were still alive. I focused on Wells, on making him pay for Emma, for everyone. He pulled a pistol from his jacket. I knocked it away and it skidded across the floor. We grappled again, crashing through equipment, both of us bleeding and exhausted. He got behind me and locked his arm around my throat in a chokehold. Black spots danced in my vision. I remembered my training. Dropped my weight and twisted, breaking his grip. Came up with the wrench again, and this time I didn't miss. The metal connected with his skull with a wet crack. He stumbled backward, dazed. I hit him again and again, driving him back toward the doors that led to the evaporation ponds. Blood ran down his face. His practiced smile was gone. He looked old and scared and human. You don't understand, he gasped. The cure. I'm the only one who knows the formula. Good, I said and shoved him through the door. He stumbled out onto the walkway above the ponds, lost his balance and fell into the nearest one. The brine was concentrated, supersaturated with salt and minerals. He surfaced, screaming. The salt was burning his skin, dissolving it. He thrashed and fought, but the brine was too thick to swim in properly. He sank and surfaced again, his screams getting weaker. I stood there and watched him die. It took a long time. When he finally stopped moving, his body floated face down in the gray-green liquid, dissolving slowly, becoming part of the poison he'd spread across the world. The gunfire had stopped. I went back inside and found Janet and Karen alive, surrounded by bodies. Wells' men were all dead. We were the only ones left. "Is it done?" Karen asked. "Yes." We searched the building and found Wells' office. The documents were all there. Plans for the deliberate release of the virus. Shipping manifests showing the contaminated mineral shipments going to water treatment plants, food processing facilities, pharmaceutical companies. He'd seeded the infection everywhere, ensuring total saturation. And he'd recorded everything, kept proof of his genius, his grand plan. I gathered up all the documents and took them with us. The sun was rising as we left the facility. To the south, I could see Salt Lake City, or what remained of it. The fires had spread throughout the night. Entire neighborhoods were gone, and from this distance I could see movement in the streets. Thousands of infected swarming like ants, spreading outward. "We need to move," I said. "The infection will reach us here eventually." We drove back to the ranger station and grabbed the rest of our supplies. The radio was still broadcasting, but the emergency messages had changed. They were no longer telling people to stay in their homes. Now they were announcing evacuation orders for the entire state. The military was establishing refugee camps in Nevada and Colorado. Transportation would be provided for those who could reach the designated pickup points. "You think they'll really evacuate people?" Janet asked. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just a way to gather everyone in one place before—" I didn't finish the sentence. We all knew what I meant. Quarantine by fire. We drove east into the Wasatch Mountains, taking back roads to avoid the main highways. The infection hadn't spread this far yet. We passed small towns that looked normal, people going about their daily lives, unaware that everything was ending. Around noon, we stopped at a gas station in a town called Morgan. The owner was an old man who eyed us suspiciously. "Where you folks coming from?" "Salt Lake City," I said. His expression changed. "It's true then? What they're saying on the news?" "Worse than what they're saying. You need to evacuate, everyone does. The infection is spreading fast." "Hell of a thing," he said, shaking his head. "End of the world in my lifetime. Never thought I'd see it." He filled our tank and wouldn't take payment. "Money won't mean much longer anyway. You folks take care of yourselves." We drove on. The mountains were beautiful in the afternoon light, golden and peaceful. Hard to believe that just on the other side, civilization was collapsing. We found an abandoned cabin near a reservoir and decided to stop for the night. It was defensible, isolated, far from any main roads. That night, we sat around a fire and listened to the radio. The news was grim. The infection had reached California, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado. Cases were being reported in Texas, Illinois, New York. The virus was airborne now. Or maybe it had always been and we just hadn't realized. You didn't need to be bitten. You just needed to breathe the same air as someone infected. "How long do we have?" Janet asked. "Days, maybe a week. Then it'll be everywhere. And there's no cure. Wells said he had one, but he's dead. And even if we could find it, how would we manufacture and distribute it? The infrastructure is gone. The government is gone. It's over." Karen had been silent most of the day. Now she spoke. "Emma deserved better than this. All of them did. I know. When I turn, I want you to shoot me immediately. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Promise me." "Karen, promise me, Tom." "I promise." We slept in shifts, keeping watch. At some point during the night, I heard helicopters passing overhead. Military, flying east, running. I wondered where they thought they could run to. There was nowhere left. The next morning, the radio was different. Fewer stations broadcasting. The emergency messages had stopped. Now it was just news reports, increasingly fragmented and desperate. Chicago was burning. New York was under martial law. Los Angeles was being evacuated by sea. And everywhere the infected were spreading. A new broadcast came on. Military frequency. This is FEMA Director Morrison with an emergency announcement. At 0800 hours, the President authorized the use of tactical nuclear weapons against major population centers to contain the outbreak. Salt Lake City will be the first target. Impact in 3 hours. I repeat, nuclear strike authorized. God help us all. We looked at each other in silence. The cabin was maybe 50 miles from the city. We might survive the initial blast if we got further away, but the fallout... We need to move, I said. Northeast, as far and fast as we can go. We packed up and drove. The mountain roads were clogged now as others fled. Everyone had heard the announcement. Everyone was running. We made maybe 30 miles in 2 hours, getting stuck behind a jackknifed semi-truck at one point. We're not going to make it far enough, Janet said. I know. We pulled off the road and climbed to a ridgeline overlooking the valley. From here, we could see Salt Lake City in the distance, still burning, still crawling with infected. We sat and waited. The bomb came at exactly 1100 hours. I saw the flash first, a light brighter than the sun. Then the shockwave rolled across the valley, a wall of compressed air that bent trees and shattered windows. The sound came last, a deep rumbling roar that shook the ground beneath us. The mushroom cloud rose above the city, perfect and terrible. Beneath it, everything was gone. The hospital where Emma died. The ranger station where I'd worked for 8 years. Wells mining facility. The Great Salt Lake itself, the poisoned water that had started everything. All of it vaporized in an instant. Did it work? Karen asked. Did they stop the infection? I looked at the clouds spreading across the sky, the radioactive particles being carried by the wind. By tomorrow, the fallout would reach us. By next week, it would be across the entire West. And the virus was already everywhere else. No, I said. They just made it worse. We climbed down from the ridge and kept driving. East, always east, away from the fallout. We passed through small towns where people were loading up cars and trucks trying to evacuate. They asked us where we were going. I didn't have an answer. That night we made it to Wyoming, found an abandoned ranch house and set up inside. The radio had only one station still broadcasting, a ham radio operator somewhere reporting what he could see. More bombs had been dropped. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Seattle. The government was destroying its own cities trying to stop the infection. It won't stop it, I said to the empty room. You can't bomb a virus. You can't bomb away a pandemic. All you're doing is destroying what's left. Janet was showing symptoms. The fever had started that afternoon. Now she was shivering despite the fire we'd built. Karen and I kept our distance. We all knew what was coming. I'm sorry, Janet said. I should have stayed at the ranger station, shouldn't have followed you. You didn't do anything wrong. This isn't your fault. Will you do it? When I turn. I don't want to become one of them. I nodded, couldn't speak. She deteriorated quickly. By midnight, the fever was extreme. She was hallucinating, screaming about things that weren't there. Then the aggression started. She lunged at Karen, and I had to restrain her. Had to tie her to a chair while she snarled and fought. At dawn, I took her outside. She was barely conscious anymore, the virus eating away at her brain. I put the rifle to her head and pulled the trigger. It was the kindest thing I could do. We buried her behind the ranch house. Karen said a prayer. I just stood there, numb, watching the sun rise over a dead world. We're the last ones, Karen said, aren't we? There have to be others, somewhere. But not many. And for how long? I didn't answer. We both knew. The virus was airborne. It was in the water, the soil, the air itself. Everyone would be infected eventually. Some faster, some slower, but everyone. We stayed at the ranch for 3 days. The radio stopped broadcasting on the second day. The last thing we heard was the ham operator describing how the infected had reached his location. Then screaming. Then nothing. On the 4th day, Karen showed symptoms. "No," I said, "and not you, too. It was always going to be me, Tom. I was at the hospital longer than you. I held Emma after she turned. I was exposed. There has to be something we can do." "There isn't. You know that." She was right. I did know. I'd known from the moment I saw those samples at the lake. This was an extinction-level event. Humanity was done. Karen wanted to walk. We went outside and climbed a hill behind the ranch. From the top, we could see for miles. Smoke rose from distant towns. The infection was everywhere now. The whole world was burning. "Thank you," Karen said, "for trying to save her, for killing Wells, for everything." "I didn't save anyone. I just made everything worse. You gave us a chance. That's more than most people got." The fever took her fast. Within hours, she was delirious. By sunset, she was aggressive. I held her while she thrashed and snarled, held her until she couldn't recognize me anymore. Then I carried her back to the ranch and did what needed to be done. I buried her next to Janet, stood there in the darkness looking at the 2 graves, thinking about Emma in that hospital bed, about all the billions of people dying worldwide, about the nuclear fires still burning in the cities, about the virus spreading through the ash and fallout, unstoppable, inevitable. I thought about Harrison Wells dissolving in that brine pool, about his plans for a new world, for rebuilding on his terms. He'd been right about one thing. The old world was broken, but he was wrong to think he could control what came after. No one could control this. The virus would run its course. Everyone would die or turn. And then the infected would wander the empty cities and towns, slowly starving, slowly dying themselves. In a few years, maybe sooner, there would be nothing left. No humans, no civilization, just ruins and bones and silence. I should have felt something. Grief, maybe, anger, fear. But I was empty. Watching your daughter turn into a monster hollows you out. Watching your ex-wife die the same way finishes the job. I was a shell going through motions, surviving without purpose. I stayed at the ranch for a week, alone, waiting. I didn't know what I was waiting for. Death, maybe. My own infection, something. I scavenged supplies from nearby farms, avoided the infected I occasionally saw shambling through the fields. Listened to the silence where the radio used to broadcast. On the 8th day, I felt the fever start. It was subtle at first, a warmth in my chest, a slight headache. But I knew. I'd seen it enough times to recognize the signs. I had maybe 12 hours before I lost myself completely. I thought about eating a bullet. Quick, painless, better than turning. But something stopped me. Maybe I wanted to understand what Emma had gone through. Maybe I wanted to experience the end fully, consciously. Maybe I was just too tired to care. I sat on the porch and watched the sun move across the sky. The fever grew worse. My thoughts became confused, fragmented. I saw Emma sitting next to me, smiling, telling me about her day at school. I saw Karen holding her hand. I saw Janet looking through binoculars at the lake. I saw it all, everyone I'd lost, everyone the virus had taken. The aggression came next. I felt it rising in my chest, hot and urgent, the need to hunt, to feed, to spread the infection. It was primal, overwhelming. I gripped the porch railing and forced myself to stay seated, forced myself to remain human for just a little longer. The sun was setting now, beautiful. The sky was orange and purple and red, like the mushroom cloud over Salt Lake City, like Emma's infected eyes, like the brine in the evaporation ponds where Wells died. I thought about everything I'd learned in the army about biological weapons, about the Trixie virus and how it was designed, highly contagious, fast-acting, neurologically devastating, the perfect weapon for ending the world. Someone had created it with that exact purpose in mind, and Wells had found it and used it, and now we were all paying the price. The virus had won, not because it was stronger than humanity, but because humanity had created it. We'd done this to ourselves, built the tools of our own extinction and then used them. The aggression was overwhelming now. I was losing control, losing myself. I tried to remember Emma's face, but it was slipping away, replaced by hunger, by need. I tried to hold on to my humanity, but it was like sand through my fingers. The last coherent thought I had was this: the virus hadn't ended the world. We'd ended it long before. The drought that concentrated the contamination, the profit-driven drilling that exposed it, the weaponization that made it perfect, the chaos that allowed it to spread. Every step we'd chosen the path that led here. The virus was just the final domino. We'd lined them all up ourselves. Then the fever took me completely and I was gone. Thomas Miller ceased to exist. What remained stood up from the porch and walked into the gathering darkness, snarling, hunting, spreading the infection to whatever came next. The world ended not with a bang, but with a whimper, with millions of individual deaths, with cities burning and governments collapsing, with nuclear fire and viral contamination, with the slow realization that there was no cavalry coming, no last-minute cure, no miraculous salvation. The Great Salt Lake dried up completely in the months that followed. The radioactive playa where Salt Lake City once stood glowed at night, a poisoned wasteland that nothing would ever inhabit again. The virus continued to spread through the mineral shipments, through the air, through the water. Every processing facility, every industrial site, every population center eventually fell. Some people survived longer than others, small groups in isolated locations, careful and lucky. But the virus was patient. It waited in the dust, in the soil, in the very air itself. And eventually everyone was exposed. Everyone turned or died. The military bases went dark one by one. The government collapsed, the power grids failed. The infrastructure of civilization crumbled away, leaving only ruins and the shambling infected wandering through them. In the end, the zombies prevailed. Not because they were strong, but because the virus made them inevitable. And when the last human fell, when the last uninfected person drew their final breath, the infected wandered on. Mindless, purposeless, slowly starving in a world with nothing left to consume. That's how it ended. Not with humanity's triumph, but with its extinction. A self-inflicted apocalypse born from greed and hubris and the arrogant belief that we could control forces we'd created. Harrison Wells had wanted to rebuild civilization on his terms. Instead, he'd ended it for everyone. The Great Salt Lake became a monument to humanity's failure, a dead basin in a dead world. And somewhere in that toxic wasteland, what had been Thomas Miller wandered, infected and eternal, a shambling reminder of everything we'd lost. The virus spread on, long after there was anything left to infect. It lived in the dust storms that swept across the empty plains. It lived in the ruins of cities and towns. It lived in the contaminated soil where nothing would grow. It was permanent, indelible, a marker of the day humanity chose extinction over survival. And in the silence that followed, in the absence of voices and machines and life, the wind blew across the alkali flats where the lake had been. It picked up the contaminated dust and carried it east, spreading the infection further, always further, ensuring that nowhere would remain untouched. This was the legacy, not of Wells, not of the scientists who'd created the virus, not of any individual. This was humanity's legacy. We'd burned bright for a moment in cosmic time, built civilizations and technologies and dreams. And then we'd destroyed it all, deliberately, thoroughly, permanently. The zombie apocalypse didn't happen to us, we made it happen. Every choice, every decision, every act of greed and short-sighted thinking led to this inevitable conclusion. We'd known about the dangers, we'd known about the weapons programs and the contamination and the risks. But we'd chosen profit over safety, power over preservation, short-term gain over long-term survival. And now there was no one left to learn from the mistake, no one to remember what had been lost. Just the infected wandering the ruins and the virus waiting patiently in every particle of dust. This is how the world ended. This is how humanity fell. Not with a fight, not with glory or honor or dignity. With a whimper and a snarl and the slow realization that we'd killed ourselves long before the virus finished the job. The Great Salt Lake Basin became the epicenter of extinction, the place where the countdown began. And from there, the infection spread like ripples in water, inevitable and unstoppable until the entire world was consumed. In the end, there was only silence, only ruins, only the dead, and the virus, eternal and patient, waiting for something that would never come. When I reached the ground, I could see Marcus running toward the breached container, and Tommy Chen, one of our younger guys who'd only been working the docks for 6 months, was backing away from it with his hands up, his face gone pale. The container's door had buckled somehow, bent outward like something had hit it from the inside with tremendous force, and the metal was scratched deep, gouges that looked almost like claw marks. But that didn't make any sense. I jogged over, my radio crackling with confused chatter from the other workers spread across the terminal, and I could smell it before I got close. That copper-sweet stench of blood mixed with something else, something rotten and chemical that burned my nostrils. Marcus reached the container first, and I saw him peer inside, saw his body go rigid, and then he was stumbling backward, his boots slipping in that pooled liquid, and he went down hard on the concrete. I grabbed his arm and hauled him up, and he was trying to talk but couldn't seem to form words, just pointing at the open container door with a shaking hand. I stepped forward, pulled my flashlight from my belt, and aimed the beam inside, and what I saw made my stomach drop. The interior of the container was supposed to be climate-controlled, designed to transport live animals for research purposes, and there were cages inside, dozens of them. But they were all torn open, the metal bars bent and twisted, and there was blood everywhere, coating the walls and floor. And in the beam of my flashlight, I could see bodies, monkeys I thought at first, primates of some kind, but they were wrong. Their movements jerky and unnatural, and one of them turned to look at me, and its eyes were completely white, filmed over, and its mouth was open, showing teeth that seemed too large, too sharp. I backed away fast, my Coast Guard training kicking in, that voice in my head that had kept me alive during drug interdiction operations and rescue missions telling me to establish distance, to secure the perimeter. And I was pulling Marcus back when one of the monkeys came out of the container, moving on all fours but faster than any animal I'd ever seen, and it launched itself at Tommy before any of us could react. The kid went down screaming, the monkey on his chest, and I saw its teeth sink into his neck, saw the blood spray, and I was moving without thinking, grabbing a cargo hook from the nearest pallet and swinging it hard, connecting with the animal's skull with a wet crunch that made my arms vibrate from the impact. The monkey fell off Tommy and twitched on the ground, and I hit it again and again until it stopped moving, and then I was kneeling next to Tommy, pressing my hands against the wound in his neck, feeling his blood pulse hot and fast between my fingers. Marcus was on his radio calling for medical, his voice high and panicked, and other workers were running over, and I was telling Tommy to hang on, to stay with me, but I could see it in his eyes, that distant look, and I'd seen enough people die to know. The kid's lips were moving, but no sound was coming out, and then he coughed blood, and then he was gone. Just like that, 23 years old and dead on a savannah dock because of whatever the hell had been in that container. More screaming came from deeper in the terminal, and I looked up to see other monkeys, maybe a dozen of them, scattering across the cargo yard, moving with that same unnatural speed. And workers were running, some trying to catch them, others just fleeing. And the whole situation was spiraling into chaos in seconds. I stood up, my hands covered in Tommy's blood, and I grabbed Marcus by the shoulder. He was hyperventilating, his radio still pressed to his face, and I could hear the security office on the other end demanding to know what was happening, demanding a clear report, but Marcus couldn't give them one. I took the radio from him, wiped my hand on my jeans, leaving a red streak, and thumbed the transmit button. "This is Washington," I said. "We have a major incident at Terminal 3. Breached container with escaped animals, multiple aggressive specimens loose in the yard. We have one worker down dead. I need medical and security here now, and I need animal control, and I need this whole area locked down immediately." The voice on the other end acknowledged, told me help was coming, told me to evacuate non-essential personnel. And I looked around at the chaos spreading across the dock and wondered how the hell we were going to contain this. The next 30 minutes were a blur of activity, security vehicles racing across the terminal with their lights flashing, workers scrambling to get away from the scattered monkeys, and me trying to coordinate some kind of response with the security team and the port police who arrived. We managed to corner and kill 3 more of the animals, but others had disappeared into the stacks of containers, into the warehouses, into the maze of cargo and equipment that made up the port, and I knew we'd lost containment. The medical team arrived and confirmed what I already knew about Tommy, and they took his body away under a sheet. And I watched them go and felt a cold anger building in my chest, because this shouldn't have happened. Because whatever was in that container should never have been allowed to be shipped this way. Should have had better security, better safeguards. I spent the rest of the day giving statements to port police, to federal investigators who showed up asking about the container's origin and contents, to the port authority officials who were already talking about liability and lawsuits. And through it all, I kept thinking about those white eyes, those 2 large teeth, that unnatural speed. The manifest listed the container as carrying research animals from a facility in Asia. Primates intended for a laboratory in Atlanta, but there was nothing on the paperwork about any kind of experimental treatment or modification. Nothing that explained what I'd seen. The investigators sealed off the area, brought in hazmat teams in full protective gear who entered the breached container with equipment I didn't recognize, and I heard them talking about samples, about viral loads, about quarantine protocols. And that's when I started to really worry, because they weren't treating this like an animal control problem, they were treating it like a biological threat. By the time my shift ended, the sun was low over the Savannah River, painting the water orange and red, and I walked to my truck with Tommy's blood still under my fingernails despite washing my hands 6 times. I sat in the driver's seat for a long minute, watching the security vehicles still circling the terminal, watching the hazmat teams moving like strange white ghosts in the fading light. And I pulled out my phone and called my sister Maya, who lived across town with her husband and their 2 kids. She answered on the second ring, her voice bright and normal, asking me if I was coming to dinner on Sunday, and I told her, yeah, probably. And I almost told her about Tommy, about the monkeys, about the feeling in my gut that something was very wrong. But I didn't want to worry her, didn't want to sound crazy, so I just said I loved her and to hug the kids for me. And she laughed and said I was being sentimental in my old age. And we hung up, and I drove home through downtown Savannah with its historic squares and antebellum architecture and tourists taking evening strolls. Everything so normal and peaceful that what had happened at the port felt like something from another world. I lived alone in a small house in the Starland district, a neighborhood that had been rough when I bought the place 15 years ago, but had gentrified into something trendy with art galleries and coffee shops. And I was okay with that even if I couldn't afford half the restaurants anymore. I'd never married, had come close once back when I was in the Coast Guard, but the job and the lifestyle hadn't been compatible with what she wanted. And after she left, I'd focused on work, on being the best boarding officer I could be, on the adrenaline rush of climbing onto suspicious vessels in the middle of the night with nothing but my team and my training. The retirement had been voluntary, my knees going bad and my back aching more every year, and I'd taken the port job because it paid decent and kept me close to the water, kept me in the world I knew. But there were days I missed the action, missed the purpose, and sitting in my living room that night watching the local news make no mention of the incident at the port, I felt that old restlessness stirring. I tried to sleep but couldn't. Kept seeing Tommy's face, kept hearing that first scream, and around 2 a.m. I gave up and went to my computer, started searching for information about research facilities that worked with primates, about experimental disease research, about anything that might explain what I'd seen. I found articles about rabies research, about laboratories studying viral mutations, about concerns over biosecurity and the black market for dangerous pathogens. And the more I read, the more uneasy I became. There were reports buried deep in medical journals and security briefings about new strains of rabies that affected the nervous system differently, that caused extreme aggression and reduced sensitivity to pain, that essentially turned infected animals into something nightmarish. And I thought about those white eyes, that unnatural speed, and I wondered if that's what had been in the container. If some kind of experiment had gone wrong and we'd just unleashed it into Savannah. The next day, Saturday, I woke to my phone ringing. Marcus calling to tell me the port was closed, completely shut down by federal order. Hazmat teams everywhere, nobody allowed in or out except essential personnel. And he'd heard rumors about worker quarantines, about people getting sick, about the animals not all being accounted for. I asked if he'd heard anything about the medical team that had examined Tommy's body, if they'd found anything unusual, and Marcus went quiet for a second and then said he'd heard the team had all called in sick. All of them, same symptoms, high fever and violent behavior, and they'd been taken to Memorial University Medical Center under isolation protocols. I felt my blood go cold because that meant contagion. Meant the virus or bacteria or whatever had been in those monkeys could transfer to humans, and I asked Marcus if he'd been checked out, if he'd had any contact with the animals or the blood, and he said no. He'd stayed back, but he was worried about me because I'd killed one of the monkeys, had Tommy's blood all over me, and I told him I felt fine, but I'd get checked out just in case, and we hung up with him, promising to keep me updated. I spent Saturday morning at a walk-in clinic getting examined by a doctor who looked at me like I was insane when I explained why I was there. But when I dropped the names of the federal investigators and mentioned the port closure, his expression changed, and he made some calls, and within an hour I was being transferred to the same hospital where they'd taken the medical team. Placed in an isolation room where nurses in full protective gear drew blood and took samples and asked me endless questions about exposure times and symptoms. I told them everything I could remember, every detail about the container and the monkeys and Tommy, and they told me I'd have to stay for observation for at least 48 hours. And I wanted to argue, but I could see the fear in their eyes through their face shields, could see they were taking this seriously. So I settled in and tried not to think about what it meant that they were this scared. The hospital room had a small television mounted on the wall, and I flipped through channels trying to find news about the port closure, about the incident. But there was nothing, just normal weekend programming, college football previews and cooking shows and local interest stories, and that silence felt more ominous than any breaking news alert would have. Late Saturday afternoon, my isolation room door opened and a man in a suit walked in. No protective gear, just a badge clipped to his belt that identified him as CDC, Centers for Disease Control. And he introduced himself as Dr. Raymond Park and asked if we could talk. I said sure, not like I was going anywhere, and he pulled up a chair and sat down and looked at me with the kind of exhaustion that came from not sleeping. And he said he needed me to tell him everything again, every detail, no matter how small, because they were trying to understand what they were dealing with and time was critical. I went through it all again, and Dr. Park listened without interrupting, taking notes on a tablet, and when I finished, he sat back and rubbed his eyes and said, "Mr. Washington, what I'm about to tell you is classified information, but given your exposure and your cooperation, you have a right to know. The animals in that container weren't just research subjects. They were infected with a modified strain of rabies virus, something that was being studied at a black site facility connected to biological weapons research, and the shipment was supposed to be highly secure, but somehow it was routed through commercial channels instead of military transport. We believe this was intentional, that someone in the supply chain deliberately breached the container to release the infected animals, possibly as a test, possibly as a terror attack. We don't know yet, but what we do know is that this strain is extraordinarily dangerous, highly contagious through blood and saliva, and it causes rapid neurological breakdown that results in extreme aggression and loss of higher brain function. I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying, and I asked the obvious question, "Are we talking about zombies like in the movies?" And Dr. Park shook his head and said, "No. This is science, not fiction. The infected retain some base survival instincts but lose everything that makes them human. They attack living people compulsively. They don't feel pain normally. They're driven by a kind of rabid fury, and they die eventually from the damage to their organs and brains. But in the meantime, they're incredibly dangerous." He told me that the medical team that had examined Tommy's body had all been infected, that they'd turned violent within hours, that they'd attacked staff at the hospital before being restrained, and that one of them had escaped into the general population before anyone realized what was happening. He said the city was on the verge of a major outbreak, that they were trying to contain it quietly to avoid panic, but that I needed to be prepared for the possibility that containment would fail. I asked him why he was telling me all this, and he said, "Because you're military trained, you're capable, and if this goes bad, we're going to need people like you to help maintain order and protect civilians." I wanted to tell him I was just a longshoreman now, that my Coast Guard days were behind me, but I could see he was serious, could see he wasn't asking, he was preparing me. He said my blood test showed no signs of infection, that I'd been lucky, that the virus required direct fluid transfer and I must have washed well enough after the incident to avoid contamination, but that I'd need to stay in isolation until they were certain. And then he stood up and said he'd check on me tomorrow, and he left. And I sat there in that sterile room watching the sun set through the small window and feeling like the world had tilted on its axis. That night I heard screaming from somewhere else in the hospital, heard alarms going off, heard running footsteps in the hallways outside my isolated ward, and I stood at my door looking through the small reinforced window and saw nurses and security guards running past, saw a man in a hospital gown stumbling after them with his mouth open and his eyes white and empty, and I realized one of the infected had gotten loose. I backed away from the door, looked around the room for anything I could use as a weapon, but there was nothing except the IV stand and the plastic chair. And I grabbed the stand and ripped the IV out of my arm and positioned myself in the corner where I'd have the most room to swing. The screaming got closer, and I could hear snarling now. That same animal sound I'd heard from the monkeys, and then something slammed against my door, and I saw through the window a face pressed against the glass. A woman's face streaked with blood, her eyes filmed white, her mouth working like she was trying to bite through the reinforced material. The door held, thank God, the locks designed for exactly this kind of situation, and I watched the infected woman claw at the door for what felt like an hour, but was probably only minutes before security finally arrived and tackled her. dragged her away screaming and thrashing, and I stood there with my heart hammering and sweat running down my face and realized Dr. Park was right. This was going to get much worse before it got better. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, the IV stand gripped in my hands, listening to more alarms, more screaming, more sounds of chaos. And I thought about Maya and her family. Wondered if they were safe. Wondered if I should call her and warn her even though I didn't know what I'd say. But my phone had been taken when I was admitted for isolation protocols and I was cut off, trapped in this room while the city outside started to burn. Sunday morning came with smoke visible through my window, thick black columns rising from somewhere downtown, and no one came to check on me. No nurses, no doctors, no Dr. Park. I could hear gunfire in the distance, sporadic at first and then more sustained, and I knew the situation had escalated beyond anything the authorities had been prepared for. Around noon, my door finally opened and a security guard I didn't recognize told me I was being evacuated, that the hospital was compromised, that I needed to come with him immediately. I asked about Dr. Park, about the other patients, and the guard just shook his head and said most of them were dead or infected, that the hospital was being overrun, that we had maybe 10 minutes to get out before the infected broke through the security barriers on the lower floors. I followed him through corridors that looked like war zones, blood on the walls, bodies on the floor, overturned gurneys and abandoned equipment, and we met up with a small group of other survivors, nurses mostly, one doctor with a broken arm, and we made our way to a service exit that led to the parking garage. The guard had a pistol but limited ammunition, and he told us to stay quiet, to move fast, and to not stop for anything. We made it to the garage without incident, but when we reached the exit ramp, we could see the street outside was chaos. Cars abandoned at crazy angles, people running and infected chasing them, and I saw my first clear look at what the virus did to humans. They moved fast, faster than they should have been able to. Their bodies jerking with each step but covering ground quickly, and when they caught someone, they attacked with their teeth and hands, tearing and biting, and the screams were terrible, worse than anything I'd heard in combat or rescue operations. The guard said we couldn't go out that way, said we needed to find another exit, and we backtracked into the garage and tried a different route. But everywhere we turned, there were more infected, more chaos, and our group was getting panicked. People crying and hyperventilating, and I knew we were going to fall apart if someone didn't take charge. I stepped up, used my command voice from my Coast Guard days, told everyone to stay calm, to stay together, to follow my lead, and something in my tone must have worked because they all looked at me and nodded, even the security guard who should have been in charge. I said we needed weapons, needed supplies, needed a vehicle, and the guard said there was an ambulance still in the garage. Emergency services had abandoned it when they fled, and I said, "That's our ride, let's move." We fought our way to the ambulance, literally fought, the guard shooting 3 infected that came at us from between parked cars. And I used the IV stand like a spear, driving the metal base into faces and chests. And I felt bones crack and saw blood spray and felt nothing, no remorse, no horror, just the cold calculation of survival. We got everyone into the ambulance, the guard driving, me in the passenger seat, the others crammed in the back with the medical supplies, and we crashed through the parking garage barrier and onto the street. And what I saw made my stomach turn. Savannah was burning, smoke rising from multiple buildings, the historic district that I'd driven through just 2 days ago now. A nightmare of abandoned cars and running people and infected everywhere, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. And I understood then that this wasn't an outbreak anymore. This was the end of everything. The guard, his name was Marcus too. Different Marcus from the port, but same first name, which seemed like a bad joke, drove us toward the interstate, said we needed to get out of the city to reach the military checkpoint he'd heard about on the radio. But the roads were impossible, gridlocked with abandoned vehicles. and we had to drive on sidewalks and through yards and parking lots, bouncing over curbs and debris. And twice we ran over infected that threw themselves at the ambulance, felt the sickening thump of bodies under the wheels. One of the nurses in the back was crying, saying we had to help people, we had to stop and pick up survivors we were passing, but I told her no. Told her we couldn't save everyone, told her that stopping meant dying, and she called me a monster, called me heartless. And maybe she was right, but I was alive, and that's what mattered. We made it maybe 3 miles before the ambulance ran out of gas, the gauge having been on empty when we took it, and we coasted to a stop in a commercial district near the Savannah Mall, and we all climbed out and looked around at the destruction. Fires burning in strip malls, bodies in the parking lot, infected wandering between stores like shoppers from hell. Marcus the guard said we needed to find another vehicle, needed to keep moving, but I was thinking about Maya, about her house across town in the Windsor Forest neighborhood, and I said I had to check on my family first, had to make sure they were okay, and Marcus said that was suicide. Said going deeper into the city was crazy, but I didn't care. I had to know. The group split then, some deciding to stay with Marcus and find a way to the interstate, others choosing to come with me. And in the end, it was me, the doctor with the broken arm whose name was Sarah, and 2 nurses, Lisa and Tom, heading toward Windsor Forest on foot while Marcus and the others went the opposite direction. And I never saw them again. We moved through back streets and alleys, avoiding the main roads where infected congregated in larger groups, and I led us from cover to cover using skills I'd learned in the Coast Guard about tactical movement and threat assessment. Sarah kept up despite her broken arm, which she'd splinted with supplies from the ambulance, and Lisa and Tom stuck close, both of them young and terrified but determined. We found an abandoned sporting goods store that had been looted but still had some items left, and I grabbed a baseball bat and a hunting knife, gave Tom a metal softball bat and Lisa a golf club, and we armed ourselves as best we could with what was available, and it felt absurd and inadequate, but it was better than nothing. The journey to Maya's house took hours, the city transformed into something unrecognizable. Smoke and fire everywhere, the smell of death thick in the air. And we had to hide multiple times as groups of infected passed by, learning that they were attracted to sound and movement but had poor vision. That staying still and quiet was often enough to avoid detection. We also started seeing other survivors, small groups like ours, some armed, some just running blindly. And once we came across a family trapped in their car, surrounded by infected, the parents screaming for help while their kids cried in the back seat. And we tried to help, tried to draw the infected away, but there were too many and we had to retreat. And I heard the screams turn to wet tearing sounds, and I knew they were dead. And I added their faces to the growing collection of guilt and horror in my mind. When we finally reached Windsor Forest, the sun was setting again, and the neighborhood looked like a war zone, houses burning, bodies on lawns, infected moving through streets that I'd walked down dozens of times for Sunday dinners and birthday parties. Maya's house was on Skidaway Road, a nice 2-story with a big yard where the kids played. And as we approached, I could see the front door was broken open, hanging off its hinges, and my heart stopped. I ran the last 50 yards despite Sarah calling after me to wait, to be careful. And I crashed through the broken door into the house and saw blood on the walls, furniture overturned, signs of a struggle. And I was calling Maya's name, calling for the kids, searching room by room with my baseball bat ready, and I found them in the upstairs bedroom, or what was left of them. Maya was dead, torn apart, her body barely recognizable, and her husband David was in the corner with his throat ripped out, and the kids, sweet little Emma, who was 7, and Jackson, who was 9, they were both dead too. And I fell to my knees and something broke inside me, something fundamental, and I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only stare at the bodies of the only family I had left in the world. Sarah found me like that, kneeling in blood and crying, and she put her good hand on my shoulder and said we had to go. Said we couldn't stay here, said I couldn't help them now, but I could still help the living. And I wanted to die right there. Wanted to lay down next to Maya and let whatever came next take me, but Sarah wouldn't let me. She pulled me up and dragged me out of that room and down the stairs, and Tom and Lisa were waiting in the yard, and we left that house of death behind, but I carried it with me. Would carry it forever. That night we found shelter in a church, St. James Catholic on Habersham Street. The doors barricaded but not broken, and we got inside through a window and secured the building as best we could, piling pews against the doors and checking every room for infected. We found other survivors already there, maybe 20 people, including a priest named Father Miguel, who was trying to maintain some kind of order and hope. And he welcomed us and offered food and water from the church's emergency supplies. And we ate in silence, everyone lost in their own trauma, their own stories of loss and escape. I sat in a corner away from the others, the baseball bat across my lap, and I thought about Tommy dying on the dock, thought about the family in the car, thought about Maya and her children, and I felt myself going cold inside, felt the part of me that cared about anything shutting down to protect what was left. Sarah sat down next to me after a while, her broken arm cradled against her chest, and she said, "You can't blame yourself, you couldn't have saved them. There was nothing you could have done," and I said I should have been there, should have warned her, should have gotten to her sooner. And Sarah said the world ended in less than 2 days, James. No one could have prepared for that. No one could have saved everyone, and she was right. But it didn't help. Didn't ease the weight crushing my chest. She told me her story then, how she'd been working a shift in the emergency room when the infected started coming in, how she'd tried to treat them not knowing what they were until one of them attacked her, broke her arm when she fought back, how she'd watched colleagues and patients turn into monsters in minutes, and her voice was steady but her eyes were dead. And I recognized that look because I saw it in mirrors now too. The next morning, Monday, we woke to the sound of helicopters overhead, military choppers circling the city, and Father Miguel said maybe help was coming, maybe the army was going to rescue us, but I'd seen enough to know better. I went to the church's bell tower, climbed the stairs to the top where I could see across the city, and what I saw crushed any remaining hope. Savannah was gone, completely overrun, infected filling the streets in massive hordes, fires burning unchecked, buildings collapsed, and on the horizon I could see military vehicles setting up a perimeter, not to come in and save us, but to contain us, to make sure nothing got out. I understood then that we weren't survivors waiting for rescue. We were the condemned waiting for execution, and I knew I had to find a way out, had to get past that military cordon before they sealed the city completely. I came down from the tower and gathered everyone in the church and told them the truth. Told them the military wasn't coming to save us, that we were being quarantined, that our only chance was to find a way out of the city on our own before the lockdown was complete. Some people refused to believe me, said the government wouldn't abandon American citizens, said help was coming, but others saw the reality, saw that I was right, and they wanted to know what my plan was. I said we needed to get to the river, to the port where I worked, because there would be boats there, vessels we could use to escape south along the coast to Brunswick or Jekyll Island, somewhere outside the quarantine zone. And it was a long shot, but it was something. It was action instead of sitting here waiting to die. About half the group decided to come with me. 12 people, including Sarah, Tom, Lisa, Father Miguel, and a collection of others whose names I learned as we prepared to move. An elderly couple named Ruth and Harold. A teenage girl named Jessica who'd lost her whole family. A middle-aged man named Robert who'd been a truck driver. And a young mother named Carmen with a baby. Little Miguel named after the priest who'd baptized him. We gathered what supplies we could carry, food and water and medical supplies from the church's pantry, and we armed ourselves with whatever we could find, pipes and makeshift spears and a couple of guns that Robert had in his truck parked outside. The rest of the group, including Father Miguel, who decided someone needed to stay with those who were too old or sick to travel, wished us luck and barricaded themselves in, and we left at first light, moving through the ruined city toward the river. The streets were hell, infected everywhere, and we had to fight constantly, had to kill. And I lost count of how many I put down with the baseball bat, how many skulls I crushed, how many lives I ended, even though they weren't really alive anymore, weren't really human. Tom died on Bull Street when a group of infected came around a corner and grabbed him before we could react, dragged him down and tore into him, and his screams followed us as we ran. Left him behind because there was no saving him. No mercy except the mercy of a quick death that he didn't get. Lisa broke after that, started crying and couldn't stop, and Sarah had to help her walk, had to keep her moving, and I was in the front leading the group through alleys and backyards and parking lots, always moving toward the river, toward the docks, toward the slim hope of escape. We made it to River Street by afternoon. The historic waterfront district that was usually packed with tourists, now empty except for infected and bodies and the wreckage of civilization, and I could see the port in the distance, see the cranes standing like skeletal giants against the smoke-filled sky. And I felt a surge of something like hope, dangerous and fragile because we were close, so close to the boats, to possible escape. But between us and the port was something worse than infected. Something that made me stop and motion for everyone to get down and hide behind an abandoned tour bus. There was a checkpoint, not military but private security. Heavily armed men in tactical gear with the logo of Wells Maritime Shipping on their vests, and they were shooting anyone who tried to approach the port, civilian or infected, didn't matter, just cutting them down with automatic weapons fire. And I realized someone was controlling access to the boats, was hoarding the means of escape. I watched through broken bus windows as a family tried to run past the checkpoint and was gunned down, mother and father and children executed in the street. And my cold rage from the hospital came back. That detachment that let me do what needed to be done, and I knew we'd have to go through those security men to reach the boats. Knew we'd have to kill them, and I was okay with that, more than okay. I wanted to. Sarah asked what we were going to do, and I said we're going to flank them, going to come at them from the cargo warehouses, going to use the containers and equipment for cover, and we're going to take them out one by one until we reach the boats. And she looked at me like she didn't recognize me. Looked at me like I'd become something different than I was, and maybe I had. Maybe I died in Maya's house and this was just my body walking around doing what bodies do, surviving and killing and nothing more. We moved along the waterfront, staying low, using the ruined buildings and abandoned vehicles for cover, and we circled around toward the warehouses where I'd worked just days ago, though it felt like years, felt like a lifetime. The cargo terminal was chaos, containers toppled and scattered, equipment destroyed, bodies everywhere, including people I'd worked with. Marcus, my foreman, among them, his body propped against a forklift with his throat torn out. And I looked away and kept moving because stopping to grieve meant dying, and I'd done enough grieving. We got inside one of the warehouses through a loading bay, and the interior was dark and filled with shadows, and I could hear movement deeper in. Could hear the shuffle and growl of infected, and I signaled everyone to stay quiet, to stay together, and we moved through the warehouse like a military unit, which we weren't. We were just terrified people pretending to be brave. An infected came at us from behind a pallet of cargo, a woman in a port security uniform, and I hit her with the bat before she could make a sound, crushed her skull with a single swing. And I felt nothing. No remorse, no horror, just the cold satisfaction of a threat eliminated. We found stairs that led to the warehouse offices on the second level, and from there we could see through windows overlooking the dock, could see the security checkpoint with about 8 men, all armed with rifles, and behind them were the boats. Beautiful vessels that represented freedom, escape, life, and I had to figure out how to reach them. Robert, the truck driver, said he'd done some hunting, was a decent shot, and he had his hunting rifle with a scope, and I asked if he thought he could take out a couple of the security men from here. And he looked through the scope and said maybe it's 300 yards. Doable but not easy. And I said, do it, take your time, make every shot count. Robert sat up at the window, braced the rifle on the sill, and I positioned everyone else away from the windows in case the security team returned fire. And then Robert was aiming, breathing slow. And he fired, and I saw through the window one of the security men drop. Blood spray from his head, and the others scattered, looking for the shooter. And Robert was already aiming again, fired again, and another man dropped, and now the remaining security team was retreating behind vehicles, trying to find cover. And Robert hit one more before they figured out our position and started firing back, bullets shattering the warehouse windows and punching through the thin walls, and we all went flat on the floor. And I knew we'd lost the element of surprise. I told everyone to stay down, told Robert to keep them pinned, and I grabbed Jessica, the teenage girl who'd proven herself capable during our journey. And I said, we're going out the back. We're going to circle around and hit them from behind. And she nodded, her face pale but determined. And we left the others and went back downstairs and out through a side exit, and we ran in a crouch toward the next warehouse closer to the checkpoint. The remaining security men, I counted 5 now, were focused on the warehouse where Robert was shooting from. And Jessica and I got behind them, used a row of parked trucks for cover, and I could hear them talking on radios, calling for reinforcement, calling for someone named Harrison Wells. And that name triggered something in my memory, something from the news. Wells Maritime was one of the biggest shipping companies operating out of Savannah, and Harrison Wells was its owner, a billionaire who was always in the papers for some charity event or business deal. And I realized he was behind this. He was the one controlling the port, controlling access to the boats. I motioned to Jessica and we moved closer, close enough that I could smell their sweat and gun oil, and I charged the nearest one with my bat raised, and I hit him across the back of the head before he knew I was there. And he went down, and Jessica swung her pipe at another one and connected with his knee, and he screamed and fell. And the other 3 spun around and raised their rifles, but I was already moving, closing distance, and I swung the bat into one's ribs and heard them crack, and he doubled over, and Jessica hit him in the head, and he stopped moving. The last 2 fired wild, panicked shots, and I felt something burn across my shoulder, a bullet grazing me, and I tackled one of them, and we went down hard on the concrete, and I was punching him, hitting his face over and over until my knuckles split and his face was pulp. And then Jessica was pulling me off, saying, he's dead, stop. And I realized I'd lost control, had been beating a corpse, and I stood up shaking, covered in blood. And the last security man was running, fleeing toward the boats, and I let him go because we'd won, we'd cleared the checkpoint. I called out to the warehouse, told Robert and the others it was clear, and they came running down, Sarah in the lead, and she saw me covered in blood and started to ask if I was hurt. But I waved her off, said I was fine, said we needed to move before reinforcements arrived. We ran for the boats, and there were dozens of them, everything from small launches to medium cargo vessels to a massive yacht that looked like it belonged to someone very wealthy. And I headed for that yacht because it would be fast and well supplied and capable of blue water travel. And we all climbed aboard, and I went to the bridge and found the keys still in the ignition because why wouldn't they be? The world had ended and normal security procedures meant nothing. I fired up the engines, thank God they started. And I called down to Robert to cast off the lines, and he and Harold worked together to release the yacht from the dock. And then we were pulling away from the port, leaving Savannah behind, and I looked back at the city I'd lived in for 15 years. Saw it burning and dying. Saw the infected swarming the waterfront, and I felt nothing, just hollow. We made it maybe 5 miles downriver, heading toward the open ocean, when we saw the military blockade, Coast Guard cutters and Navy vessels forming a barrier across the mouth of the Savannah River. And they were broadcasting on all channels, ordering any vessels to turn back, threatening to fire on anyone who attempted to break the quarantine. And I got on the radio and identified myself, said I was former Coast Guard, said I had civilians aboard, said we just wanted to get to safety, and the response was cold and final. All vessels must return to port. The quarantine is absolute. Any attempt to breach it will be met with lethal force. I tried to argue, tried to explain we weren't infected, but they cut me off. Said those were the orders from Washington, said they were sorry, but the city was being sealed. And I understood then that we were trapped, that there was no escape, that the authorities had written off everyone in Savannah to contain the outbreak. I turned the yacht around, not wanting to be shot out of the water, and I saw the despair on everyone's faces, saw Ruth crying in Harold's arms, saw Carmen holding baby Miguel and whispering prayers, and I didn't know what to tell them, didn't have any words of comfort or hope. We returned to the port, docked the yacht at a different pier away from where we'd left, and we sat on the deck watching the sun set over the ruined city, and no one spoke. No one had anything to say, because what was there to say when you realized you were going to die? That everyone you knew was going to die, that your whole world was ending and there was nothing you could do about it. Sarah broke the silence, said we couldn't just give up, said there had to be another way out. Maybe overland to the north, maybe through the swamps to the south, something, and I wanted to believe her, but I'd seen the military perimeter from the church tower, knew it was complete, knew they'd shoot anyone who tried to cross. Robert said maybe we could hole up somewhere, wait it out, wait for the outbreak to burn itself out, but I shook my head and said the infected don't die quickly. Said they could last weeks with the rabies variant. Said we'd run out of supplies long before they all died off. Jessica, the teenage girl who'd fought beside me at the checkpoint, said maybe we deserved this. Maybe this was punishment for what humanity had done. And Father Miguel, if he'd been there, would have disagreed, would have talked about God's mercy, but Father Miguel was back at the church with the people who'd stayed behind, and I wondered if he was still alive. If any of them were still alive. That night we slept on the yacht, taking turns on watch, and I couldn't sleep, so I stood at the bow looking at the stars. The same stars that had always been there, indifferent to our suffering. And I thought about my Coast Guard days, about intercepting drug runners and rescuing people from sinking vessels. About the sense of purpose I'd had. The certainty that I was doing good, making a difference. And I laughed bitterly, because what difference did any of it make now? What did any of our lives matter when they could be wiped out in 2 days by a virus in a shipping container? I heard footsteps behind me and turned to find Sarah, her broken arm in a better sling she'd fashioned from supplies on the yacht, and she stood next to me and looked at the stars too. And she said, "My husband and daughter are dead. I saw them turn. I had to shoot them both to stop them from attacking other patients, and I thought I'd break from that, but I'm still here, still alive, still standing, and I don't know if that makes me strong or just cursed." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just stood with her, and after a while she asked me what I was thinking about, and I said revenge. I'm thinking about Harrison Wells and how he controlled the port. How his security men were killing people trying to escape. How he's probably sitting somewhere safe with his security team and his resources while everyone else dies. And I'm thinking about finding him and making him pay for that. Sarah looked at me and said, "Revenge won't bring your sister back, won't bring anyone back." And I said, "I know, but it's all I have left. It's the only thing giving me a reason to keep breathing." And she nodded like she understood. Like she had her own ghosts demanding vengeance. And maybe we were all driven by that now. By the need to hurt someone for what we'd lost. Even if it was meaningless. Even if it changed nothing. Morning came with helicopters overhead again. But these weren't military, they were civilian news choppers, I thought at first, until I saw the Wells Maritime logo on the sides, and they were landing at a helipad on the other side of the port. and I grabbed binoculars from the yacht's bridge and watched as men loaded supplies onto the helicopters, big crates and equipment. And I saw a figure directing the operation, tall and well-dressed even in the apocalypse. And through the binoculars I recognized him from newspaper photos, Harrison Wells himself, and he was evacuating, was leaving his security men behind, was escaping while the city died. I felt that cold rage again, felt it crystallize into something sharp and focused, and I knew what I had to do. Knew I had to stop him, had to make him pay, not just for my loss, but for everyone's loss, for every person who died because he'd shipped that contaminated cargo, because he'd controlled the port, because he was evil and needed to be stopped. I told the others I was going after Wells, that they should stay on the yacht where it was relatively safe, but Sarah said she was coming with me, and Jessica said me too, and Robert said count me in, and I said no, said this wasn't their fight. But Sarah grabbed my shoulder and said, yes, it is. It's all our fight. We've all lost everything, and if there's a chance to stop the man responsible, then we're taking it together. I looked at the rest of the group, at Ruth and Harold and Carmen with the baby and Tom and Lisa, and I told them to defend the yacht, to keep it ready for a quick escape if we made it back. And they agreed, and then 4 of us, me and Sarah and Jessica and Robert, we armed ourselves with weapons we'd taken from the dead security men, rifles and pistols and knives, and we left the yacht and headed toward the helipad where Harrison Wells was preparing to escape. The port was even more dangerous in daylight, infected everywhere, drawn by the sound of the helicopters, and we had to fight our way through. Shooting and clubbing and stabbing, and I took a wound to my leg when an infected grabbed me and I had to shoot it point blank, the muzzle flash burning my pants, the bullet passing through its head and grazing my thigh. Sarah was beside me immediately, checking the wound, saying it wasn't deep, saying I could walk, and I said I could run if I had to, and we kept moving. We reached a warehouse near the helipad and climbed to the roof using an external ladder, and from there we could see everything. Could see Wells and maybe a dozen security men loading the last of the supplies, and one of those crates was marked with biohazard symbols. Was marked with the same labels I'd seen on the container that had started all this, and I realized Wells wasn't just escaping, he was taking samples of the virus with him, was planning to sell it or use it or do something with it, and I couldn't let that happen. I set up with Robert's rifle sighted on Wells, and I was about to pull the trigger when the helicopters took off, 3 of them rising into the air, and I cursed and fired anyway, but missed, the shot going wide. And the helicopters banked away toward the west, toward wherever Wells had a safe haven prepared, and I'd failed. He'd escaped, and I slammed my fist against the roof in frustration. But Jessica was pointing at the ground, at a convoy of trucks that hadn't left yet, security vehicles that must have been part of Wells's operation, and she said if those are his people, then they might know where he went, and I nodded, said we're going down there, we're going to get answers. We climbed down from the warehouse and approached the convoy, and the security men saw us coming and raised their weapons, and one of them shouted for us to stop, to drop our weapons. And I shouted back that Harrison Wells is a dead man, that he caused this outbreak, that he's responsible for thousands of deaths. And the security men just laughed, said Wells was a patriot, was working with the government on bioweapons research. Said the outbreak was an accident, but Wells was trying to contain it, and I said bullshit, he's running, he's escaping, and leaving everyone else to die. One of the security men, the one who'd done most of the talking, said it didn't matter what I believed, said they had orders to secure samples and eliminate witnesses, and he raised his rifle and I shot him first, dropped him with a bullet through the chest, and then everything exploded into chaos, gunfire from both sides, and Sarah went down clutching her side, blood spreading across her shirt. And I was shooting and moving and trying to reach her, and Jessica was screaming and firing her pistol wildly, and Robert was on one knee taking careful aimed shots. And the security men had better cover and better weapons, but we had rage and desperation and the willingness to die, and sometimes that's enough. I reached Sarah and dragged her behind a truck, and she was gasping, saying it hurts. saying she couldn't breathe. And I looked at the wound and knew it was bad, knew she was dying, and she grabbed my hand and said, "Kill him, James, kill Wells for all of us." And her eyes went distant and she stopped breathing, and I closed them gently and left her body there and stood up, and I wasn't human anymore, wasn't thinking, just moving and shooting and killing. I cleared the convoy, killed the remaining security men, took wounds myself, a bullet through my side that burned like fire, another grazing my scalp, leaving blood running down my face. But I didn't stop, didn't slow, and when the last security man fell, I stood in the silence except for the distant sounds of helicopters and infected and fire. And Jessica and Robert came up beside me, both wounded too. Jessica's arm bloody, Robert limping from a leg wound, and we looked at each other and knew we were the only ones left, the only survivors from our group, everyone else dead or dying. I checked the security men's bodies, found maps and documents and radio frequencies, and I saw Wells's safe location marked on one of the maps. An old plantation house 30 miles upriver on the Savannah River. A private compound with walls and generators and supplies. The kind of place a billionaire would build for exactly this kind of apocalypse. I showed Jessica and Robert the map, and Robert said, "We can't reach that. It's too far. We're wounded, we're running out of ammunition," and I said, "I don't care, I'm going after him. You two can stay here or come with me, but I'm going." Jessica looked at the map and then at me and said, "I'm with you. I want to see him die." And Robert sighed and said, "I've got nothing better to do with my last hours on Earth. Let's go kill a billionaire." We found a truck that still had fuel, a security vehicle with armor plating and weapons in the back, and we loaded up and drove out of the port, heading north along the river road, through neighborhoods that looked like war zones, past infected that threw themselves at the truck, past fires and bodies and the ruins of civilization. The drive took 2 hours, longer than it should have because of all the obstacles, abandoned cars and collapsed buildings and hordes of infected we had to detour around. And my side wound was bleeding steadily, soaking my shirt, and I was getting dizzy from blood loss, but I kept driving, kept focused on reaching Wells's compound. We found it as the sun reached its peak, a massive plantation house behind 12-foot walls topped with razor wire, guard towers at the corners, and I could see security men patrolling the perimeter, maybe 20 of them, all armed, all alert. Robert said, "We'll never get through that," said it's a fortress. And I said, "There's always a way in, I just have to find it." And I drove around the compound looking for weaknesses, for any opening. And I found it on the riverside, a water gate where boats could enter, less heavily defended because they probably thought no one would attack from the water. We left the truck hidden in trees and moved to the river's edge, and I said, "We're going to swim to that gate, we're going to get inside, and then we're going to kill everyone between us and Wells." Jessica said she wasn't a great swimmer, and I said, "You'll make it or you'll drown. There's no other option." And she nodded, and we all stripped off our outer clothes to make swimming easier, kept our weapons and sealed them in plastic bags we'd brought, and then we slipped into the Savannah River. The same river I'd worked beside for years, and the current was strong and the water was cold and polluted, and I could see bodies floating past, infected that had fallen in and drowned, and we swam toward the compound's water gate, fighting the current, fighting exhaustion, fighting the pain of our wounds. We reached the gate and found it was locked with a chain and padlock, but the bars were wide enough that we could squeeze through if we tried. And I went first, pushing through with my injured side, screaming in protest. And then I helped pull Jessica through, and then Robert, and we were inside the compound, dripping and armed and ready to die, but taking Wells with us. We moved through gardens and past outbuildings, killing silently when we encountered guards, using knives because gunshots would alert everyone, and I felt nothing when I cut their throats, nothing when I saw their blood, nothing at all, just that cold mechanical drive to reach my target. We made it to the main house and entered through a servant's entrance. and the interior was luxurious, expensive art on the walls and marble floors and furniture that cost more than I'd made in a year. And it all seemed obscene. Seemed like evidence of Wells's guilt, like he'd built this wealth on suffering and death. We cleared the ground floor room by room, killed more guards, and I found Wells's office, a massive space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river. And there were documents everywhere, research notes and financial records and correspondence with military officials and foreign governments. And I understood then that the outbreak wasn't an accident, that Wells had orchestrated it deliberately, had infected the animals and arranged for the container to be breached at the Savannah port as a demonstration for potential buyers. And this was a weapons sale. This was terrorism for profit, and I wanted to burn everything, but first I needed to find Wells himself. Jessica found a security monitor showing camera feeds from around the compound, and she said there, "He's in the basement. Looks like some kind of laboratory," and I said, "Let's finish this." We went downstairs that led to a sub-level, a hidden bunker beneath the plantation house. And the doors were reinforced steel but standing open because Wells felt safe here, felt protected by his walls and his guards. And we walked into a laboratory that looked like something from a science fiction movie, all stainless steel and glass and equipment I didn't recognize. And at the center of it all was Harrison Wells, standing in front of a containment unit that held infected specimens, monkeys and rats, and even a human, all in cages, all snarling and throwing themselves against the bars. And Wells was taking samples, was collecting data, was completely focused on his work until Robert cleared his throat and Wells turned around. He looked at us, at our weapons and our wounds and our faces, and he didn't seem surprised, didn't seem afraid, just annoyed, and he said, "You're contaminating my lab. You need to leave immediately." And I laughed, a harsh sound that didn't sound human, and I said, "I'm James Washington. I was there when your infected monkeys were released at the port. I watched people I cared about die because of you, and now I'm here to make you pay." Wells smiled, actually smiled, and said, "Mr. Washington, you don't understand what you're interfering with. This virus is going to change the world, is going to shift the balance of power, is going to make me and my partners the most influential people in human history." And I said, "I understand you're a psychopath who killed thousands of people for money, and that's all I need to understand." Wells pressed a button and alarms went off, and I heard boots pounding on the stairs, more guards coming, and Wells said, "You're too late. Even if you kill me, the virus is already spreading beyond Savannah, already moving up the coast through infected rats on ships, already in dozens of ports and cities, and you can't stop that. No one can stop that." I shot him, put a bullet through his shoulder, and he staggered back and hit the containment unit, and the cages rattled, and the infected inside went wild. And I said, "I can't stop the virus, but I can stop you." And I advanced on him, and Robert and Jessica were behind me fighting off the guards who'd entered the lab, gunfire echoing in the enclosed space. And Wells was on the ground clutching his shoulder and saying, "Wait, wait, I can help you. I have resources. I have connections. I can get you out of here." And I said, "I don't want out. I want you dead." I grabbed him by his expensive shirt and dragged him toward the door, toward the stairs. And he was fighting me, but I was stronger, was driven by something beyond pain or fear or reason. And I hauled him up the stairs while Robert and Jessica covered our retreat, both of them firing back at the guards pursuing us. And we made it to the ground floor and out the servants' entrance and toward the river. And Wells was screaming that I was insane, that I was throwing away my chance at survival, and I said survival doesn't matter anymore, justice is all that's left. We reached the river and I forced Wells into the water, and he was thrashing and trying to fight back, and I pushed him under, held him down, and he was clawing at my arms, and his lungs were burning and his body was fighting, but I was stronger and I held him down until the bubbles stopped, until he went limp, until Harrison Wells was dead, drowned in the Savannah River like the trash he was. I stood in the water, my hands still gripping Wells's body, and I felt nothing, no satisfaction, no relief, No sense that I'd accomplished anything meaningful, just emptiness, just the hollow awareness that I'd taken a life and it changed nothing, fixed nothing, brought back no one. Jessica and Robert came to the water's edge, both limping, both bleeding, and Robert said, "We need to go, the compound is lost, the guards are regrouping." And I nodded and let Wells's body go, let it float away downriver, and we swam back across to where we'd left the truck, and I was so tired, so empty that I could barely move, could barely think. But I kept going because stopping meant dying, and apparently I still had some base survival instinct left despite everything. We drove back toward the port, but we didn't make it far before we saw the horizon light up with flashes. Saw mushrooms clouds rising in the distance, felt the ground shake, and I realized they'd done it. The military had dropped bombs on Savannah, was destroying the city completely to contain the outbreak. The shockwave hit us, flipped the truck, and I don't remember the impact. Just waking up in the wreckage with blood in my eyes and my ears ringing, and Robert was dead, crushed by the steering column. And Jessica was gone, thrown from the vehicle, and I was alone, the last survivor from a group that had started with 12 people. And I crawled out of the truck and looked back at Savannah and saw nothing but fire and smoke and destruction. Saw 3 centuries of history erased in nuclear fire, and I knew everyone there was dead. Father Miguel and Ruth and Harold and Carmen and baby Miguel and Tom and Lisa and everyone else who'd been sheltering in the city, all dead, all gone. And I'd failed them. Failed everyone. I walked for days, or maybe hours. Time had no meaning anymore, and I made my way through forests and swamps, avoiding roads because I could see infected everywhere. Could see them spreading despite the bombs, despite the military blockade, moving inland through the trees and waterways, and I understood Wells had been right. The virus was unstoppable now, was going to consume everything. I found other survivors, small groups hiding in farmhouses and hunting camps, and they told me stories of other cities falling, of Charleston and Wilmington and Norfolk, all quarantined, all burning, of the government collapsing and the military fragmenting and the whole East Coast descending into chaos. And I realized this wasn't just Savannah. This was the end of everything. I eventually made it to a refugee camp, one of the last functioning ones, run by what was left of FEMA and staffed by exhausted soldiers and aid workers who looked at us survivors like we were ghosts. Which maybe we were. Maybe we died in Savannah and didn't know it yet. They decontaminated me, checked me for infection, put me in quarantine for a week, and when I came out they asked what I'd seen, what I'd experienced, and I told them everything about Tommy and Maya and Sarah and everyone else, about Harrison Wells and his bioweapons operation, about the bombs and the spreading infection, and they recorded it all, said it was important for the historical record, as if there would be anyone left to read that record. I'm writing this now in what's left of the camp, on a salvaged laptop with battery power that won't last much longer. And I'm writing because they said someone should document what happened, how the world ended, and I guess that someone is me. The infected are coming, we can hear them at night, thousands of them, maybe millions, moving through the forests like a tide that can't be stopped, and the soldiers say they'll make a stand. But we all know how this ends, we've all seen it before. There's talk of evacuating to ships, of trying to reach islands that might be safe, but I remember the military blockade on the Savannah River. Remember being told there was no escape, and I don't believe there's any safe place left. The rabies variant, that's what the scientists call it, has proven impossible to cure, impossible to vaccinate against, and it spreads through any blood-to-blood contact, through bites and scratches, and even through open wounds exposed to infected fluids, and it's fast, turns people in hours, and they stay active for weeks before the virus finally destroys their organs. And in that time, they spread it to dozens of others, and the math is simple. Exponential growth that consumes everything in its path. Wells had planned to control it, to sell it to the highest bidder, to use it as the ultimate weapon, but he underestimated its power. underestimated nature's ability to adapt and spread, and now we're all paying for his arrogance, his greed, his evil. I think about Maya and her kids every day, think about how I failed them, how I should have gotten to them sooner, how I should have done something, anything different, and I carry that guilt like a weight that grows heavier with each breath. I think about Sarah and her broken arm and her dead family and how she'd said survival might be a curse, and I understand now what she meant, because living through this, watching everyone die, being one of the last people standing when the world burns, that's not a blessing, that's hell. That's punishment for some crime I didn't commit, but am guilty of anyway, just by virtue of still breathing. The infected reached the camp tonight, broke through the perimeter despite the soldiers' best efforts, and I can hear screaming and gunfire and the wet sounds of tearing flesh, and I'm locked in this supply building writing these final words because that's all I have left to do. All that remains of purpose or meaning or any reason to keep existing. I've loaded my pistol, the one I took from Wells's compound, and I have one bullet left, saved for myself because I won't die like Tommy did, won't die screaming while teeth tear into my flesh. I'll die on my own terms, the last choice I have in a world that took everything else. The virus won. The zombies prevailed. Humanity fell in less than a week, and I'm one of the last to know it, to witness it, to record it for no one, because there's no one left to read these words, no future generation to learn from our mistakes, no redemption or meaning or hope. Savannah is gone, erased by nuclear fire, and Atlanta fell yesterday according to the radio before it went silent, and New York and Washington and every major city on the East Coast is burning or overrun, and the infected continue to spread through rats and birds and human carriers who flee into uninfected territories thinking they're saving themselves, but really just spreading death faster, and there's no stopping it now. No miracle cure, no divine intervention. Just the slow extinction of everything we were, everything we built, everything we believed mattered. I can hear them at the door now, the infected, their hands slapping against metal, their mouths making that inhuman sound that used to be language, used to be human. And I'm not afraid anymore, I'm just tired, so incredibly tired, and I'm ready for this to end. I killed Harrison Wells, drowned him in the river like he deserved, but it changed nothing. Saved no one, meant nothing in the grand calculus of the apocalypse. And I've learned that revenge is hollow, that justice is meaningless when the world is ending, that all we have in the end is the small human connections we made, the people we loved, the moments of grace in between the horror, and I had those once. Had Maya and her Sunday dinners, had my Coast Guard crew and their loyalty, had Sarah's courage and Jessica's determination and Robert's steady aim. And they're all gone now, all dead, and soon I'll join them, and maybe there's something after this, some place where the dead wait, where I can see them again and apologize for failing them. Or maybe there's nothing, just darkness and silence. And honestly, I don't care anymore. Either is better than this. The door is breaking, the infected are coming through, and I'm raising the pistol, pressing it against my temple, and my hand isn't shaking, even though it should be. Even though every survival instinct I have is screaming at me to fight, to run, to live. But I'm overriding all of it because I choose this. I choose to end it here on my own terms. And my last thought is of Maya smiling at me across her dinner table, of the sun setting over the Savannah River before the world burned, of everything beautiful that existed once and is gone now forever. And I'm pulling the trigger. And we talked for a while longer, and I gave them my card, told them to call if they saw anything strange. They headed north the next morning, and I didn't think I'd see them again. The trail is like that. You meet people, share a moment, and then they're gone, swallowed up by the green tunnel of trees and mountains that stretches from Georgia to Maine. But 2 days later, Sarah called me. Her voice was shaking. They'd made it to Warspur Shelter about 12 miles north and found it occupied by 4 hikers who wouldn't respond to them. The hikers were just sitting there, staring at nothing, breathing in short, rapid gasps. When Sarah tried to check on one of them, the guy lunged at her. Marcus had to pull her away. They'd run, she said, just grabbed their packs and ran, and now they were hiding in the woods about a mile down the trail, and could I please come help them because something was really, really wrong. I grabbed my gear and drove to the nearest access point, then hiked in fast, Sergeant running ahead. It took me 40 minutes to reach them. Sarah and Marcus were huddled behind a fallen oak, both of them pale, Marcus bleeding from a scratch on his arm. Sarah had bandaged it, but I could see her hands shaking as she tied off the gauze. "What happened?" I asked. "That guy," Marcus said. "The one who went for Sarah. He fucking bit me, look at this." He held up his arm. The scratch wasn't deep, but it was ragged, and the skin around it was already red and hot. "We need to get you to a hospital," I said. "No," Sarah said, "no hospitals. I've heard the reports from my colleagues in Roanoke. People go in, they don't come out. The hospitals are overwhelmed. Whatever this is, it's spreading fast, and the medical system isn't equipped to handle it." "Then what do you want me to do?" I asked. "Help us get off the trail," she said. "Get us somewhere safe. Your ranger station, a town, anywhere but here." I looked at Marcus's arm, at the way his pupils were already dilating, at the sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool mountain air. I'd seen enough combat injuries to know what infection looked like, but this was different. This was faster, more aggressive. Whatever had gotten into his bloodstream was moving with purpose. "Okay," I said. "We'll head to Pearisburg. It's about 8 miles. We can make it before dark if we move fast." We started down the trail, me in front, Sergeant beside me, Sarah and Marcus behind. Marcus was already struggling. His breathing labored, his steps unsteady. Sarah kept one hand on his back, guiding him, whispering encouragement. I'd seen this before too in Afghanistan. The way people tried to keep their friends alive through sheer force of will. Like love and determination could stop a body from shutting down. It never worked, but you had to try anyway because the alternative was accepting the unacceptable. We made it about 4 miles before Marcus collapsed. He just went down face first, like someone had cut his strings. Sarah screamed his name, dropped to her knees beside him, rolled him over. His eyes were open but unfocused, his mouth working like he was trying to speak but couldn't find the words. Foam flecked his lips, pink with blood. His body started convulsing, back arching, limbs jerking. I pulled Sarah away, held her as she fought me, crying, screaming at me to help him, to do something. But there was nothing to do. I'd seen men die from all kinds of things. Bullets, shrapnel, IEDs, fever, infections that turned their blood to sludge. This looked like all of them at once, a body destroying itself from the inside out. Marcus stopped convulsing after about 2 minutes. His breathing slowed, then stopped. I checked for a pulse and found nothing. Sarah was sobbing against my chest, her whole body shaking. Sergeant was growling, low and constant, staring at Marcus's body. "We need to go," I said. "We can't just leave him," Sarah said. "We have to. I'm sorry, but we need to." Marcus's eyes opened. Not the slow flutter of someone regaining consciousness, but a sudden snap like a door slamming open. His head turned toward us, and I saw nothing in those eyes, no recognition, no humanity. Just hunger. He rolled onto his hands and knees with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for a dead man, and then he was coming at us, teeth bared, a sound coming from his throat that was more animal than human. I had my Glock out before I thought about it. Muscle memory from 1,000 drills, 1,000 patrols where the difference between life and death was how fast you could draw. I put 2 rounds in his chest, center mass, textbook shooting. He went down, twitched, and then started getting up again. Sarah was screaming, incoherent, pure terror. I adjusted my aim and put one through his skull. That stopped him. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the trees, sharp and wrong in a place that was supposed to be peaceful. Marcus's body lay in the trail, blood pooling under his head, and I stood there with my gun still raised, my hands steady even though my mind was racing. I'd killed people before. Enemy combatants, insurgents, a teenager with a suicide vest who'd tried to run into a checkpoint. I'd made peace with that, or as much peace as anyone can make with taking a life. But this was different. This was Marcus, who'd been laughing about norovirus 2 days ago, who'd loved this woman beside me enough to take her hiking, who'd been alive 5 minutes ago and now was something else entirely. "What did you do?" Sarah whispered. "He was dead," I said. "He died, and then I don't know what that was, but he was going to kill you." "That's impossible." "I know." We stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, and then I heard it. Sounds from up the trail back the way we'd come. Voices, but not words. Guttural wet sounds like someone trying to speak through a mouthful of liquid, and footsteps, lots of them, stumbling but persistent. The 4 hikers from Warspur shelter, they were coming. "Run," I said. We ran. Sarah was fast, adrenaline overriding shock, and I stayed behind her, sergeant between us, making sure she didn't trip, didn't fall. The sounds behind us grew louder, closer. I didn't look back. Looking back got you killed. Forward was the only direction that mattered. We crashed through the underbrush where the trail switched back, cutting straight down the slope instead of following the gentle grade, sliding on loose rocks and leaves, branches whipping our faces. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I kept moving because stopping meant dying, and I'd survived too much to die in these mountains. We hit the access road about 20 minutes later, bursting out of the tree line like we'd been spat from the earth. My truck was there right where I'd left it, and I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking now that we'd stopped moving. Sarah was bent over, gasping, crying. Sergeant jumped into the truck bed, barking at the forest behind us. I could hear them still, crashing through the woods, tracking us by sound or smell or something I didn't want to think about. I got the truck started, threw it in gear, and we were moving, tires spitting gravel, racing down the mountain road toward Petersburg. Sarah was silent beside me, staring straight ahead, tears running down her face. I wanted to say something, to comfort her somehow, but what was there to say? "Your boyfriend died and came back and I shot him in the head? Sorry for your loss?" Everything felt inadequate, hollow. "What's happening?" Sarah finally asked, her voice barely audible over the engine noise. "I don't know," I said, "but we're going to find out. Petersburg looked wrong when we got there. Not abandoned, but close. The streets were too empty for a Friday afternoon, and the few people I saw were moving fast, heads down, like they didn't want to be noticed. The gas station on the edge of town was closed, which never happened. The diner where I usually got breakfast had its windows boarded up, and there were police everywhere, Virginia State Police cruisers parked at intersections, officers standing beside them with rifles, not sidearms. Rifles. I pulled into the ranger station parking lot. Megan's car was there, along with 3 others I didn't recognize. I told Sarah to wait in the truck, but she shook her head and followed me inside anyway, sergeant at my heels. The station was chaos. Megan was on 3 phones at once, or trying to be, her face red and streaked with tears. 2 other rangers I knew, Kyle and Jennifer, were arguing in the corner. And there were civilians, maybe a dozen of them, sitting on the floor with backpacks and fear in their eyes. Hikers who'd come off the trail looking for safety that probably didn't exist. "James," Megan said when she saw me dropping all 3 phones. "Thank God. Where have you been? We've been trying to reach you for hours." "My radio's dead," I said, which was probably true. I hadn't checked it. "What's going on?" "Everything," she said. "The trails are being closed, all of them. The whole AT from Georgia to Maine. The CDC has declared a public health emergency. There's a quarantine in place for 5 counties in Virginia, 3 in North Carolina, 2 in Tennessee. The National Guard is being mobilized. Quarantine for what? They're calling it the Walker virus, she said, and the name felt heavy, final, like someone had already written the ending to this story. It's spread through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, probably others. Incubation is fast, anywhere from an hour to 12 hours, depending on the exposure. Once you're infected, you die. And then you come back. Not alive, not really, but mobile. Aggressive. They attack anything living, and if they bite you or get their blood in your system, you're infected too. I thought about Marcus, about the way he died and risen and come at us with nothing but hunger in his eyes. Walker virus. The name fit, the dead walking. How many zombie movies had I watched? How many books had I read, thinking it was all fantasy, safe fiction to enjoy from the comfort of a couch? And now, it was real. And I was standing in a ranger station in Virginia while the world ended outside. How bad? I asked. Bad, Megan said. Reports are coming in from all over. It started in North Carolina near Fontana Lake about 2 weeks ago. Then it showed up in Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia. The CDC thinks it originated from a contaminated water source, but they don't know which one or how it got contaminated. All they know is that hikers were the first to show symptoms, and they carried it with them as they walked, spreading it to every shelter, every trail town, every place they stopped. It's in the Appalachian corridor now, and it's moving fast. What are we supposed to do? Stay here, she said. The station's been designated an emergency shelter. We're supposed to coordinate rescue operations for stranded hikers and provide information to local authorities. But honestly, James, I don't think we're going to be doing much coordinating. The phones are already overloaded, cell towers are going down. The internet's spotty at best. We're on our own. I looked around the room at the frightened faces, at the hikers who'd come here thinking they'd be safe, at Megan, who was trying so hard to keep it together even though I could see she was terrified. This wasn't what I'd signed up for when I became a ranger. I was supposed to help people enjoy the wilderness, to rescue them from twisted ankles and bear encounters, not from the dead rising to eat the living. There's something else, Megan said, lowering her voice so only I could hear. The water source. The CDC doesn't know which one was contaminated, but I do. Or at least I know where it probably started. How? Harrison Wells, she said, and I felt my jaw clench at the name. Harrison Wells, CEO of Apex Outdoor Gear, the biggest outdoor equipment manufacturer on the East Coast. He'd been trying to develop a massive retail complex near the trail for the last 3 years, a flagship store with lodges and restaurants, turning a pristine wilderness area into a commercial tourist trap. Every ranger, every conservationist, every person who loved these mountains had fought him, but he had money and lawyers and politicians in his pocket. He'd gotten his permits, started construction last fall. What about him? His development site, Megan said. It's built right on top of an aquifer that feeds into Tanner Creek. Tanner Creek flows into 6 different water sources that hikers use. If something leaked from his site, something toxic or biological, it could have contaminated all of them. And I've been hearing rumors that there was some kind of incident at the site in January, something they covered up. Workers getting sick, equipment failures. But Wells denied everything, and his lawyers threatened anyone who tried to investigate. You think he poisoned the water? I think he built his development without proper environmental oversight, cut corners to save money, and maybe something went wrong. A chemical spill, a biological leak, I don't know. But the timing lines up. Hikers started getting sick about 6 weeks after construction started, right around the time the spring thaw would have pushed any contaminants into the water system. I wanted to go to Wells's development right then, wanted to drag him out and make him answer for what he'd done. But I couldn't. There were people here who needed help, and the dead were walking outside, and revenge was a luxury I couldn't afford. Not yet. The rest of the day was a blur of activity and fear. More hikers came off the trail, some sick, some terrified but healthy, all of them looking for safety. We set up the station's conference room as a quarantine area, isolated anyone showing symptoms which felt both necessary and futile. If they were infected, they were going to die and turn, and then we'd have to kill them. Again. The word again kept bouncing around my head, absurd and horrifying. Sarah stayed close to me, helping where she could, her nurse training kicking in despite the shock of losing Marcus. She checked people for bites, for fever, for the swollen lymph nodes that seemed to be the first visible sign of infection. Most were clean, or so we hoped. But 3 showed symptoms. We locked them in the conference room and tried not to think about what that meant. Night fell and the station's generator kicked on, flooding the building with harsh fluorescent light that made everyone look sick and tired. I stood by the window looking out at Parisburg and saw fires in the distance. Not forest fires, but buildings burning, the orange glow pulsing against the dark sky. I could hear gunshots too, sporadic at first, then increasing in frequency until it sounded like a war zone. Maybe it was. Maybe that's what this was. A war against an enemy that couldn't be negotiated with or deterred, only killed and killed and killed until either they were gone or we were. "We can't stay here," Kyle said, coming up beside me. He was young, maybe 25, fresh out of forestry school and full of idealism that was dying fast. "This building isn't defensible. If those things come, if there's a lot of them, we can't hold them off. Where do you suggest we go?" "Anywhere but here," he said. "Into the mountains, maybe. Find a shelter, hole up, wait for the military to handle this." "The military," I said, not quite laughing because nothing was funny anymore. "You think they can handle this? You've seen how fast it spreads. You've heard the reports." "This isn't contained to Virginia. It's in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, probably farther by now. Every state that touches the AT is infected. That's 14 states, Kyle. 14 states worth of dead people getting up and trying to eat the living. The military can't put that down. Nobody can. So what do? "We survive," I said. "As long as we can, however we can." Around midnight, the first one came through the door. I'd been dozing in a chair, Sergeant curled at my feet when I heard glass break and someone scream. I was up with my gun drawn, moving toward the sound, and found one of the infected from the conference room standing in the hallway. The door had been locked, but he'd broken through somehow, raw strength overriding the damage to his hands from punching through wood and glass. His eyes found me and he charged. I didn't hesitate. 3 rounds, 2 in the chest to stop his momentum, 1 in the head to finish it. He dropped, and behind him I saw 2 more coming through the broken door. Megan was shooting now too, her service pistol barking in the confined space, and Kyle had grabbed a fire axe from the wall, swinging it with desperate strength. We put them down, all 3 of them, and then stood in the hallway breathing hard, ears ringing, staring at the bodies of people we'd tried to save. "We need to move," I said. "Now! Grab what you can carry and get everyone out." It took 10 minutes to evacuate the station, and by then we could hear more of them outside, drawn by the gunshots. We went out the back door, 23 people and 1 dog, moving through the darkness toward my truck and the other vehicles. Some of the hikers had their own cars, but most had been dropped off by shuttle drivers planning to hike north and get picked up at another point. Those plans were worthless now. We split into groups based on who had vehicles. I took Sarah, Megan, Kyle, and 4 hikers in my truck and Jennifer's SUV. The others went in a mix of personal vehicles, and we formed a small convoy heading south, away from Parisburg, away from the fires and the gunshots and the infected. I didn't know where we were going. Just away. Always away. We drove through the night, the roads mostly empty except for a few other vehicles fleeing in various directions. We passed abandoned cars, doors open, blood on the pavement. We passed through small towns that looked like ghost towns. Street lights still burning but no people visible. Once we saw a roadblock, National Guard soldiers with rifles, but they waved us through without stopping us, and I saw the fear in their eyes too. The recognition that orders and chain of command didn't mean much when the dead were walking. Around dawn, we stopped at a state park about 40 miles south of Parisburg. Pine Grove State Park, a place I knew well with a large lodge and several cabins that were usually rented out to families during the summer. It was too early in the season for tourists, so the place was empty, gates locked but easy enough to bypass. We broke into the main lodge and finally stopped moving. Everyone collapsed. Some slept, some cried, some just sat and stared at nothing. Sarah found the lodge's kitchen and started going through the supplies, taking inventory. Megan tried to get the radio working, but all she got was static and occasional fragments of broadcasts that didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. The outbreak was spreading. Cities were being evacuated. The government was implementing emergency measures. Helpful. I went outside with Sergeant, needing air, needing space. The sun was coming up over the mountains, beautiful and serene, like nothing was wrong with the world. Birds sang. A breeze rustled through the pines. If I closed my eyes, I could pretend yesterday hadn't happened, that Marcus was still alive, that the dead weren't walking. But I couldn't keep them closed. Reality didn't care what I wanted to believe. "James," Sarah's voice behind me. I turned and she was standing in the doorway, backlit by the lodge's interior lights. "We need to talk about what comes next." "What comes next is survival," I said. "I mean after that. After we survive today. After we survive this week or this month or however long this lasts. What then?" "I don't know." "Harrison Wells," she said. "Megan told me what she told you. About the water source, about his development. If he caused this, if he's responsible for Marcus and all those people and everything that's happening, he needs to answer for it." "He'll answer," I said, "when we can get to him. But right now, we have bigger problems." "Do we?" she asked. "Because if he covered up a contamination, if he knew people were getting sick and did nothing, then he's as much a killer as those things out there. Maybe more. They don't have a choice. He did." She was right, and I knew it. But knowing something is right and being able to act on it are two different things. We were 23 people in a lodge in the middle of a state park while the world ended around us. What were we supposed to do, march up to Wells's mansion and demand justice? He probably had security, armed guards, all the money and resources we lacked. Going after him now would be suicide, but Sarah's words stuck with me. They burrowed into my brain and stayed there, a constant itch I couldn't scratch. Harrison Wells had done this, maybe not intentionally, maybe not with malice, but through negligence and greed and the kind of arrogance that made rich men think they were above consequences. And now Marcus was dead, and millions of others were dying, and the world was ending, and Wells was probably sitting in his mansion thinking he'd gotten away with it. We stayed at Pine Grove for 3 days. During that time, the situation deteriorated from catastrophic to apocalyptic. The radio broadcasts became less frequent and more desperate. Martial law was declared in Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia. The military established containment zones around major cities, but reports indicated the zones were failing, overrun by infected. Evacuation orders were issued for coastal areas, but where were people supposed to evacuate to? The virus was everywhere now, carried by refugees and travelers, spreading through every highway and byway, every small town and suburb. On the second day, a group of survivors showed up at the lodge. 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, all armed, all exhausted. Their leader was a guy named Raymond, mid-40s, former Marine. and he had the same look in his eyes that I'd seen in the mirror lately. A combination of determination and barely suppressed rage. They'd come from Roanoke, he said, which had fallen completely. The hospitals had been overrun first, then the police stations, then everything else. They'd escaped in a stolen ambulance and driven until they ran out of gas, then walked the rest of the way, fighting through infected every mile. "How many are there?" I asked. "Thousands," Raymond said. "Maybe tens of thousands in Roanoke alone, and they spread out from there following the refugees. Every town between Roanoke and here is probably infected by now. You can't stop them, can't contain them, you can only run." "We can't run forever," Kyle said. "No," Raymond agreed, "but you can run until you find somewhere to make a stand. Somewhere defensible. This lodge isn't it." He was right. The lodge had big windows, multiple entrances, no real barriers. If a horde came through, we'd be slaughtered. We needed somewhere better, somewhere we could actually defend. I thought about the trail, about the shelters and peaks I knew. Most were too exposed, too open, but there were a few places, remote places, where we might have a chance. "McAfee Knob," I said. "It's a rock outcropping on the trail about 30 miles north of here. The approach is steep, narrow, easy to defend. There's water nearby, and the peak itself gives you visibility for miles. If we can get there, fortify the approach, we might be able to hold it." "Might," Raymond said. "Not exactly a sure thing." "There are no sure things anymore," I said. "This is the best option we have." We voted, and the decision was made. We'd move to McAfee Knob, but first we needed supplies: food, water, ammunition, medical gear. The lodge had some, but not enough for 30 people to survive more than a week. We'd have to scavenge from nearby towns, which meant splitting up, taking risks, potentially running into infected or worse, other survivors who might not be friendly. Raymond volunteered to lead a supply run into the nearest town, a small place called Pembroke, about 10 miles east. I volunteered to go with him, along with Kyle and 2 of Raymond's people, a woman named Tessa, and a younger guy named Corey. Sarah wanted to come, but I convinced her to stay behind and help organize the others for the move to McAfee. She didn't like it, but she agreed, and I saw the trust in her eyes, even though I'd shot her boyfriend in the head 3 days ago. Trust was a strange thing in a world like this. We took my truck and left at dawn on the 3rd day. The roads were worse than before, littered with abandoned vehicles and debris. We had to drive off-road twice to get around blockages, the truck bouncing over rough terrain that would have torn up the suspension in better times. But better times were gone, and all that mattered was forward movement. Pembroke was dead. Not figuratively, literally dead. The main street looked like a war zone, bodies everywhere, some torn apart, some intact but clearly turned, wandering aimlessly until they heard our truck and started moving toward us. Raymond was driving and he didn't slow down. He plowed right through them, the truck bucking as it ran over bodies, blood spraying across the windshield. I wanted to look away but couldn't. This was reality now. This was what survival looked like. We found a grocery store on the edge of town, windows smashed, but the interior mostly intact. Raymond parked the truck right in front and we went in fast, weapons ready. The store was dark, power out, but enough light came through the broken windows to see by. We split up, moving through the aisles, grabbing anything non-perishable. Canned food, bottled water, batteries, first aid supplies. Tessa found a pharmacy section and cleared out all the antibiotics and painkillers. Corey found a sporting goods section and loaded up on ammunition. I was in the back, loading cases of water into a shopping cart when I heard Kyle scream. I ran toward the sound, my gun up, and found him on the ground with one of the infected on top of him, teeth snapping at his throat. I grabbed the thing by its hair and yanked it off, threw it against a shelf and put 2 rounds in its head. Kyle scrambled away, gasping, checking himself for bites. His jacket was torn, but the skin underneath looked intact. "I'm okay," he said. "I'm okay, it didn't bite me." "You sure?" "Yes, Jesus Christ, yes, I'm sure." We finished loading supplies and got out of there. More infected were converging on the store, drawn by the noise. We piled into the truck, Raymond floored it, and we were gone, leaving Pembroke to its dead. The whole run had taken maybe 20 minutes, but it felt like hours, every second stretched by adrenaline and fear. Back at the lodge, we loaded everything into the vehicles and prepared to move. It was mid-afternoon by the time we were ready, 30 people and all our supplies packed into 5 vehicles. I led the convoy in my truck, Raymond bringing up the rear in a large van he'd appropriated from somewhere. Sergeant rode with me, his head out the window, tongue lolling like this was just another road trip. The drive to McAfee Knob's access point took 2 hours through back roads and mountain paths. We encountered infected several times, had to detour around a massive pileup on Route 311. And once we came across a National Guard checkpoint that was abandoned, the soldiers either dead or fled, their equipment scattered. Corey wanted to stop and scavenge, but Raymond said no. Whatever had happened there had happened fast, and we didn't want to be around when it happened again. We reached the parking area at the base of McAfee Knob around sunset. The trailhead was empty, which wasn't surprising. Nobody was hiking for pleasure anymore. We unloaded the vehicles, distributed the supplies into packs, and started up the trail. It was a 4-mile hike to the peak, steep in places, and we were carrying heavy loads. People struggled. Some had never hiked before, city people unused to the physical demands, but we kept moving because staying in the valley meant death. Night fell about halfway up. We used flashlights sparingly, not wanting to attract attention, but the darkness was thick and treacherous. Someone twisted an ankle, and we had to carry him the rest of the way. Jennifer fell and scraped her hands raw on the rocks. But we made it. Just after midnight, we reached the summit of McAfee Knob. The peak was exactly as I remembered it. A flat rock outcropping jutting from the mountainside, giving a panoramic view of the valleys below. On a normal day, you could see for miles, see the towns and roads and forests spreading out in every direction. Tonight we saw fires, dozens of them scattered across the darkness like fallen stars. Every fire was a town burning, a community dying, and between the fires, nothing. Just darkness and the knowledge that the dead were down there, walking, spreading, consuming everything. We set up camp on the peak and the surrounding area. Raymond organized people into shifts for watch duty. Sarah and Megan worked on cataloging our supplies, figuring out how long we could last. Kyle, despite his earlier scare, volunteered to help me scout the approach trail, looking for places we could set up defensive positions. We found a few spots where the trail narrowed to single file between rock walls, natural choke points that we could reinforce with whatever materials we had. "How long do you think we can hold this place?" Kyle asked. "As long as we have ammunition," I said. "After that, hand to hand. After that, we die." Encouraging. You want encouragement, talk to someone else. I'm just telling you the truth. Ugh. We worked through the night and into the next day, building barricades at the choke points, setting up tripwires and noisemakers to give us warning if anything approached. Raymond had brought some basic tools from the lodge, and we used them to sharpen stakes and construct crude but effective defensive positions. It wasn't much, but it was something, more than we'd had before. On the second day at McAfee, Sarah pulled me aside. "I've been thinking about Harrison Wells," she said. "Of course you have." "His development site is only about 15 miles from here," she said. "Northeast, near Catawba. If we could get there, if we could find evidence of what he did, maybe we could expose him. Maybe we could..." "Expose him to who?" I asked. "The government's collapsed, Sarah. The CDC is probably gone. There's nobody left to hold him accountable except us." "Then we hold him accountable," she said. "We go there. We find proof. And then we make him answer for Marcus for all of this. I wanted to say no. I wanted to tell her it was too dangerous, too pointless, that revenge wouldn't bring Marcus back or stop the virus. But I looked in her eyes and saw the same rage that was burning in me. The need to do something, anything that felt like justice in a world that had become purely survival. And I thought about Harrison Wells sitting in his mansion protected by money and walls and armed guards, thinking he was safe while the world burned around him. "Okay," I said. "We'll go, but not now. We need to secure this position first, make sure everyone here is safe. Then we'll deal with Wells." Sarah nodded, satisfied for the moment. But I could see it in her eyes, the obsession taking root. Marcus's death had broken something in her, and the need for revenge was filling the cracks. I understood. I'd felt the same thing after my first tour, after watching friends die for reasons that never made sense. The difference was I'd learned to live with it. Sarah was just starting. Over the next week, we settled into a routine at McAfee Knob. Days were spent reinforcing defenses, rationing supplies, and scouting the surrounding area for anything useful. Nights were spent on watch, eyes scanning the darkness for movement, ears straining for sounds that didn't belong. The infected showed up occasionally, individuals or small groups that had wandered up from the valleys below. We put them down quietly when we could, loudly when we had to. Each one was someone's family, someone's friend. We tried not to think about that. The radio gave us fragments of news. The military had established safe zones in major cities, but those zones were shrinking daily. The president had been evacuated to an undisclosed location. Congress was non-functional. The economy had collapsed. Not that it mattered when money couldn't buy you safety. Foreign governments had closed their borders to American refugees, and the CDC had finally admitted what everyone already knew. The Walker virus had no cure, no treatment, and no end in sight. And through it all, I kept thinking about Harrison Wells, about his development site, about what he might have hidden there, about the evidence that could prove he'd caused all this through negligence and greed. Sarah brought it up every day, sometimes multiple times until it became clear she wasn't going to let it go. Others in the group started listening, started agreeing with her. Wells had done this, they said. He needed to pay. Raymond disagreed. Going after Wells is a distraction, he told me during a private conversation on our 10th day at McAfee. We should be focused on survival, on building this place into something sustainable. Going after one man, even if he is responsible, doesn't help us. It helps us psychologically, I said. People need something to fight for. Something beyond just not dying. Wells is a target, a focus for all the rage and fear they're feeling. If we don't give them that outlet, it'll turn inward and the group will tear itself apart. So you're going to let them go on a suicide mission for therapy? I'm going to lead them on a mission for justice, I said. And if we die, at least we'll die doing something that matters. Raymond shook his head but didn't argue further. He'd been a Marine long enough to understand that sometimes morale was more important than tactical sense. And maybe he felt it too, that need to strike back at something, to take action instead of just waiting for the end. I assembled a team, myself, Sarah, Kyle, Tessa, and Corey. 5 people, all volunteers, all understanding the risks. We'd leave at dawn, hike to Wells's development site, gather whatever evidence we could find, and if possible, confront Wells himself. Raymond would stay behind with the others, holding McAfee in case we didn't come back. The night before we left, I sat on the edge of the rock outcropping, Sergeant beside me, looking out at the burning world. I thought about all the choices that had led me here. Enlisting in the army, deploying to the sandbox, coming home broken, finding peace in the mountains, becoming a ranger. Every choice had seemed random at the time, but now they all pointed toward this moment, this mission. Maybe that was fate. Maybe it was just coincidence. Either way, I was going. You don't have to do this. Megan's voice behind me. She sat down beside me, her rifle across her lap. You could stay here, keep everyone safe. Raymond can do that, I said. This is something I need to do. For Sarah? Or for yourself? Both, I said. Marcus died right in front of me and I couldn't stop it. Maybe I can't stop any of this, but I can make Wells answer for his part in it. That's something. Be careful, she said. Wells is dangerous. He always has been, even before all this. He's the kind of man who'd burn the world to protect his own interests. Then I'll burn him first, I said, and I meant it. We left at dawn, the 5 of us moving fast through the forest. The hike to Wells's development site took most of the day. We followed old fire roads and hunting trails, avoiding the main paths where infected might be congregating. We encountered a few isolated individuals and put them down with knives and hatchets to save ammunition. Each kill was personal, close enough to see their faces, to smell the rot coming off their bodies. It never got easier. The development site appeared in the late afternoon, sprawling across a cleared section of mountainside. Wells had called it Apex Summit Lodge and Retail Center, a luxury destination for outdoor enthusiasts who wanted nature without actually experiencing it. The main building was enormous, 4 stories of glass and steel with smaller structures scattered around it, restaurants, shops, guest lodges. Construction equipment sat abandoned, massive excavators and dump trucks silent and rusting in the rain. It's bigger than I expected, Kyle said. Wells doesn't do small, I said. Come on, let's find his office. We approached carefully, weapons ready, scanning for threats. The site looked abandoned, but appearances meant nothing anymore. We'd learned that the hard way. The main building's front doors were locked, but Tessa picked them with a set of tools she'd carried since Roanoke. Inside, the lobby was pristine. Polished floors, expensive furniture, massive windows overlooking the mountains. A monument to excess built on poison. We found the directory by the elevator. Wells's office was on the 4th floor along with the other executive suites. We took the stairs, moving in tactical formation that Raymond had drilled into us, checking corners, covering each other. The stairwell was dark and echoed with our footsteps, and I kept expecting infected to come rushing down at us, but nothing did. The place was empty, or seemed to be. The 4th floor was all about wealth and power, thick carpets, wood paneling, artwork on the walls that probably cost more than I'd made in my entire life. We found Wells's office at the end of the hall. Double doors, nameplate in gold letters. I tried the handle. Locked. Stand back, Corey said, raising his shotgun. Wait, Sarah said. She tried the neighboring office door. It opened. Come on. We went through the adjacent office, which belonged to some vice president whose name I didn't care about, and found a connecting door to Wells's private space. This door was unlocked. We went through. The office was exactly what you'd expect from a CEO who thought he was king of the mountain. Huge desk, leather furniture, floor-to-ceiling windows with a view that would have been breathtaking if the world wasn't ending. And there, sitting behind the desk, was Harrison Wells himself. He looked up as we entered, not even startled, like he'd been expecting us. Mr. Anderson, he said, and I was surprised he knew my name. I wondered when you'd show up. You know who I am. Of course, Wells said. You've been a thorn in my side for 3 years, filing complaints about my development, organizing protests, generally making yourself a nuisance. I know all about you. He was in his 50s, gray hair perfectly styled, wearing a suit that probably cost more than my truck. Even now, with the world ending, he looked composed, confident. Men like Wells never thought anything could touch them. They believed their money and power made them invincible. Your development poisoned the water, I said. The virus came from here. Allegedly, Wells said. You have no proof of that. Then let's find some, Sarah said, moving toward his desk. Open your files. Show us your environmental reports, your safety inspections, all of it. Wells smiled. I don't think so. That's when I heard the click of safeties being released, and I realized we weren't alone. Men stepped out from the shadows of the office. 5 of them, all armed, all wearing the patches of private security. Wells's personal guard. We'd walked right into a trap. Drop your weapons, one of the guards said. He was big, military bearing, probably ex-special forces, the kind of man who got paid very well to protect people like Wells from people like us. Do it, Wells said pleasantly, or my men will shoot you. Either way, I'm fine. I looked at Sarah, at the others, and saw the same calculation happening in their eyes. We could fight, probably kill a few of them, but we'd all die. Wells would win. Or we could drop our weapons, hope for an opening later. It wasn't much of a choice. We dropped our weapons. The guards moved in, searched us roughly, took everything, guns, knives, even the small pocket knife I carried in my boot. Then they zip-tied our hands behind our backs and forced us to sit on the floor. Now then, Wells said, standing up and coming around the desk. Let's talk about why you're really here. You think I'm responsible for the virus. You think I contaminated the water supply and you want revenge. You did do it, Sarah said. You built this place without proper environmental safeguards. Something leaked into the aquifer. The hikers drank from contaminated sources, and now millions of people are dead or dying. You killed them. I built a business, Wells said. I created jobs, brought commerce to this region, improved the local economy. If something went wrong during construction, it was an accident. I'm not responsible for an act of nature. Bullshit, I said. You knew people were getting sick. Megan told me there were reports of workers getting ill back in January. You covered it up, paid people off, kept building. You put profit over safety, and now the world is ending because of it. Wells's expression hardened. The world is ending because people are weak, because they can't adapt, can't survive. I've survived, my people have survived. We prepared for this, built secure facilities, stockpiled supplies. While everyone else panicked and died, we thrived. That's not criminal, that's superior planning. You're insane, Sarah said. I'm realistic, Wells corrected. And now you're in my facility, having broken in and threatened me. By any legal standard, I'd be within my rights to have you executed. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to give you a choice. What choice? I asked. Work for me, Wells said. You're a former soldier, Mr. Anderson. You have skills I can use. Your friends have skills too. I'm building a new community here, a place where people who deserve to survive can do so in safety and comfort. Join us. Help me defend this place, and you'll have food, shelter, security. Everything you need to live through this apocalypse. In exchange for what? I asked. Your loyalty, Wells said, and your silence about anything you think might have happened with the water supply. The past doesn't matter anymore. Only the future. I looked at Sarah, saw the rage in her eyes, the absolute refusal. Kyle was the same. Tessa and Corey, too. None of us were going to work for the man who'd caused this nightmare, but I needed time, needed to think of a way out of this situation that didn't end with us all shot in the head. We'll consider it, I said. No, Sarah said, we won't. You can go to hell, Wells. You and your money and your entire sick worldview. People are dying because of you, and you want us to help you build a kingdom on their corpses? Never. Wells sighed. I thought you might say that. It's unfortunate. But I understand. Guard team, take them to the basement. Hold them until I decide what to do with them. The guards hauled us to our feet and marched us out of the office, down the stairs into the bowels of the building. The basement was unfinished, concrete and exposed pipes, cold and damp. They locked us in a storage room, 5 of us, zip-tied and helpless, surrounded by boxes of construction supplies. "We're fucked," Corey said. "Not yet," I said. I'd been working on my zip tie since they'd put us in here, rubbing it against a sharp edge of a metal shelf behind me. The plastic was tough, but it was weakening. Another few minutes and I'd be free. "Stay quiet, let me think." "Think fast," Tessa said. "Wells isn't going to keep us alive long. He'll kill us and dump the bodies somewhere, clean and simple." She was probably right. Men like Wells didn't leave loose ends. But he'd made a mistake. He'd underestimated us, assumed we were defeated just because we were restrained. He didn't know about the months I'd spent in survival training, the techniques I'd learned for escaping restraints. He didn't know that Sarah had grown up with 3 brothers and knew how to fight dirty. He didn't know that Kyle, for all his youth, had been an Eagle Scout and could pick a lock with a paperclip. My zip tie snapped. I brought my hands around, flexed my wrists to get the circulation back. Then I freed the others, working quickly and quietly. We were loose, but we still had no weapons, and there were guards outside the door. We needed a plan. "The construction supplies," Sarah said, pointing at the boxes around us. "There has to be something we can use." We searched, moving fast. Found hammers, screwdrivers, a nail gun with no nails, lengths of pipe, wire. Not much, but better than bare hands. Kyle took a hammer. Sarah grabbed a long screwdriver. I found a length of steel rebar, heavy and solid. It would do. "How many guards?" I asked. 2 outside the door," Tessa said. "At least 2 more upstairs, maybe more. Plus Wells." "We take the guards outside first," I said. "Quiet and fast. Then we get our weapons back and go after Wells." "And then what?" Corey asked. "Even if we kill him, his guards will hunt us down." "Then we make sure there are no guards left," I said. It was a terrible plan, full of variables and risks, but it was the only plan we had. I positioned myself beside the door, rebar raised. Kyle stood on the other side with his hammer. Sarah moved to the center of the room, ready to scream and draw the guards in. Tessa and Corey hung back, waiting. Sarah screamed, high and terrified and convincing. The door opened and the first guard came in fast, weapon raised, expecting to find us still tied up. I hit him in the head with the rebar and he went down hard. Kyle grabbed the second guard's gun hand, wrenched it aside, and buried the hammer in his throat. The man gurgled and fell. We took their weapons, 2 pistols, a rifle, spare magazines. Armed again. Better odds. I led the way back up the stairs, moving in combat formation. We encountered another guard on the 2nd floor, and Tessa shot him before he could raise his radio. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the building. "They know we're loose," I said. "We move fast now, find Wells and end this." We reached the 4th floor and found Wells's office empty. The guards were there, though, 4 of them waiting in the hallway. They opened fire as soon as we appeared. I dove behind a desk in the adjacent office, the wood splintering under the impact of bullets. Kyle was beside me, firing back with his pistol. Sarah and the others were across the hall, using doorways for cover. The firefight lasted maybe 2 minutes, but it felt like forever. Bullets everywhere, the smell of gunpowder, screaming and shouting. I killed 2 of Wells's guards, headshots from cover. Kyle got another. Tessa finished the 4th with a burst from the rifle she'd taken, and then it was quiet, just the ringing in our ears and the smell of blood and cordite. "Wells," Sarah said, "where is he?" We searched the floor, clearing rooms one by one, found him in the emergency stairwell, trying to sneak down to the ground level. He had a pistol in his hand, shaking, clearly not used to violence. When he saw us, he raised it. "Stay back," he said. "I'll shoot." "No, you won't," I said, walking toward him. You're not a killer, Wells. You're a coward who hides behind money and lawyers and guards. You don't have the spine to pull that trigger. I'll do it, he said, but his voice was breaking. Sarah walked up beside me. You took everything from me, she said. My boyfriend, my future, my world. And for what? Money? A retail development? Do you even understand what you've done? It wasn't supposed to be like this, Wells said, and now he was crying. It was just a leak, just a small contamination. We fixed it, we cleaned it up. How was I supposed to know it would spread like this? You knew people were getting sick, I said. And you covered it up. You let hikers drink that water and you said nothing. Every death since then is on you. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry, please just let me go. I have money, resources, I can help you, I can... Sarah moved faster than I expected. She grabbed his wrist, twisted, and the gun fell from his hand. Then she drove the screwdriver into his stomach hard and deep. Wells gasped, his eyes going wide, and she twisted the screwdriver and pulled it out, blood gushing from the wound. That's for Marcus, she said. Wells staggered back, hands pressed to his stomach, blood pouring between his fingers. He looked at me, pleading, and I saw in his eyes the knowledge that he was dying. Good. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back up the stairs, through the office, to the window overlooking the valley. Sarah and the others followed. You wanted to build a kingdom, I said. Here's your throne. I opened the window, the glass sliding back to reveal a 100-foot drop to the rocks below. Wells was barely conscious, blood loss making him weak. I lifted him, Sarah helping, and we pushed him out. He fell without screaming, hit the rocks, and lay still. Or mostly still. Because even from here I could see the infected converging on his body, drawn by the smell of fresh blood. They fell on him, tearing and eating, and Wells, dying but not dead, screamed once before they silenced him forever. We stood there, watching, and I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no vindication, just emptiness. Justice had been done, but it didn't bring Marcus back, didn't cure the virus, didn't save the world. Wells was dead, but the damage he'd caused would outlive him by generations, if humanity even had generations left. We should go, Kyle said. This place might have more guards. Wait, Sarah said. She went back to Wells's office, to his desk, and started opening drawers. Found a locked one, pried it open with the screwdriver she'd killed him with. Inside were files, lots of them. Environmental reports, safety inspections, emails between Wells and his construction team. Proof of the contamination, of the cover-up, of everything. She grabbed them all. What are you doing? I asked. Documenting it, she said. Someday, if anyone survives this, they need to know what happened. Why it happened. Wells did this, and the world needs to remember. I didn't argue. We left the building carrying the files and made our way back through the forest toward McAfee Knob. It was dark by the time we arrived, exhausted and bloody but alive. Raymond met us at the defensive perimeter, took one look at us and asked no questions. He knew. We'd gone for Wells, and Wells was dead. That was all that mattered. The days that followed were a blur. We settled back into our routine at McAfee, but something had changed. Sarah had gotten her revenge, but it hadn't healed her. She was more distant now, quieter, spending hours alone on the edge of the knob, staring out at the burning world. I tried to talk to her a few times, but she brushed me off. She'd killed Wells, and in doing so, she'd crossed a line that she couldn't uncross. I knew the feeling. The radio continued its grim reports. The military had fallen back to a handful of safe zones, mostly around major military installations. The president was confirmed dead, killed during an evacuation attempt. Congress had ceased to function. State governments were non-existent. The United States of America as a political entity no longer existed. What remained was a collection of isolated communities, each fighting for survival, each knowing that survival was temporary. And the infected kept coming. Not in hordes, not yet, but in ones and twos, wandering up from the valleys, drawn by some instinct we didn't understand. We killed them always, and the bodies piled up at the base of the defensive positions. Sometimes I wondered if we were just delaying the inevitable, if eventually their numbers would overwhelm us. But we kept fighting because what else was there to do? 3 weeks after we'd killed Wells, the radio delivered news that changed everything. The military, what was left of it, had made a decision. The Appalachian Trail corridor from Georgia to Maine was designated a contamination zone. Too many infected, too many vectors of transmission, too much area to contain. The Joint Chiefs had authorized extreme measures. They were going to sterilize the zone. Sterilize how? Megan asked, her voice tight. The answer came an hour later. Nuclear weapons, not ICBMs or strategic warheads, but tactical nukes, smaller but still devastating. They would drop them along the entire corridor every 50 miles from Springer Mountain in Georgia to Mount Katahdin in Maine. The blasts would kill the infected, burn away the contamination, and create a fire break that might possibly contain the spread to the coastal areas. "They're going to nuke the mountains," Raymond said, his voice flat. "They're going to kill everyone in the corridor. Infected, survivors, everyone." "How long do we have?" I asked. 72 hours, Megan said, reading from the emergency broadcast. "Evacuation orders have been issued for all populations within 50 miles of the AT. Proceed to designated safe zones immediately." "Safe zones," Kyle said, laughing bitterly. "There are no safe zones. They're going to kill us all." He was right. Even if we could make it 50 miles in 72 hours, which was possible, the roads were blocked, the infected were everywhere, and the safe zones were probably already overrun. We were trapped. The government had decided we were acceptable casualties. "We need to move," I said. "Even if the safe zones are gone, we can get farther away, reduce our exposure. The blast radius on tactical nukes is about 2 miles for the fireball, 5 for lethal radiation," Tessa said. She'd been Army too, back in the day. But the fallout spreads for miles beyond that. Wind patterns, rain, all of it. If we're anywhere in the corridor, we're dead. "Then we go west," I said. "Away from the corridor into Kentucky or Ohio. Far enough that the fallout won't reach us." "That's 100 miles, Raymond said. "Through infected territory. With no vehicles, no supplies beyond what we can carry. We'll never make it." "We have to try," I said. We argued for an hour, voices rising, fear making us cruel to each other. Some wanted to run, to take their chances on the road. Others wanted to stay, to die on their own terms rather than fleeing like animals. In the end, we split. 15 people decided to run to try to make it west before the bombs fell. The other 15, including Raymond and Megan, decided to stay at McAfee Knob to hold the peak until the end. I stood on the edge of the outcropping, looking out at the world, trying to decide which group I belonged to. Running made sense tactically, but staying felt right emotionally. I'd found peace in these mountains, and leaving them felt like abandoning the only home I'd ever really had. "You should go," Sarah said, coming up beside me. She'd decided to stay, one of the 15. "You're a survivor, James. You'll make it." "What about you?" "I'm done running," she said. "I got my revenge. I killed the man who took Marcus from me. That's enough. I don't need to see what comes after." I wanted to argue, to convince her to come with me, but I saw the finality in her eyes. She'd made her peace, and maybe I needed to make mine. "I'm staying," I said. "If this is the end, I want to see it from here, from the place that saved me." Sarah nodded and took my hand. We stood there together watching the sun set over the mountains, and for the first time in weeks I felt something like peace. The world was ending and there was nothing I could do to stop it. But I could choose how I faced it. On my feet on this mountain with people who mattered. The next 72 hours were strange. The 15 who'd chosen to run left at dawn, and we watched them disappear into the forest headed west, carrying everything they could. I didn't think they'd make it, but I hoped I was wrong. The 15 of us who stayed went about our routines with a surreal calm. We ate the last of the good food, drank the whiskey Raymond had been saving, told stories, and tried to pretend we weren't waiting to die. The radio went silent on the second day. No more broadcasts, no more emergency warnings. Just static and the occasional fragment of someone screaming or crying. The infrastructure had finally collapsed completely. We were alone. On the third day, we saw them coming. Not infected, but people. Hundreds of them streaming out of the valleys and towns, heading away from the corridor, fleeing the coming bombs. Some made it past us. Others didn't, collapsing from exhaustion or infection, their bodies joining the dead at the base of our mountain. We didn't help them. We couldn't. We had nothing left to give. The bombs fell at noon on the third day. We didn't see the first one hit, but we heard it, a deep rumble that shook the ground and echoed through the valleys. Then we saw the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, south of us, somewhere near Waynesboro. It was beautiful and terrible, a pillar of fire and smoke climbing into the sky. Minutes later, another explosion, this one north near Roanoke, then another and another. All along the corridor, the bombs fell, one after another, a chain of destruction that stretched from Georgia to Maine. McAfee Knob wasn't targeted directly, we were between drop points, but we were close enough that the shock waves hit us like a physical force, knocking people off their feet, shattering the windows in the lodge. The heat came next, a wave of scorching air that made my skin feel like it was burning even though I was miles from the fireball. And then the wind, hurricane force, tearing at our clothes and hair, carrying ash and debris and the smell of burning flesh. We huddled together on the peak, holding each other, and waited for death. But it didn't come. Not immediately. The blasts had been calibrated carefully, designed to maximize coverage while minimizing fallout. We were in the margin, the space between total destruction and survivable exposure. We'd live. For a while, when the wind died and the clouds cleared, we looked out at what remained. The valleys were gone, burned to ash. The forests were flattened, trees snapped like matchsticks. The towns were craters glowing with residual heat. And the infected were gone too, vaporized or cremated, their threat eliminated in an instant. The military had done it. They'd sterilized the corridor, but the cost was everything. Millions of people lived in those valleys, those towns, those forests. They were all dead now, collateral damage in a war against an enemy that couldn't be negotiated with. The Appalachian Trail, 2,000 miles of natural beauty and human history, was gone, and the virus hadn't been stopped. We'd heard reports in the final hours before the radio died. The infected had spread beyond the corridor, carried by refugees and travelers, by people who'd thought they were healthy but were already incubating the disease. The Walker virus was in New England, in the Midwest, in the South. It was everywhere. "It didn't work," Sarah said, her voice hollow. "They killed everyone and it didn't work." She was right. The bombs had bought time, maybe. Created a firebreak that might slow the spread, but slow wasn't stop. The virus would continue, adapting, evolving, finding new hosts. And humanity, fragmented and broken, would continue to fall. We stayed on McAfee Knob for another week, watching the fallout drift through the valleys like snow, gray and toxic. Some of us started showing signs of radiation sickness, nausea, hair loss, bleeding gums. Kyle died on the 5th day after the bombs, his body just giving up. Jennifer followed 2 days later. The others grew weaker, slower. I felt it too, the poison working its way through my system, killing me from the inside. On the 8th day, I decided to leave. Not because I thought I'd survive, but because I couldn't watch the others die. I packed what little I had left, my gun, some water, sergeant's leash, and said my goodbyes. Sarah hugged me, her body frail and light, and whispered something I couldn't hear. Megan gave me Wells's files, the evidence of what he'd done, and made me promise to get them somewhere safe, to tell the story if anyone was left to hear it. "I'll try," I said, knowing I probably wouldn't make it far. I left at dawn, Sergeant beside me, and started walking. Not west, toward the safe zones that didn't exist, but north, following what remained of the Appalachian Trail. The path was buried under ash and debris, barely recognizable, but I knew it well enough to navigate by memory. I didn't know where I was going or why. Maybe I just needed to keep moving, to die on my feet rather than sitting still. The days blurred together. I walked through the ruins of towns I'd known, past shelters that were now just blackened foundations, across ridges that had been stripped bare by the blasts. I saw bodies everywhere, some burned, some intact, all dead. The infected were gone, but so was everything else. The mountains were silent. No birds, no insects, no wind through the trees because there were no trees left. Just silence and ash. Sergeant died on the 12th day. He'd been limping for a while, radiation sickness taking him the same as it was taking me, and finally he just lay down in the trail and wouldn't get up. I sat beside him, held his head, and talked to him until he stopped breathing. Then I buried him as best I could, digging a shallow grave with my hands in the toxic soil. He'd been a good dog. Better than I deserved. I kept walking. My hair was falling out now, my skin covered in sores, my stomach a constant knot of pain. I knew I didn't have much time left. Maybe days, maybe hours. But I kept moving north because stopping felt like giving up, and I'd spent too much of my life fighting to give up now. On the 15th day, I reached Virginia's northern border, or what was left of it. The blasts here had been smaller, the damage less total. There were even some trees still standing, blackened and twisted, but alive. And I saw something I hadn't expected. People, a small group, maybe 10 of them, living in a makeshift camp beside what used to be the trail. They saw me coming, raised their weapons, but didn't shoot. "Are you infected?" one of them called out, a woman with gray hair and a shotgun. "No," I said, "just dying." They let me into the camp, fed me, gave me water, listened as I told them what had happened south of here, about the bombs and the deaths and the end of everything. They already knew most of it, but they listened anyway. And I saw in their eyes the same exhaustion I felt. The weight of surviving when survival meant watching the world burn. "We heard reports that the virus is still spreading," the woman, whose name was Ellen, told me. "It's in Maryland now, Pennsylvania, New York. The government tried to contain it with the bombs, but it didn't work. There are too many carriers, too many people who were infected but didn't show symptoms until they'd already traveled far from the corridor." "So it's over," I said. "Yes," Ellen said, "it's over, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. The virus will spread until there's nothing left to infect." I stayed with them for 3 days, and on the 3rd day I died. Or at least I should have. My body gave out, my heart stopped, and I felt myself slipping away. But then I came back, not as one of the infected, but as something else. The radiation, the virus, something in my system had changed me. I was still me, still conscious, but my body was different, stronger, faster, hungrier. I left the camp before I could hurt anyone, stumbling back into the wilderness, and I've been here ever since. Walking the dead trail, the ghost of what used to be the Appalachian Trail, watching as the virus continues to spread. I see the infected sometimes, packs of them roaming through the ruins, and I see survivors too, small groups clinging to life in a world that no longer wants them. I'm writing this on paper I found in an abandoned ranger station using a pen that barely works. I don't know who'll read it, if anyone. Maybe nobody. Maybe everyone's dead by now and these words are just screaming into the void. But I need to write it down. Need to document what happened, how it happened, who was responsible. Harrison Wells poisoned the water. He knew people were getting sick and covered it up. The virus spread through the hikers, through the trail towns, through the entire Appalachian corridor. The government tried to stop it with nuclear weapons, destroying 14 states' worth of communities, killing millions. And it didn't work. The virus is everywhere now, spreading, evolving, consuming. Sarah got her revenge, but it didn't matter. Marcus stayed dead, and the world kept ending. I stayed on that mountain, watched the bombs fall, survived when I shouldn't have, and now I'm something between alive and dead, walking through a world that died with me. The Appalachian Trail is gone. The communities that lived along it are gone. The forests, the mountains, the wildlife, all gone. What remains is ash and radiation and the walking dead. And somewhere out there the virus continues, unstoppable, relentless, patient. It doesn't need to hurry, it's already won. I'm going to keep walking until I can't anymore. North toward Maine, following the memory of a trail that no longer exists. Maybe I'll find survivors. Maybe I'll find only infected. Either way, I'll keep moving because that's all I know how to do. I'm James Anderson, former Army infantry, former Appalachian Trail Ranger, and I'm the last witness to how the world ended. Remember this. Remember that it wasn't zombies that killed us. It was greed and negligence and the arrogance of men who thought they were above consequences. The dead just finished what we started. The sun is setting now, and I can hear them in the distance, the infected calling to each other in voices that used to be human. They're coming north, following the same path I am, and soon they'll be everywhere. I'll probably join them eventually, lose whatever's left of my humanity, and become just another walker on the dead trail. But not today. Today I'm still me. Still fighting, still hoping that somewhere, somehow, someone survived who can do better than we did. But I don't really believe that. The world is ending, has ended, will end forever. The Walker virus won and humanity lost, and all our cities and cultures and histories are turning to dust. We had our chance, and we wasted it on profit margins and power plays and the petty cruelties of people like Harrison Wells. Now we pay the price. I'm leaving Wells's files in this ranger station tucked into a waterproof bag inside a metal cabinet. If you find this, if you're reading these words, then maybe there's still hope. Maybe the virus didn't get everyone. Maybe somewhere people are rebuilding, starting over, trying to do better. If so, learn from our mistakes. Don't let greed blind you to danger. Don't let the powerful escape consequences. Don't trust that tomorrow will come just because today did. And if you're reading this and you're infected, if you're one of them now, then I'm sorry. Sorry we couldn't save you. Sorry the world ended before you had your chance to live in it. Sorry that this is all that's left. We failed you. We failed everyone. The light is almost gone now. I can see their shadows moving through the trees, getting closer. I should go, keep walking by myself another day or another hour, but I'm tired. So tired. Tired of walking, tired of fighting, tired of surviving in a world that doesn't want me to survive. Maybe I'll stay here tonight, in this station where I used to report for work, where I used to believe I was helping people. Maybe I'll let them find me. Maybe it's time. No. No, I can't do that. Not yet. Sargent didn't give up, and Sarah didn't give up, and all those people on McAfee Knob who chose to face the end with dignity didn't give up. I can't either. I have to keep walking, keep moving north, keep bearing witness to what happened here. Someone has to remember, someone has to tell the story, so I'm leaving now. Heading north into the darkness, into the dead trail, into whatever comes next. If you find these words, know that I tried. We all tried, we fought and we survived and we did everything we could. It wasn't enough, but it was something. And maybe in some future, I can't imagine, someone will read this and understand. We'll remember that we were here, that we mattered, that we loved and feared and hoped right up until the end. The Appalachian Trail was 2,000 miles of beauty and history and human spirit. Now it's a graveyard, a radiation zone, a corridor of death. But I remember what it was. I remember the sunrise from McAfee Knob, the sound of wind through the pines, the simple joy of putting one foot in front of the other and knowing you were part of something larger than yourself. I remember Sarah and Marcus hiking together, laughing about norovirus. I remember Megan trying to coordinate rescue operations while the world ended around her. I remember Kyle and Jennifer and Raymond and everyone who died trying to survive. They're all gone now. Everyone I knew, everyone I loved, everyone who shared this catastrophe with me. I'm the last one walking, the last witness, and when I'm gone, there'll be no one left who remembers how it started, how it spread, how it ended. Just the infected and the silence and the empty mountains, but maybe that's okay. Maybe the world deserves to forget us, to move on from the species that destroyed itself through greed and stupidity. Maybe the next thing that evolves, if anything does, will do better. We'll build a world without men like Harrison Wells, without systems that let the wealthy escape consequences while the poor suffer. Maybe they'll succeed where we failed, or maybe there is no next thing. Maybe the virus will burn itself out when there's nothing left to infect, and the earth will be quiet forever. No more humans, no more civilization, just wind and water and slow decay. That wouldn't be so bad. The mountains existed for millions of years before we came along. They'll exist for millions more after we're gone. I'm at the edge of the station now, standing in the doorway, looking out at the ruins of the world I used to know. The infected are closer, maybe a quarter mile away, moving through the ash like ghosts. I can run, put some distance between us, buy myself another night. And I will run, not because I think I'll survive, but because running is what I do, what I've always done. So this is it, the end of my story, or close enough. If you're reading this, you know how it turned out. The virus spread, the bombs fell, humanity ended. Harrison Wells died screaming as the infected tore him apart, but he won anyway because his greed and negligence set all of this in motion and nothing we did could stop it. The Walker virus prevailed. The zombies won. We lost. Remember us. Remember that we tried. Remember that in the face of absolute horror, some people stayed brave, stayed kind, stayed human right up until the end. Remember Sarah and Marcus and Sargent and all the others whose names I don't even know, who died trying to survive, trying to help, trying to do something good in a world that had gone completely wrong. And remember that this didn't have to happen. We chose this path with our greed and our negligence and our willingness to put profit over safety. We could have done better. We should have done better, but we didn't, and now it's too late. The dead trail stretches north, 2,000 miles of ash and ruin and walking corpses. I'm going to follow it as far as I can, bearing witness, remembering, hoping. That's all I have left. Hope. Foolish, irrational, unkillable hope that somewhere, somehow, something survives. Something worth saving, something that can build a better world than the one we destroyed. But I don't believe it, not really. The world is dead and I'm dead with it. And all that remains is the walking and the remembering and the slow fade into darkness. The Walker virus won. The dead walk. And I walk with them, neither alive nor dead, trapped in the space between, watching as everything I loved turns to ash. This is James Anderson signing off. former soldier, former ranger, last witness to the end of the world. If you find this, if you survive, do better than we did. Learn from our mistakes, don't let it happen again. But it will happen again. It always does. Humanity never learns. We just repeat the same mistakes in different forms over and over until finally there's no one left to make them. That's our legacy. Not the art or the music or the buildings or the culture, but the mistakes. The greed, the negligence, the arrogance, the belief that we're special, that we're exempt from consequences, that we'll always find a way to survive. We didn't. We won't. It's over. I'm walking now, north into the darkness, into the dead trail, into the end. Goodbye.